because like this is my opinion. Like woke was invented by the right back in like the 90s, remember, or the 80s, you know?
Yep.
And it was
it the 80s?
Well,
I don't remember it going back that far.
It was. It's not like it happened overnight, you
yeah,
know. But it was just that idea of like, you don't need to drink on Sundays, so no liquor sales on Sundays, that kind of shit, right? Like, we need no swearing on TV. You know what I mean? Like, I remember, so I got in this argument with this, not an argument, but there's this older dude at my old job who's like, oh, you guys are so sensitive. You're offended by everything. It's so easy to offend your generation back in my day. And I was like, not really, though. And he goes, oh, yeah. And I was like, you guys were offended by bad language. Like, you guys still get uncomfortable if somebody says, fuck you. You think that's like, oh, my God, how could you say the F word in public? Like, that's your generation. You're swearing in front of women. Like, my wife swears like a sailor. Well, fuck it. Like, stop.
That's probably why you married her.
You know what I mean? I'm just saying, like, and then they kind of like relaxed, and then the left took over for about 5-10 years, but now the right's back doing it again, and that's that Ben Shapiro thing I was talking about. Do you know what I'm talking about?
No, I don't.
So the Nick Fuentes kid was playing GTA 6, or not GTA 6, GTA 4 or GTA 5. I'm pretty sure it was 4, and he runs by this like rabbi on the street. He's got the curls and everything, right? And the guy's running, and he goes, oh, I think I just saw Ben Shapiro, right? And so he starts chasing him down, and he's like, Ben, I just want to talk. Ben, I just want to talk. Because at the time, he was trying to debate Ben Shapiro, and Ben Shapiro was like avoiding him at all costs, right? So it's super funny. And then these cops shoot Ben Shapiro in the game, right?
Right.
And then he like mourns him, and then he's like, I will avenge you, Ben. And then he goes to war with the cops like you do in Grand Theft Auto.
Because that's what that game is good for.
Well, they snipped it up and sent it, and they didn't understand the context of what really happened in the full thing. And so these people are like, can you see this? This white supremacist is celebrating killing me. Look, here it is. And it's basically a chopped up clip of dude playing Grand Theft Auto, going ballistic, and he goes, I think I just saw Ben Shapiro, and then he starts shooting people, and then it's clipped back to him laughing hysterically. It's like, dude, that is so deceptive what you just did there.
Well, and I think anytime,
and I'm not even defending Nick Fuentes, by the way.
I think anytime that the conversation is, look at what this person said while they're playing a video game, stop.
Right? Yeah, right? Yeah. It's just stupid. I'm so glad I don't have to deal with that, dude. Oh my God. You don't have to deal with any of that kind of shit doing what you do.
No.
How'd you get into woodworking?
Well, I mean, I had it as a hobby since I was a teenager, right? Just building shit out of 2x4s and nothing terribly impressive. Didn't really know what I was doing. Own a handful of tools. But about 12 years ago, I'm working for a company out in Bloomington selling TV parts, of all things. And my manager went nuts and fired my entire department. So I'm unemployed. I'm looking for work. I'm going to interviews, and like every interview I go to, I'm like, I don't want to work here.
Yeah.
I don't want to work here. I don't want to work here. And after a few months,
are they just random odd jobs?
I mean, it was sales jobs, right? And then I realized, no, I just don't want to do this anymore, right? So then it became a journey of, well, what the hell do I want to do? You know, it's time to grow up and figure out that life dream.
How old were you?
In my late 30s.
Okay.
So, 36, I think.
And you'd been done with music for a while.
I was not active in music at the time.
That's what I mean.
I should say that.
You weren't trying to make it.
No.
And you hadn't been trying to make it for a while by this point.
I mean, I don't think I've been trying to make it since like 2000. You know?
Yeah.
In like the early 2000s, I was playing, I was touring, but I didn't have any delusions about making it. I mean, to me, making it was, you know, if I can go out tour a couple times a year and play some shows to a bunch of people and have some good times, I'm making it, right?
Yeah.
And that's what it's about. If I can share something of myself, whether I'm writing it or not, I'm at least contributing to this work of art, right? And if somebody's finding meaning in that, like that's what it's about to me. That and, you know, have an excuse to go out and drink beers with the guys.
Yeah, yeah. For me, it was just like, do I have to have a real job? If I have to hold down a real job, I haven't made it yet. If I can be a full-time musician and never have a job, then I made it. And that's why I still say I never really made it, right? Like I'd never really worked out. I had periods, I had runs where I didn't have to worry about having a job, but it was never a permanent thing, you know what I mean? And I would never say I failed, but I can't, and I had successes. Yeah, but I can't say I ever made it because that's what it meant to me.
I mean, I've known very few people in my life where all they did was music.
Well, I think our town failed a lot of those, and I want to get into this later with you because you were around that era. So I think you can, and you're a pretty smart guy. I think you're a very intellectual guy. So I think you can shed a fresh perspective on a lot of my opinions because I think you're going to say, yeah, I think you're right about a lot of that. But then you're going to go, but this one thing, I saw it go down like this, and that'll help a lot of us kind of go, oh, okay. And I think the solve for that, other than rebuilding this town, is you got to go to Nashville. Because if you're good enough, and there's a certain bar, you have a threshold. But if you're good enough and you're willing to do a lot of covers, you can just go to Nashville and just be a full-time musician and never worry about a job ever again. Whether you'll become a rock star, I cannot.
I mean, that's
guaranteed.
That's 1% of 1%, right?
Right.
I mean, it doesn't matter what your talent level is. When I was in high school, I was taking recording classes. Instructor his name was Red Freeberg, and he started every semester off, particularly in my music production class. He said, "Hootie the Blowfish are the perfect example that you don't need talent to make it in this game."
They're pretty good, man.
Well, but now he hated Hootie the Blowfish,
Right.
He hated him, and I can't say that I'm a fan either.
I would never say I'm a fan, but they're good.
But he made a valid point because they weren't particularly talented. But what they had was a sound that people liked.
Darius Rucker, I think Darius Rucker is actually extraordinarily talented, but that's a whole other discussion. I don't want to take away from this guy's point.
I mean,
I get what he's saying.
I hear his country career is dynamite. The things he's done since Hootie are
exactly right. Like,
I haven't listened to him
myself. They also, I guarantee you, all those guys are A-level musicians at their instruments. Like, they were good live. You know, I give a lot of, but I get his point too. I understand what he's saying. Keep going. So,
keep going on what on the on Hootie and the Blowfish being not a great band, but
finish his point.
No, I mean that was his point, is that they had a sound that people liked, and that's what it takes.
And they wrote a catchy song.
I mean that's what it takes to be popular, but that's not what it takes to make it. You know, I mean what it takes to make it is
work ethic, fucking,
luck, blowing the right people.
I think a lot of it, I was just talking to somebody about this. I think a lot of it really is just, you got to have a little bit of money. You got to have a little bit of money. And that really helps you not having to figure it out as you go and not having to make mistakes along the way. You can just pay money to have it done correctly the first time. And so that way everything you do is a minor success. You know, you get a really good you pay a legit graphic designer $1,500 to design you a t-shirt instead of you and your fucking stoner high school buddies trying to figure out how to make a cool t-shirt. Like, maybe one of you is naturally a great artist. Cool. Then you do it. Fine. I get it. But if your t-shirt doesn't fucking sell and you guys just wasted $500 or $1,000 investing in a t-shirt that doesn't sell, this is what I'm getting at.
Yeah.
This is what I mean. Whereas if you have enough money, you hire some people that really know what they're doing. They design you great merch and it sells day one. Boom. You buy the van with the trailer day one, boom.
Well, and
you know what I'm getting at.
But no, I mean it's funny that you bring up merch too, though, because I think that
you pay the producer so the record sounds good day one. That shit.
Being in a band and being in a successful band, I've always felt it's not so much about your songs. It's not about your music. You're not selling your music. You're selling a brand.
Exactly. Yes,
and the music is the way you advertise that brand.
Correct. Yep.
All right. Particularly these days. I mean,
the music's free.
The music's free. I mean, people aren't buying CDs. I mean, I'm sure some people are. People are buying records.
If they're already a fan, they will collect your media.
But you're not going down to the record store and taking a chance on this band that has awesome cover art.
People don't even do that anymore. It's streaming.
Yeah. I mean, it's streaming, and You know,
you're right, dude.
so if you are selling records, you're selling records to people that are already fans. But you're selling T-shirts. You're selling. I mean, when we were on the road, we were making. I mean, we made money on the door, but we made more money off the merch booth.
Right.
Right. And
yeah, the door was basically your guaranteed gas budget to get from venue to venue. That's the only reason you were looking. For
hopefully
that, right?
it was that. Hopefully it was that. But it was at the merch table that that's where you really make your money. So as much as I was in it for the music, because that's what I cared about. If you're trying to make any kind of living or be successful in any way at it, your music is just advertising, right? And your product is your merch, your T-shirts, we did pint glasses for a while, which I thought was a great idea. I think more bands should do that.
Yeah, that's the thing is like put your logo on anything that your fans would buy, right? So like Frisbees for disc golfing, that's merch that would sell. Reaping Asmodea is literally doing butt plugs. You know what I mean? So it's just like, what are your freak fans willing to buy?
We used to get a big flat of lighters and just have our logo printed on them.
Yep.
And, any night we're playing a show, I just go out and toss those on all the tables because you guarantee 15 people are going to see that.
Yep.
Outside of the venue, somebody's going to throw it in their pocket. And for every person that picks up one, 10 people are going to own that lighter before it's out of fluid, right?
Yep. Yeah, and like stickers, you just give those away for free because you just want your name out there.
You're creating brand recognition.
Exactly. Especially nowadays where the music's also free, right? So you're trying to get in the zeitgeist, right? You're trying to get into the ether where your music's being played in the background and hopefully somebody likes it and they go, ooh, who is this? You say their band name. Okay, that guy looks it up, but now somebody's heard the name in conversation, the guy who's standing next to the guy. And then he sees that logo 2 weeks later because you guys are coming through town. And that's how it popped up in the algorithm is because you paid for the ad placement because you're coming to town a month later, right? Then that guy sees it and he goes, oh, that's that band.
Right.
Oh, okay. And maybe he doesn't go, but then all of a sudden his neighbor goes, hey, have you heard of this band, ... And you're like, fuck, man. Yeah, I have actually. Like, I heard their song the other day. I seen their somebody with their bumper sticker. Like, what the fuck? Yeah, you want to go? Yeah, fuck it. Yeah, I got nothing else going on. And then they also happen to like it. Now you got fucking a handful of fans.
And you do that. Hopefully that snowballs into an actual following, which for a lucky few that happens, and for most it doesn't.
I think a lot of it is money though, because it's just about what scale can you do this at for a sustainable amount of time to build that snowball. And I think just too many people are manually trying to metaphorically push this boulder uphill by themselves instead of, hiring professionals to help them. And I think that's, again, one of the big things that helps some of these other towns is they do have rich parents and rich uncles and connections and shit. It's LA, it's Nashville, it's New York. You know what I mean? So it's easier for these kids. They still have to do all the same work.
They have to do the same work, but being in those geographic locations where you have a hotbed of that kind of activity already, it makes it easier to be noticed for sure.
Especially if you have talent.
And listen, everybody needs to have talent, right? I mean, if you go out and you just suck, it doesn't matter how many people know your name. It doesn't matter how cool your T-shirts are. If you suck, you suck.
To a degree, I think there's a lot of weird punk and death metal bands out there that a lot of people would say suck, and they have legitimate cult followings, and they're still out there doing it. And I'm not going to name names because some people would be like, "That's a great band. I love that band."
Let's not name names, but
there's bands out there where it's like
you said it right there because there are people out there that love that band,
right?
I mean, listen, I'm a pretty opinionated guy, and there's a lot of stuff that's very popular that I think is horrible. There's a lot of stuff I like that other people don't like.
Exactly.
So that's not really a good litmus test for whether a band is good or not. I mean, if I'm saying a band is good or not good, I'm speaking subjectively. This is my opinion.
Right.
But
and I always
objectively,
clarify,
it's hard to say. Right?
I always clarify though, like I'm not saying I like them, but they're a good band. Like I'm never gonna say they're not a good. They're not my style. I don't like them. Like, but they're good. Like, I mean, I'm not gonna deny that. pretty obvious when you listen to them or see them live. Like, they're obviously very good.
Or, that they're bringing 6,000 people on a Tuesday night. I mean,
that's successful.
That's successful, right?
And there's always some level of talent involved there. I think the biggest thing is work ethic, dedication, sacrifice, like those three things together. Because you really do have to make it your entire life. Your social life, your girlfriend, your family. Everything really does have to come second to your music career. Because you have to work so hard in your early 20s to be in a position at 23, 24, 25, 26 years old when you're young enough, hip enough, flexible enough, you're not balls deep into your life with a mortgage, a marriage, and kids. You still can take advantage of a lot of those opportunities.
Particularly before you get way down with all that. I mean, trying to make it once you have adult responsibilities, it gets much more difficult.
And that's what I'm getting at is, like, if you're in your early 20s and you should be going to band practice or you should be out promoting a show, but, you promised your girlfriend you were going to... And then you go on the date with your girlfriend and then you knock the girlfriend up and now you got a kid. This is the shit I'm talking about. Like, no, the girlfriend comes second. The band has to come first when you're a young up and coming musician. It really does. Like, it really does.
I mean, I would say the same is true of just about any career, though.
Correct. Yes,
right?
Exactly. Right. If you're a doctor, you should probably put medical school in front of pussy.
I mean, you have to, right?
Or dick if you're into dick.
At least if I'm going to the doctor, I hope they did.
Right.
I've had a few in my life that I'm not so sure, but
right. Yeah, for sure. So, anyways, we were talking about you didn't want to do these shitty sales jobs.
Yeah. So I'm interviewing at various companies. Keep saying I don't want to work here. I don't want to work here. Realize I don't want to do this. So I'm like, okay, what do I want to do? What do I like doing? And I landed on woodworking. Like I said, it had been a hobby since high school. And my dad had always pushed me towards doing it for a living. So I'm like, okay, maybe I'll give that a try. So I went down to St. Paul College. They have a cabinet making program. It's a 1-year program. And I'm on unemployment right now, right? And had a living with my roommate owned the house that I lived in. And she was cool enough to be like, you're going to school, I'll let you float rent until I'm going to keep track of what,
right?
You got to pay it back,
right?
But that I was fortunate that it allowed me to take that year to go back to school, and it was a good program. It was very accelerated. They focused on shop safety more than anything. I mean, they taught me how to use all the tools,
sure,
but it was. You leave that program, they teach you just enough to get a job, and once you get the job, then you actually learn how to do the craft, right? But I was working. I got a job halfway through my second semester. So, like, it's a 2-semester program. First semester, I finished that, had the summer off. Immediately found some side jobs. I built a hot tub surround for some friends of mine. There was a tap room opening up on the east side that needed various trim work done, and bar needed to be finished and all that kind of stuff. So we had mutual friends between me and the ownership. So they pulled me in there to do that, which was great for my resume right from the go. And then a couple weeks into my second semester, I landed a job with a company. The first job I did for them was a renovation at the church where my parents had renewed their vows.
Mm.
So immediately I was like, yeah, this is what I'm supposed to be doing, right? Like going in and working at a place that I had that kind of connection to. It just
felt right.
It just felt right.
Cool.
Stayed with that company for about a year and a half. Learned a lot there. I didn't get along with the owner very well. I mean, I don't want.
Was it your fault or his fault?
Yes.
So you're both just kind of stubborn.
I mean, really,
just the wrong types of stubborn to be in the same room.
Really, what it was he wanted somebody who was much more experienced than I was at the time. And he was the kind of guy where it's like, if you're not doing it my way, you're doing it wrong.
Yeah.
And this is an industry where there's 3 or 4 different ways to do anything, right? So I'd start doing it, and like I know what needs to happen. I'm doing it the way I'm comfortable doing it. And he comes up and he's like, "Why are you doing it like that? Do it like this." And I got to the point where I was so worried about him yelling at me that I'd start asking him, "How do you want me to do this?" And at that point, he's like, "Why don't you know how to do this?" I'm like, "Well, I do know how to do this. I just don't know how you want me to do it."
Right.
So that got pretty miserable. Left there about a year and a half, or after about a year and a half, and started with this company called The Natural Edge, which was a different kind of company. It's all live edge furniture.
Explain to people what live edge is.
So live edge is like you take a log and you cut it lengthwise, right? So you still have bark to bark on either edge.
So you're cutting it hot dog, not hamburger.
Exactly, hot dog.
And so you still have the bark on the edge of the wood.
Exactly. Well, we take the bark off, but you have.
But that's called live edge.
Yeah,
it's not it's not sawn. Like it's not
yeah, it's not
like a
dimensional
board.
lumber. It's
that's
not a
what
board.
that's the word I was. Dimensional lumber.
It's the entire slab, and we're making furniture out of that. Now the guy that I was working for, his name is Alan Schultz. He is in his early 70s at the time, and the guy was he had a tech career, worked for Seagate, senior exec at Seagate, and had done that for a lot of years, retired with enough money that he didn't have to work anymore, but he got bored and wanted to build himself a dining room table, went to buy the wood for it, and he didn't want to pay what they wanted for the material that he wanted to use. So he's like, well, what if I buy a whole truckload? Can I get it for this price if I buy a whole truckload of it? I'm like, yeah. And he's like, okay. So he buys a truckload of lumber, and he's, okay, well, now I have all this wood. What do I do with it? So he started a business out of it. And it was supposed to be just more of a hobby than anything, but it's over the last 11 or 12 years now, it's turned into a real thing. So that's the long and short. That's really how I got into this business, was just a midlife crisis, really.
And I feel like, correct me if I'm wrong here, but I feel like I've heard you use the word partner in describing this.
Yeah.
So it sounds like you're like eventually gonna be part owner or eventually gonna take over.
I'm currently a part owner.
Right, that's what I thought.
Yeah.
I didn't want to overstate it.
Understandable. So, I mean, Alan is 81 years old now.
Yeah.
So he's not going to do this forever.
Will you just turn that fan towards us a touch? I'm getting my ass kicked over here with both of our smokes. I can handle his smoke and I can handle my smoke, but both of them at the same time is kicking my ass. And we'll give it a minute. We'll see. Right now it's actually worse, but leave it there. Give it a minute. Thanks, buddy.
So you're
taking over.
He's 81 years old, and he's still stronger than most 30-year-olds I know.
Sure. Yeah.
I mean, the guy's he's built like a mule.
Yeah.
And has the stubbornness of one as well. But it keeps him young. It's I worry that if he stops doing this, his health and physical abilities are gonna decline very quickly.
My wife's dad is retired Army.
Okay.
And when he retired, so he worked full life in the Army, retires, then goes back to work full time as a truck driver, does that for like another 20 years, and then retires again. So same kind of vibe. And he's got this phrase that I love. And I had never heard anybody say this exactly this way before it, but I definitely felt this way for a long time. But it was basically, he just said, when you stop moving, you start dying. Or no, when you stop moving, you die, or something like that. But yeah. Basically, like,
I mean, it's a lot.
It's what keeps you young, man. And you hear about this a lot. Guys retire, and then 7 years later, they die.
Yeah. I mean, an object in motion stays in motion. An object at rest, it's...
Yeah. That's why when people like, Will Marvelous, right?
Yeah.
He's like, I think he's almost there. His whole thing is like, I'm retiring by 50. Which I don't know if he knows what that means, or if he's just saying I'm buying my financial independence by 50, because that guy is too driven to actually retire at 50. I have no.
Well, I mean,
I'm working till I'm 70 at least.
right, and I figure I'm going to work until about 3 days after I die. So
I just don't want to do manual labor for this second chapter of my life.
I do.
I mean, I want to do some physical stuff, but I don't want to do like hard, like grueling manual labor. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know how to explain it.
I don't want to dig ditches. I don't want to carry boxes. But
Yeah, I'm not trying to throw my shoulder out. I'm not trying to throw
Yeah.
my back out. Like, I don't want to blow my knees out. Like,
but I mean, with what I do, I'm on my feet for 8 to 10 hours a day. These slabs can weigh anywhere from 20 to 300 pounds,
yeah.
and you got to carry it. You got to lift it. You got to move it around. You got to machine it. And I feel better since I started doing that than when I was sitting at a desk. So, having a physical job is for me. It's if I can't have that, I don't know what's going to happen to me.
No, I agree, especially because you say you've got fibromyalgia, right?
Correct.
See, and this is my least favorite disease in the world because I am of the ilk that I'm not sure it's actually real. And I don't mean that as an insult to anybody who says they hit it.
I understand why you think that.
Well, first of all, it's because my mom allegedly has it. However, when I did my research on it, if it is real, it's chronic muscle fatigue, which is kind of real. But all it really is, what I call it, is rich white lady disease, because there is an uncharacteristically high number of frail, thin white women that live upper class lives that don't have jobs, that suffer from fibromyalgia. And so it's a lot of sitting around, doing nothing, not exercising, and specifically after getting to know these trainers. I got a few of them in my life now. Eric Kai's is one. My buddy Anwar's another one. They talk about resistance training, lifting actual weights, and what that does for all of you. And it all starts to kind of like point in one direction. And what you said perfectly correlates with what my mom experienced. So when my dad had an aneurysm and a stroke, my mom had to suddenly take care of him. My mom couldn't take 30 steps without going into severe pain and cramps and having to stop because of her fibromyalgia. So she had to start taking care of my dad, and it magically went away. And it's like, no, you had to start lifting him. You had to start doing shit. And that's kind of what I think happens.
So with fibromyalgia, it's activity makes it better, right? But you hit a point, and even I have this. There'll be a couple of days of the year where I can't get out of bed.
Yeah.
It's not happening.
And I think there's something there. But and I should explain this to everybody, including you. The reason I have a specific issue with fibromyalgia, there's two things. Number one, there is no test that they've ever actually invented. There's no blood test. There's no strength test. There's nothing that they actually do. There's no battery of tests where they go, you've passed or failed this, therefore you have. And number two is I heard, and I did read this back in the day, but I've never been able to find this a second time, which either means it's totally bullshit or it's real and they scrubbed it from the internet. But what I believe is, and there is a list that does exist, you will find this list, but for some reason I don't think fibromyalgia is on it anymore. There's a list of like 13 diseases that Big Pharma made up to remarket old drugs that they were losing their patent on. And
it would be
originally fibro was on there because they do have medications. And that's what I have a problem with. I have a problem that they will subscribe you medications for tests they don't have. There's no blood test. There's no gene test. Nothing.
So there's not currently on the market any drugs that are specifically meant to target fibromyalgia.
No, but they do shit off label.
There is one that's coming. Now, most drugs that are used to treat fibromyalgia, they're muscle relaxers more than anything.
Yep.
Because one of the key
And
symptoms.
some of them are anti-anxiety, yep, to relax you.
I mean, the anxiety can be a component of it, but the big thing with it is muscle tightness, or at least that's how it presents in me.
Sure.
You know, so it's general.
Hey, have you ever been in like car accidents and shit? Like had any weird spinal or
No,
back problems or trauma?
No.
Okay. Because that was another thing that popped up in my research, which directly correlates to what you just said. Is it's a lot of muscle tightness, and that happens from a lot of spinal injuries.
Listen, I've been in a fender bender or two, but nothing where I was injured, right?
That you know of. Nothing serious that put you in the hospital, but you could have some residuals.
No, I mean not even where I had bruises, right? Just
no, but I'm saying that whiplash shit, dude. It can fucking manifest years later. But anyways, continue. I don't want to keep cutting you off.
It can, but
I don't want to keep cutting you off. Keep going.
That's not the type of accident I was in. I'm talking like I'm pulling out a parking spot and somebody.
Oh, super minor.
Yeah.
I wouldn't even call that a fender bender. I get what you're saying now. Yeah. Anyways, keep going. So there's not a drug yet.
So there is a drug under development right now, and it's from my understanding. And listen, this is not my profession at all. But it's based off a drug called Flexeril, which is a muscle relaxer, which I find to be extremely effective, except it makes me completely unable to function. Right? I mean, I turn into a ball of jello for 14 hours, and it feels great, but I can't do anything. I can't drive a car. I can't work.
What is the muscle relaxer category? Is that an opiate?
I don't think so.
Is it a narcotic? What is a what are muscle relaxers? Look that up. Because now I'm just curious. Because I know when you take them, they say don't drive, don't operate heavy machinery.
I mean, it causes drowsiness. It doesn't. I don't feel. At least on the the Flexeril, I don't feel high per se. I just
okay. But what is it like? Are they narcotics?
Yeah, cyclobenzaprine. That's Flexeril.
Yeah, but that's like science shit. I want like the layman's terms. Like, what are they? Are they narcotics? Are they opiates?
I don't think that they're either.
Just type in like, are muscle relaxers opiates or like, are they a steroid? Like, what the fuck are they in layman's terms? I'm just curious.
Fair enough.
I'm not trying to prove a point here. I'm just curious.
The only drug that I know of that's being targeted to treat fibromyalgia directly is based off fibromyalgia, from my understanding, but it's like an ultra low dose. So like Flexeril will turn me into a bowl of jello for a good 12 to 14 hours. This stuff, you take it before you go to bed, and it's worn off by the time you wake up.
Yeah, but Will, I'm trying to figure out, like, what I want you to look up is like, type in, are they? In fact, use AI. Go to Gemini. Perfect. Like, are muscle relaxers an opioid or a narcotic or a steroid? Like, what are they? Okay, so what type of medication is it? See, even AI is like irritating. If it says no, they are completely different types of medications. Okay, cool. So what type of medication is it? Okay. Antispasmodics. Okay. So it's called an antispasmodic, antispastic,
and anti-inflammatory as well.
So they must be. So when I hear antispasmodic, that to me sounds like it actually has more to do with slowing down your nervous system.
Potentially,
right? That's what it's got to be doing, is slowing down your central nervous system, so it's not sending out those signals to make those spasms. Because that's what's happening there. You see what I'm getting at? Like, that's why I wanted to know if it was like. Because a pain reliever, right? Like Oxycontin, it's a pain reliever, but it's an opioid. So it's getting you high, which is dulling your pain receptors. You see what I'm getting at? Yeah. That's what I was curious about. What the fuck is a muscle relaxer?
As far as using that type of drug to treat fibromyalgia, in my experience, it's not helpful. What I find to be helpful are anti-inflammatories.
So That could be just a literal ibuprofen at that point.
Yeah.
Yeah.
For me, leave.
And that also makes sense, because, inflammation is going to cause tightness in your joints, which is going to cause a lack of movement, which is going to cause a lack of limberness. You know what I mean? You're going to get, like, it's kind of like a compounding effect. So I think, and I don't want to spend all night on this, but I want to make sure I'm not, like, deeply offending everybody. I don't want to sound like I'm dismissing fibromyalgia like it's made up. What I'm saying is I think it's a really lazy medical thing that happened because there's something deeper going on that they haven't figured out, right? Like, I wouldn't be surprised if it's closely related to, like, an arthritis, like some type of, like, real issue with the immune system. I mean, that is like, but they haven't tied it to anything, that's what bothers me.
But they have, and it's funny that you say immune system, because they've found in the last couple of years that there's an autoimmune component to it, which makes a lot of sense because do you
have like psoriasis or anything?
Absolutely.
See, and my mom and I have psoriasis. My mom had it, and she had eczema, which are cousins of arthritis.
Yep. They're
and Crohn's disease, which I suffer from some weird GI shit, which may be
they're autoimmune. They're autoimmune and inflammatory diseases. In addition to that, if I get a vaccine, like any vaccine, I get sick as hell. Now, I've never had COVID, but I've had the vaccines, and my joints felt like glass for 3 days.
Yeah.
If I get a flu shot, I get as sick or more sick than if I get the flu.
So I think about this a lot because I've tried to help my mom quite a bit. Because my mom gets tunnel vision. So once my mom is convinced of one idea, you can't get her off that idea. She's like a pit bull with a bone. Like, it's over. You're too late to the party, basically. And I think a lot of that shit, including psoriasis and Crohn's, I think a lot of this is diet and genetics. So, like, what is your genetic history? What is Rayl? Are you, like, Norwegian or Polish? Like, what are you? Do you know?
Bit of Scottish, bit of everything.
Just a European mutt?
Yeah.
Which I kind of am, too, with a little bit of Native and Jewish in there.
I mean, what I am really depends on who in my family I ask.
Sure. So. yeah, for sure. But, yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if we find out, like, soon, actually. You could probably actually do this now with blood work. But, yeah, I think the future of all of this shit is you're going to go eat your individual blood work, and it's going to be like, oh, this gene from your Polish side doesn't agree with this thing that is in your diet. And then you realize that thing is, I'm just going to make this up, this very specific type of sugar. Not sugar, this very specific type of sugar that happens to be in all your favorite little munchy foods, right? This is the sugar they use in chips. This is the sugar.
Or a protein.
Yeah, or a protein, or an amino acid, or a fucking whatever. Make it up, right?
Funny little fact on
That's
me.
what I think this is going to come down to.
I am straight up allergic to lettuce.
That's weird because that's almost 100% water.
It's not. It's not.
It's that and cellulose.
If you had water that was crunchy and green, would you drink it?
No, that's the cellulose that's crunchy. It's mostly water, though.
So there's a protein in lettuce.
Look this up. What is in lettuce? But yeah, keep going. It's a
lipid transfer protein, and the thinking is that's what I'm allergic to. That's in all lettuces and most
95% water. Keep going. Scroll down.
Well, I mean, but humans
carbs, protein, and fat. Okay, so what are the protein? What is the protein in? And you said it's a lipid protein.
Yeah, it's a lipid transfer protein. And the fact that it's 95% water, I mean, humans are what, 96% water?
I thought it was less than that, but you might be right. Yeah, but what is the type of protein that is in it? And you don't have to, just what is the type of protein? What is the type of protein? You can have a conversation with it. You don't have to type in the full question every time. Yeah, okay, scroll down. Enzymes, structural proteins, chlorophyll binding proteins. That's how they get green. So it's not, I mean, Clearly, Gemini is not the best fucking large language model to do science in. It might be Grok. I don't know, but.
Well, they got to protect their job.
So you think
somehow.
you're allergic to that specific one?
Yeah, because that protein is in all lettuces. It's in most cabbages, and
I buy it because I've heard this with the lactose shit too. There's a protein in milk that they think a lot of people are. They're like, it's not the fucking lactose. It's not the fat, right? It's not that. It's this protein.
Yep.
Because you can get dairy-free milk, but if they're not pulling that protein out of there, which is in the fat, apparently, it's this very specific protein. So my wife tried this new milk, and she's like, yeah, I have no problems with it.
I mean, same thing with celiac.
So are you really lactose intolerant then? No, you're this specific protein intolerant, right? You know what I mean? So it's kind of goofy. What's the celiac thing? That's bread, right? That's a specific bread.
Gluten, which is a wheat protein.
And gluten is a deal where I had to do some research on this too, but this is outdated, so I might be getting this wrong. But
You all right there?
there's different types of gluten or different like versions or something like this. And basically, like if you go grab a piece of wheat out of the field and you eat it, yes, there's gluten in there. But because that hasn't been processed and bleached and blah, 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 your gut doesn't do the thing it does to have that reaction. And gluten is a byproduct and of processing the wheat. And the more processed, the more gluten you get, basically.
Yeah.
So that's the idea of doing like whole grain bread, oat bread, shit like that, because apparently you can get gluten from things that aren't wheat as well, like highly processed potato products and things like that.
Celiac, it tends to be strictly the wheat protein.
Wheat protein.
The wheat,
I didn't know that.
Gluten.
I didn't know that.
There used to be a tap room, a brewery in St. Paul called Burning Brothers. I'm wearing their sweatshirt right now. They closed last May, but they were a gluten-free brewery.
I always laughed at that. I was like. Explain how gluten's it, because this blew my mind, because I was like, there is no fucking gluten. What are you talking about? Explain how there is gluten in beer.
It's made from wheat. So if it's made from wheat, it's
oh no
gluten.
I'm wrong. I'm being dumb right now. I'm thinking of the vegan thing. Have you heard of vegan beer?
I have not.
We'll get into that later. I don't want to get
listen. I'm not.
I conflated two different issues.
I'm not a brewer, so
they made gluten-free beer.
They made gluten-free beer.
How? Like what's the
instead of using they'd use like billet and buckwheat and sorghum.
Okay.
So they'd use alternative grains not corn.
Sorghum is corn.
Okay. Well,
it's not like the corn we eat. It's closer to like maize.
Fair enough.
Yeah, it's like an industrial. Right, look this up. I'm like 100% sure. I would bet the house on this.
You could
just what is sorghum?
Correct.
It's corn. I know it's corn. I just don't remember what kind of corn it is. Sorghum, yeah. It's corn though, right?
I don't know that it is, but
God damn it, I'm wrong again.
I should have shaken your hand.
I would, dude. I literally said I'm 100% certain. I'll bet the house. It does look like corn when it grows, though. Maybe that's. You see the stalks over there, the long leafy ones, to the left of that. Yeah, right there. Maybe that's why I thought it was corn.
So at any rate, Burning Brothers was 2 blocks from where I was living when they opened.
It's grass. It's a grass. It says. Fuck, dude. Cool.
So Burning Brothers was 2 blocks away from where I lived, and I was really excited that there was a place I could get beer and like go hang out in a bar and walk home. So I became a regular there for almost their entire time in existence. Because of that, I've met a lot of celiacs.
Got it.
So I'm certainly no expert in any of it, but I'm sensitive to their
their
plight.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a sketchy thing, you know. And Yeah, I don't want to sound like I'm dismissive. I think there is something to the fibromyalgia thing. I don't agree with how, especially not knowing how bad doctors can be, in the vast majority of them. So here's what I've found is good doctors are very niche. You know what I mean? So like the good ones,
they're certainly really hard to find.
The good ones, no, I'm just saying the good ones fall into a niche because you can only be an expert at a couple things. It's just that simple. So any general practitioner, your general family doctor, they don't know enough about anything because they have to just kind of be a jack of all trades, and that's not good enough in that field. So
the reason that you're waiting so long in the office for the doctor to come in is because in between patients, they're looking up stuff in textbooks.
Yeah, they're trying to figure out what the fuck's going on. But knowing what I know about the pharmaceutical industry as well, that's a big problem. Is that pharmaceutical industries directly educate doctors when your patients have this symptom, they have this disease that we discovered, and we already have a medication for that. So it's not a disease that these doctors were taught about in medical school or went to a conference to learn about. And if they did go to a conference to learn about it, it was presented by a pharmaceutical company
or
because they already have a drug for
it.
It's because they already have a drug for it, and that's the problem I have.
So
I'm very paranoid and skeptical.
In the case of fibromyalgia, the first drug that is targeted to treat fibromyalgia is currently in development. I think it's close to being done.
I swear, I thought they've had more. Well, I know they prescribe other shit for it. Yeah,
they prescribe
are there
other
any
things.
current shit that they describe? Because I swear I even seen one on TV, unless they already pulled it. Because that's the other thing is they'll fucking release a drug and then pull it as soon as it has enough side effects.
I mean, typically it's treated with muscle relaxers.
Tonmya, which was just approved.
Okay, yeah, that's a new one.
So this is the ones I seen commercials for. Before Tonmya, other ones like Lyrica, I remember that one. Cymbalta, I've heard of that one. And Savella were approved, but they were not first approved for the condition. So that's called off-label. That's like that Joe Rogan ivermectin shit. Mm-hmm. When they accused him of taking horse dewormer. It's like, well, yeah, it's used as a horse dewormer. That is true. But it's also used in humans for this thing, right? And all kinds of other shit, and it's called off-label. Like, it was approved for this thing, it was used for this, and then they realized, hey, we can use this for all this other shit.
I mean,
you know what else they're using off-label?
Viagra wasn't developed to be a impotence drug.
That's right. What was it for?
Blood pressure.
Was it really?
Yeah. I think.
Hypertension.
Okay, angina. Yep.
The other one was Ozempic. Everybody's using it to lose weight. It's a diabetes medication. It's not for losing weight.
It just has that benefit. Wellbutrin was I don't remember what it was originally for, but they found that the people taking it suddenly didn't want to smoke anymore.
Interesting.
That led to Chantix, which
I do remember this now.
Yeah. Chantix, I think the primary purpose of that is to quit smoking. And like the one time that I quit smoking for 3 months, I used Chantix. I thought it was great.
Really? Yeah. I did Smoke Away. It was like
I'm familiar with
it was like a private product, but it was a few different things, mostly natural products, but it was really just about flushing the nicotine out of your system as fast as possible.
Gotcha.
And then they had some like mild, it was either like an anti-anxiety or an antidepressant to help you get over the mania, you know? And then they had these like weird sugar pills you would put under your tongue every time you had a craving. And I did it the first time and it worked like a dream. And then they changed it. They must have gotten sued or something. They changed it. They changed the formula for it.
Well, because that sugar pill was actually LSD, so.
I don't think it was that. I think it had more to do with the antidepressants.
Fair enough.
Because I remember I would take them and I smoked pot and shit. So I would be sitting there and I would just like all of a sudden just get these like moments of like acute rage for no reason. I'd be sitting there and all of a sudden I'd just be like, fuck, I just want to fucking hit something. And then it would just go away. And it was like, God, this is fucking weird. I don't like this, man. And I stopped taking those things. I quit the program early. And it still worked. I still quit smoking cigarettes, but that feeling also went away immediately. So I think somebody else had a more extreme problem, and
it seems like
they switched up that formula.
Yeah,
they switched up that formula real quick. Because when I ordered it the second time, it wasn't the same. It didn't fucking work. It didn't work at all. So when I quit smoking cigarettes the second time, it was just cold turkey. I got sick actually, and they were disgusting.
That's the best way to do it.
Yeah, you got to get past that first 48 hours. Because that's getting the most of the nicotine out of your system is the first 2 days. And then once you get the first 2 days out of your system, it's mostly psychological because it takes about 2 weeks to truly get it all out of your system.
Right.
But the first 2 days is when it's like heavy in your receptors.
Well, that's why the Chantix works because it blocks you from, so you're going through those nicotine withdrawals while you're still smoking.
Pharmaceuticals are sketchy, man. They make me nervous, dude. Anything that comes, it just seems like magic in a pill, you know? And I understand it's just science. It's just chemistry. I get it. I was half decent at chemistry in school, too, so I understand it. But it just doesn't seem right to me, you know? It seems like if we can get these chemical formulations in a pill, because, you know, all pharmaceuticals are derived from either petroleum or some sort of plant or animal,
something that exists someplace else
right.
on this
so
planet,
it's like,
right?
So why can't we just eat that thing or put that thing in?
Well, I mean,
that's what I want.
It's alchemy. It's what it is. It's
sure,
taking this and this and blending together to make this quaff or this potion. Or...
Yeah, exactly. Why can't we just go eat that thing though? Like if it's, I guess what I'm saying is if you derived this pharmaceutical from the fucking secretions of this frog from the Amazon, why can't we just farm that frog and turn that into a fucking thing in an eyedropper?
We're all just going to be walking around licking
toads. Yeah, or at least get it into an eyedropper where I can take, you know, like people take fish oil. That's a perfect example.
All right.
We didn't turn fish oil into a pharmaceutical pill with, you know, sucrose or sucralose or whatever it is and press it into a powder form. No, it's a fucking gel cap, right? Or you can get it into a vial because it's the same thing.
Because it's a liquid, right?
Right. That's what I'm saying. So, like, why can't we do that metaphorically with whatever it is out there? Oh, it's this plant. Okay, well, then crush that up and let's mass produce that plant into a powder and either make it into a protein shake or put it into a tiny little capsule where people can just pop that. Why does it always have to be a fucking white pharmaceutical
They're not always
pill?
white.
You know what I mean, though. If they're not white, they're coated.
I mean,
they're colored because they're all white.
My blood pressure meds are green, so
they're coated green, but the inside's white.
No, if I cut it in half, it's green all the way through.
Well, then they dyed it green.
Likely.
Or it's something that they use like a natural plant derivative, and that's where that green comes from.
Yeah, I have no idea.
Because the little blue pill is not naturally blue.
What? I don't believe you.
Actually, maybe it is. I don't fucking know. I've never actually taken one, believe it or not.
I have no idea
My
what's
horny
even
little
in
ass, dude. People would have thought I've taken Viagra at 20. I'm going all night, baby.
That's always been the last thing I needed, so.
I was just going to ask you if you've ever taken Viagra.
No.
Dude,
no.
I know young men that have done Viagra, and it wasn't because they needed it.
No.
It wasn't because they needed it.
I had a buddy that I worked at Guitar Center with who liked to tell a story the night that he took Viagra, and he didn't have a very good time on it. I'm not going to go. Yeah, I'm not going to go into his whole story, but
it terrifies me. Like I'm convinced that's how I'll have a heart attack.
Well, yeah, because it's a vasodilator. It's
yeah. It's like fen-phen. You remember fen-phen?
you probably shouldn't take it unless you need it, right?
Didn't fen-phen, wasn't that supposed to be a weight loss drug?
I mean, that's fentanyl, isn't it?
No, it's ephedrine.
Oh, yeah. I always hated ephedrine. I was never into uppers.
It basically just fucking. If I remember right, all it really did was it ramped your heart rate up. Decongestant, yeah. But then fen, I think it was like FEN, known in a traditional Chinese medicine, yeah. And then I think it was called fen.
No, I definitely remember that.
And it was, it was a diet pill. And it was. I'm pretty sure it was. Oh no, it was fenfluramine and phentermine. Yeah, potentially fatal heart and lung complications. Yeah, because it just made people's fucking heart race, dude. Yeah, it's an amphetamine.
Yeah, well, I mean,
an amphetamine derivative.
Ephedrine does that for me too. So
yeah, that's what I'm saying, and I think they're all related. Yeah, fucking crazy, man. I remember that shit. Yeah, people were dying from that shit. But it worked.
I mean, I remember kids in high school taking like the White Crosses and
those caffeine pills.
Those caffeine pills, just eating them like they're candy. And I had one friend that was puking blood from it. And I'm like, dude, what are you doing to yourself? Like an hour later, he's taking more of them.
How many? I remember, wasn't there something like Killer Bee or something like? There's a caffeine pill that was like a bee, something bee.
Yeah, I never liked the stuff, so, but.
Yeah, just hit enter. No, I don't see it up there. I swear it was something like Killer Bee or some shit like that. That doesn't. Oh, that is them. The Killer Bees. Yeah, dude.
And it's still out there.
Yeah, I remember
60
people used to take
capsules
these.
can be yours for the low price of
How much caffeine is in one pill? Scroll down on that. It's got the ingredients right there. So how much caffeine is in one pill? It's got to say it on there. Scroll up. I went too far. Chromium. Oh, so these are so it looks like they changed these. These aren't caffeine pills anymore. These are basically 6-hour energy drinks. It's just B3 and B6. Yeah, that's not the same thing.
Yeah, regardless, I never had any use for those.
It's so funny. Back in the day, if I would drink a Mountain Dew after 6 p.m., I would not be able to go to sleep before midnight or 2 a.m. Nowadays, I can drink a Coca-Cola up until I go to bed and just fall asleep. Caffeine has almost no effect on me anymore. It's bizarre.
I gave up caffeine when I was like 18 or 19.
No coffee, no nothing.
No, nothing. Well, I was starting to get an ulcer. And the doctor said to me, it's caffeine or spicy food. You got to give up one or the other. And I said, buy caffeine, because I wasn't about to give up spicy food.
I did not know caffeine affected ulcers.
I don't know that it does.
Or was he talking about soda? Were you drinking a lot of soda?
No, I was drinking a lot of coffee.
Oh. Yeah, because you can't. Because I think coffee's bad because it's very acidic.
That may very well be. But what I heard him say was caffeine or spicy food. Give up one. And
you love spicy food?
I did. I can't eat that anymore either. But
yeah,
I mean, I'm pushing 50 now, so
now you can take up coffee again. You seem like a coffee guy. You seem like you would love some coffee. That's one of the things I want to talk to you about. One of my first memorable interactions was with you. Sorry, one of my first memorable interactions with you was at Area 52.
All right.
I was drinking High Life, ironically, because I was underage.
And it's a champagne of beers.
And I didn't know what kind of beer to get. So I got somebody else to go in and get me beer. And they were like, well, what kind of beer do you want? And I had seen a commercial for Miller High Life recently, so it was the only beer I could think of. That's it. But you were drinking an oatmeal stout.
No.
Yes.
No.
Yes. I distinctly remember this. Yes.
Really?
You were drinking an oatmeal stout. And it was so...
Somebody must have given it to me.
It was so interesting because I was like, oh, can I try that? Because I didn't know what kind of beer I liked. And I knew I wanted to try different beers already. And so you gave me a sip of that. It was that Samuel something. They also make a chocolate stout. That's fucking phenomenal.
And I would drink those on occasion, but
Yeah.
almost always I was drinking the Summit Extra Pale Ale.
Yep.
Which
Yep.
is exactly how I got my nickname, Extra Pale Rail.
Correct. But this night you had one of those fucking bottles of the oatmeal stout, and you let me taste it, dude, and it was good. And the reason I remember it is because later, when I turned 21 and I went to the liquor store, I got a 12-pack of Summit Extra Pale Ale, and then I got a bottle of that, and I got a bottle of the chocolate one. And it was because I had tasted those beers from hanging out with you. Yeah, and you were like the only guy back then that was like into cool beers. You were into it before it was a craze, though, is what I was.
I don't feel like that's true, though.
Oh, for sure. There was one company in town that made beer that wasn't light beer, and it was Summit. That was it. This was before Surly. This was before
and I never
the
liked
homebrewing
Surly.
beer.
Right? And Surly, I don't like when they're using hops like Quesadilla. You know, I like a little bitter, and that's about it. So, I mean, Summit Extra Pale Ale is like the perfect beer in my mind.
I like that Sierra Nevada. They make a great pale ale. Yeah.
So I like pale ales. I don't like India pale ales.
Sure. I do like IPAs. I got a winter ale in there that you might like.
The Summit Winter Ale?
Yeah.
That stuff.
No. It's not a winter ale. Sorry. It's not a winter ale. Because Summit does make a winter ale.
It's delicious.
This is the Sierra Nevada Celebration Ale. And it is not a winter ale. Because a winter ale, they use like, I don't know what it is. It's like a fucking nutmeg. Or they put some sort of weird spice in winter ales, and I can't stand them.
I've had a couple that I really like. What they're putting in it, I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know what do they put in a winter ale? Because I'm telling you, dude, there's like fucking, I don't know what, cloves, nutmeg, that's exactly. And I hate all that shit. Well, I shouldn't say I hate all that shit, but
I love all that stuff, so.
There's one of those, it's probably the cloves. To be honest, it's
cloves
probably,
or the allspice.
Or the star anise. That's very expensive. But this is a vague list. We don't know. Like, there's one thing that's in all of them that I don't like, but this Celebration Ale doesn't have it. It's a little bit more than a regular pale ale IPA, so it's a little bit more fun and, seasonal and festive, but it's not a winter ale. But where I draw the line, where you have your IPA line, for me, it's like the doubles and the quads and the imperials. I'm like, oh,
yeah. I don't need beer that tastes like you're drinking it on a dare.
Sure, yeah. For me, it's the ones where it's like, this beer is so alcoholic. It's basically a port wine, or a barley wine, or they start like the quad IPAs, the quad imperial IPAs, or even when they do like the barrel aged shit. I'm like, at this point, I'd rather just drink a good whiskey. Like, I don't want to drink a whiskey flavored beer.
There was a brewery in Scotland called Brewdog, I think.
My wife loves that shit.
They were called. They had a beer called Tactical Nuclear Penguin, and it was an imperial stout that was 42% alcohol. And I never got any of it, but I really want to try it. Cause just to, share a can of beer with my friends and get drunk like we were 13 again.
Yeah.
Like that'd be fun.
Have you ever traveled out of the country?
Not overseas.
Like Canada, Mexico?
Canada, yep.
Canada's tough to call that another country for us specifically, being Minnesotan. And this is probably true for certain Michiganders, certain people from Scotty, and anybody from North Dakota. Because the people...
When it's just a couple hours away.
Yeah, dude, like...
Well, and you used to not even need a passport to get in.
Right, man. And honestly, dude, you can just get close to the border and you have access to all the Canadian stuff, and everybody sounds Canadian anyways.
You did. You did.
You know what I mean? You still do now. It's just more expensive.
It's more expensive.
They don't have access to some of our shit anymore. Dude, I know you don't want to talk a lot about politics, but this is more economics than politics. Did you know, because I did not know this, so, and I'm not trying to get into whether tariffs are good or not. That's not really my point.
Fair.
But the hypocrisy on the Canadian side of this tariff thing. So I didn't know this. Before Trump put these tariffs on, okay, on Canadian goods, they had insane tariffs already on our shit. Okay, huge tariffs, not just a little bit. Like, I don't remember what it was. It was like eggs and dairy or something was at like 126% tariff. Our vehicles, like a crazy, and you're going to have a hard time finding this. You can look it up, but look it up in the background because it's a very difficult. I had to use AI in order to find it. And I had to, the first couple times I looked for this, Will, it was super easy to find. Now it's getting harder and harder to find. And I had to like prompt AI like 3 different times in order to get me the correct list before Trump's second term. That's the key. Because if you do it now, you're just going to get a list of what they have now. It's got to be what is the list of tariffs and the percentage of those tariffs before Trump's second term. And it was crazy, dude. The numbers of percentages and it was on everything, dude. So number one, we never had a North American free trade agreement. Or at least they never honored their side of it. And then, when we put the tariffs on, right, everybody was like, this is only going to hurt American businesses and American consumers. So then I was like, well, then why does Canada have tariffs on us? And they say it's because it protects Canadian businesses from cheaper American products. So Canada is saying tariffs are good and they protect Canada, but tariffs are bad for us if we do the same thing. So again, I'm not trying to get political about this. I'm not even arguing whether they're good or bad or right or wrong. What I'm saying is Canada is talking out of both sides of their mouths.
Sure. Well, I would argue that on any products that can be or are produced in the U.S., that adding these tariffs helps level the playing ground competition-wise. Like I own a furniture company, right?
I would agree. Yeah,
I own a furniture company. My average dining room table is going to be anywhere between $2,800 to $3,500. Oh, sorry.
No, you're fine. It's just it was like starting to droop.
Fair enough. Average cost for a dining room table for my company is going to be $2,800 to $3,500, depending on size and species and such.
And
like
that's
that.
super reasonable, by the way.
It's a
in case anybody's
price.
shocked by that number. That's not in custom woodworking and table making. That is not a high number.
I mean, for IKEA, that's not a huge number, right? I mean, you go to any of these stores in Southdale Mall, and you're going to be paying that much
at least.
But then you get these companies from like Indonesia and China that they're throwing out the same tables I'm making for, I mean, literally under $2,000.
Actually, hold on, pause. Will, go into my Facebook Messenger. I actually just did this research the other day. The list is already sitting in my Facebook Messenger. Just pull that out of there, copy and paste it, and throw it in like a fucking notepad and throw it on the screen. You'll see it. It's a message I sent to myself in Facebook because I was working on multiple devices. Sorry, go ahead.
So in that aspect, tariffs are helping us because we're buying all our lumber domestically. I mean, I source my lumber out of City Trees, mostly out of the Twin Cities and Phoenix, Arizona.
Yeah, so here it is. Apparel, clothing, 16 to 19%. Footwear, 12 to 20%. Dairy products, 15 to 25%. And I think it was eggs was like 126% or some shit. Sugar candy. So tobacco, 20 to 350%. Peanuts, 131%. Canned tuna, 35%. You guys get the point. And this isn't even the best list I could find. Because they have cars in here was at like fucking 130%. Polyester shirts 32%. Scroll down a little bit. Yeah, the original list I found was way worse than this because this sounds like kind of reasonable. Like, oh yeah, there's a little bit there. So we just slapped. I think it was originally 25% across the board, and they lost. I thought it
was 20, but
I thought originally it was 10. and then went up to 25. Maybe it was 20. I don't fucking know. But Canada lost their fucking mind when we did this. So finish your thing and then I'll.
Well, my point is that these these overseas companies that were making furniture that at least aesthetically competes with mine. Craftsmanship, I'm not going to speak to the imported stuff.
It could be better, could be worse. Who knows?
I'm not going to say it's better.
No, but that's what I'm saying. It could be.
I'm not.
It might be worse.
I'm not saying it's worse, but I'm definitely not saying it's better.
But I'm just saying it's a coin flip for the for the average consumer. That's what I'm speaking as. The average consumer, it's a coin flip. You could be getting genuine Swedish import, handmade German, and it could be.
It could
but
be.
It could also be bullshit.
A lot, and
you don't really know.
Well, I kind of do because I've been called to do a lot of repairs on people ordering stuff from overseas.
Fair.
But with the tariffs, my pricing now, which I think is fair, is more competitive with them because it's raised their prices to where they're legitimately competing with me.
And that's
so this is where I think it's actually going to help American businesses.
Correct. Yes.
Is that when you can't go and buy this cheap thing from overseas, then you're buying American.
That's exactly it. And it's so the idea is I can make a toaster in America, but I got to pay Americans basically $20 an hour now. $15 an hour as a minimum wage, fine, because nobody's even fine past $15 minimum wage. Nobody's doing that. It doesn't matter because everybody's making $20 an hour right now, anyways.
Right.
So I just found out you can make $30 an hour working at Costco. So that toaster costs $100 retail. But the Chinese guy over here in another country with slaves, literal actual slaves, child labor, pays them pennies on the dollar. He's making that same fucking toaster where it costs me $40 and then I'm selling it for $60 because there's marketing costs and all this other shit. I got to give Walmart a commission, whatever. The point is he can sell, it costs him $5 to make what it cost me $50 to make or $40 to make. Okay, so my price point has to be $100 in order for me to
break even,
or not even to break even, but to have enough money to not only to make that toaster, but to develop a new,
be sustainable,
to then go into a blender, to go into fucking toaster ovens, whatever, to be sustainable, to grow, to be a real fucking company, right? To build a real future. And then this Chinese company can come in and make the same toaster for $5 and sell it for $50. Now the average consumer is going to walk into Walmart and go, okay, I understand that this Chinese thing sucks, but I don't really have $100. I'm just going to buy the $50 one. Now, the real point is if tariffs bring the cost of that toaster up to, even if it's $85, now the consumer has a choice to make. A much harder, or in some ways easier choice to make, in some ways harder choice to make. But now there's a decision to be made. Okay, I could buy this shitty Chinese toaster for $85, or I can buy this like American-made toaster for $100. There's a greater chance they support the American company because there's a greater chance the American company is either going to be better or easier to track down when it comes to a warranty, or it's going to last longer, or at least you have the sales pitch of you're employing American workers. That incentivizes that Chinese company to now they have to improve the quality of their product in order to compete at the American price scheme. So now we're actually benefiting the consumer by having two better products now, right?
But
you see where I'm going with this?
But here's where else we go with that is, because you're talking about minimum wage at $15 and how people are making more than that.
Well, I'm just making the case that it costs more to make shit here.
But it's and
I just use that as one example. But it's the cost of goods, it's fuel cost, it's
but it's an important discussion point because if China is producing the same product, let's say it's the same quality, because a lot of times it is, but they're shipping it halfway around the world and getting it here even cheaper. So where are they saving on their costs? And the answer to that is in what they're paying their employees.
It's slave labor,
yeah, exactly. So
and I will say I got to just do a tiny pushback. Almost never is the Chinese product equally as good unless there's an American manufacturing plant in that city, and they've literally just, because this is what they'll do, is they won't just steal your blueprint, they'll steal your factory. They will build an identical mirror for mirror factory directly across the street from you while you're building your factory there, and then we'll build whatever you're building side by side, and then you get to ship your thing back home to America. They'll ship their thing back to America on Amazon for half the price, and they'll sell their thing in China, and they'll spend money on advertising and propaganda convincing Chinese citizens not to buy American products because it hurts Chinese businesses. So again, I'm not sure we're in the wrong for doing this. If these other companies are because that's the whole point, man, is like, if all tables cost $3,500, I think it's going to be a lot more fair for the American consumer, and I think it's going to be a lot more fair for American businesses and American craftsmen specifically. The artistic side of things, the handmade shit.
And regardless of how we feel about how China is treating its workers,
China,
their
China,
or any of that,
I'm gonna come.
The strength of any economy is based off the health of the small businesses.
100% correct.
Right.
Yes.
And when we're going up, I mean,
it can't be all about the corporations.
I mean,
man.
all the people I know that used to be like, you can never shop at Walmart. Got to boycott Walmart. All of them have Amazon Prime accounts now, right?
Yep.
So it's being a small business owner, it's tough road to hoe.
Oddly enough, though, the Menards, the Ace Hardwares, those never went out of business, though, like Radio Shack did.
No.
So with electronics, you're fucked. But when it comes to a lot of other stuff, there's still a tactile need for me to go to the store, put my hands on it, and get exactly what I fucking need tonight. Not tomorrow with 24-hour shipping. Right goddamn now.
Well, I mean, particularly with home improvement, and I mean, you're doing a renovation upstairs.
I'm balls deep, baby.
Like, you can't wait until tomorrow. You need this today.
Yeah.
Like.
Yeah. Yep. Oh shit. Whoops.
One of the most important tools I have when I'm doing an install work, I'm going into a customer's house to deliver a piece, and one of the most important tools I have in my bag is my credit card.
Yeah.
Because if it's a big job, I'm going to have to run out and get something to complete the job. And there's Menards a hell of a lot closer than my shop.
Yeah.
So, and there's tools I own, like 13 or 14 of them, just because I don't bring them with.
Yeah.
And then I got to go buy another one to get the job done.
Dude, yeah, tell me about it. And then I'm like, do I want to buy a new one from Menards? It's like, the Master Force shit, which is like actually kind of good.
Some of it is.
Yeah. Some of it's like, especially if you don't need it forever. It's like, or do I go on Facebook Marketplace, wait a day or two, and try to get something that used to be really nice for half price or whatever? It's like, fuck, because I'm only using it for one job. My most recent one was stilts.
Yeah.
I wanted stilts because I got to mud these
Harbor
ceilings.
Freight, baby. Harbor Freight.
I'll go. Yeah, I always forget about Harbor Freight.
I don't know if there's one around here.
Oh, yeah.
Is there?
Yeah, there's one up in Heights on Hilltop.
Okay.
Well, it's not Heights, it's Hilltop. Yeah. You know Hilltop.
Yeah.
Remember fucking Star Central used to be up there. Yeah.
God, I miss that place.
Yeah, there's one in that strip mall. There's like a tobacco shop, and then there's a Harbor Freight on the back end of the parking lot.
I know what you're talking about.
Most chewed up parking lot I've ever
Star Central, it was one of the most painful venues for me to lose.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, because it was it was inside the 694 loop, right? So it's still in the cities. It was huge.
It had an amazing stage.
Huge
stage.
Great PA.
Great lighting. Great sound guy.
Joe
Spanbauer.
Yep.
Let's I need a refill here.
Oh, let me grab you a new one. I got you.
But no, that was just an incredible venue. I think Nah, I'm good. I think that would vie with Station 4 for my favorite venues in the cities.
Oh, for sure. I didn't like Station 4 for the exact same reason I didn't like The Rock.
Which was that?
Come on. Think about it.
It was in St. Paul, or
Nope. The Rock wasn't in St. Paul, but
it was
they
on this
both,
side of the river.
But
right?
they both have exactly one very specific commonality: Station 4 and the Rock nightclub, which is now the Doghouse.
I haven't been there since it's been Doghouse, but what is it?
They have a fucking pole directly in front of the stage.
Okay.
So it's just the sight lines. That's it.
Fair enough.
That one single thing, though, it's like can't be my favorite venue. But that's what made Star Central beautiful. Sight lines were as good as anywhere in town except for First Avenue, right? That's one of the things that made First Avenue.
Balcony. Yep.
Exactly. It's a one level venue, but that's one of the things that truly made First Avenue really special and unique.
Well, and
it was a bus depot, so it was set up and built differently, almost like it was an amphitheater. And the sight lines naturally, because of the way the building was built around the corner, and so structurally there was no pillars in the middle of the room, and it just coincidentally, and then they made it acoustically perfect. You know, they went in with.
But I would argue that at a sold out show, you're having a hard time seeing the stage sometimes. I mean, particularly if you're upstairs, if you can't get up to the edge of that balcony.
That is true.
That
is true.
They don't have sight lines throughout.
That is true. I've been stuck up there. Well, not stuck, but I've been up there hitting on bitches. And yeah, I couldn't see the fucking stage. And that's how I ended up hitting on bitches, is because the girl's like, I can't see anything. And I was like, yeah, neither can I. Can I buy you a drink at least? And then
I mean, and listen, I'm not going to talk shit about First Ave. That's a famous stage for a reason.
No, but you're right. That is the one drawback of that, is that's there are moments where you have a hard time seeing the stage.
Star Central, you didn't have that problem.
That is correct.
I mean, even being one level, you could see the stage from anywhere in the room.
That's true. Dude, one secret venue that has never popped that could be great someday if the right person gets it or has access to it. I don't even want to say it. I don't want to say it because, nope, I'm not going to say it, because if the wrong people get their hands on it, they're going to ruin it and a neighborhood real fast. And we'll lose it fast because there's not enough good people in this town. But I'll tell you off the podcast.
Yeah, tell me later.
But there's one already ready to go in town. Like, it's technically alive and active, but they're not interested in doing concerts. You know, they don't want to be a venue, but they should be. And it would be the greatest fucking thing of all time, especially if they have a vacant lot across the street. If you were able to build like a parking ramp over there. Oh, it'd be sick, dude. With like a just simple like 2-3 level parking ramp.
Yeah, I'm intrigued where you're talking.
Couple hundred cars, maybe at most. Not even a couple hundred cars. 75 cars. 25 per level. It'd be more than enough. Yeah. Actually, you know what? Can you mute the mics? I'll just tell you real quick. Yeah, okay, good. We'll cut that part out.
Fair enough.
We'll cut that long dead silence out. But
fair enough.
Yeah, I used to live over there, and I always used to fantasize about that place as a teenager, and I was like, oh man. And then somebody started doing a thing there, and yeah, dude, like that's the mission, is to somehow get that spot. Like, I want fuck you money.
Did you ever see a concert at?
I don't give a fuck.
Did you ever see a show at the Heights Theater?
Yeah,
that was a fun venue.
When they first revamped that and reopened that, I was a kid. I was a teenager, and yeah, they did allow, but it was like a high school battle of the bands.
Oh, see, I played there with Impaler.
Yeah, I didn't see real shows there. I seen it the weekend it opened. They did like a I think it was like Wizard of Oz or Gone with the Wind.
Okay,
you know, because it's a movie theater.
Yeah,
but the next weekend they did like a battle of the bands, and it was a bunch of kids from Columbia Heights. It was like it wasn't legit, is what I'm saying. It was
Gotcha.
like very amateur hour.
It was a high school battle of the bands, which is
all the bands were on the cement floor. You know what I mean? Like there wasn't stage and production. Like it wasn't good.
God, it must have been like 2001, 2002. I played there with Impaler.
I remember when Impaler
on the
did
stage.
that. I thought that was super cool.
It was the best part about it was in the lobby. They just randomly had a coffin. I'm sure it wasn't. There was a reason that coffin was there. I never knew why that coffin was there, but there was just randomly a coffin when we came in, and we talked to the manager, and we're like, "Hey, can we use that?" So we carried Bill Lindsay out at the beginning of the set.
No way.
In a coffin like we were pallbearers.
Wow, dude.
Which I'm sure it looked amazing. It wasn't very fun to do. I mean, it was worth it, but Bill's not a small guy, right? He's a very solid individual. So it was heavy because we had like 4 of us carrying it, but I think it was worth it.
Yeah, dude. Of course it's worth it, dude. And that's a band that, like, man, I've seen them a few times, and we should probably tell people about Impaler real quick. Impaler's like a shock rock band, would be the simplest way to describe them. Like Alice Cooper meets, not meets, but like, you know, just the idea of like an Alice Cooper, a Marilyn Manson, like
kind of a
theatrical shock rock. Like, and I'm not talking about the music. I'm talking about like the package.
No,
the theme.
I mean
like
they're absolutely shock rock. They're like a cross. They meet somewhere between heavy metal and punk.
Sure. Yeah. Yeah. I agree. Yeah. Yeah. Musically. Yeah.
And their biggest influences are classic horror movies.
Didn't they kind of call it
wrestling.
like gutter punk or something like that at one point?
No, they were not gutter punk.
That's a different style of music.
That's very different. Those are the guys that don't wash.
That's gross.
They're horror punk.
Punk?
Horror punk. They've been called a few times.
Sure.
But a little more rock than punk, I thought.
Yeah, I don't agree with the punk angle. I'm just trying to remember what I've heard them
there were
called.
definitely punk influences.
I don't hear it. I hear more of like for me, it sounds way more hardcore than punk, but hardcore came from punk, so
fair enough.
I totally. That's why I don't fight the punk thing either. Like even when my band was called punk, I was in a band called the Tyrants for a while. When we got called punk rock, I hated it, and at the beginning, I absolutely fought it and would like get mad and argue with people. And it actually led to something kind of funny because they were like, "Well, then what is it?" And I was like, "I don't know, man. It's like rock music, but it's like on crack." And then I was like, "Oh, it's crack rock. That's what we play. We play crack rock. That's our style of music." So it did lead to something positive. But yeah, when I saw Impaler, I didn't see punk. I kind of felt the hardcore vibe.
There's
which
definitely
is a derivative.
You know, they had a big Ramones influence there for sure.
Yeah. Which technically is punk, but again, to me, sounds almost more hardcore than it does punk. Just because of what punk. Because I don't know, I just think that classic British punk, like the whiny punk.
Sure.
Whereas like the Ramones, I think like honestly, like, for me, and this is just my personal opinion, I am not talking about the history of music and how it's actually defined, but I feel like the Ramones are kind of like the birth of hardcore almost. At least that New York hardcore. Because a lot of the New York hardcore and that East Coast hardcore sound still to me just kind of sounds like the Ramones. I don't know.
Well, and I don't think that scene exists without the Ramones. I'm sure there's somebody out there that's going to call me an asshole for saying that and give me plenty of examples of why I'm wrong. But
I don't know. If they say you're wrong, I think they're being a little derivative, or maybe that's not the right word. But that'd be like saying Metallica exists without Iron Maiden. Well, no, Metallica never happens without Iron Maiden. I'm sorry.
None of it happened without Led Zeppelin.
Right. Exactly. Right? Yeah. Pink Floyd. You could absolutely put Pink Floyd on that same marker. And if you really want to be an asshole, we can just say none of them exist if the Beatles don't have them.
Well, I would say that prog rock doesn't exist without Pink Floyd.
What doesn't?
Progressive.
Oh, prog rock.
Yeah, you don't have Catatonia without Pink Floyd.
Well, I think you were the person who told me Pink Floyd was actually a bubblegum pop band first. Or no. It was one of the guys from Six.
Yeah, it wasn't me.
Have you heard this?
I have heard this.
You know,
I mean,
Will, have you heard this? Do you know what I'm talking about? Look this up. We'll just play a couple seconds of this for people. But yeah, it is called Pink Floyd. They didn't even change their name. But basically, search Pink Floyd bubblegum pop original version of band or something like that. You'll find something out there. This because we found it when we had to like deep dive the internet. We didn't have the search engines we do now, and we had to put shit on iPods and bring it to rehearsal spaces and hook it up with 1/8-inch. We didn't have Bluetooth. We didn't have nut. Man, life was tough. We had to load things on iPods.
You had to bring that
so
one.
hard.
You had to bring that one specific cable that would work for everything.
Flat one with the two little. Oh man.
And then it would always fail on you, like when you really needed it.
I never had that issue because I bought basically a cell phone holder for my iPod in my car. Everyone else laid it down so that cord bent and failed. You know what I'm saying? That jack failed on everybody's iPod. I never had that issue though. Just being a musician, I was always paranoid about that. Yeah, just go to like an audio track. Find an audio track of it. Go to YouTube. Yeah, dude, go to YouTube. You already had the search there, dude. Now you just cleared it. Oh my God, dude. You're getting nervous. You're way smarter than this, Will. Calm down. It's so funny. Will cracks me the fuck up. So Will just kind of be like chill and stoner, and I'll be like, "Come on, dude, hurry up!" And then he goes just into panic mode, and then I have to go, "Dude, calm down." And he's like, "Okay, I get it." He cracks me up. I love this kid, young Will. That's probably it. Well, maybe not.
No, I think it is.
Is it? Hit play. No, they're already experimental by this. See if you can find it in the background, dude. And then just pull that out of our mix until you do find it. And make sure that is muted so it doesn't go into OBS as well. But you'll find it. You'll trust me. Just search for it in the background. You'll find it's basically bubblegum pop. It sounds like the Beatles. It sounds like I wanna hold your hand, but even gayer. Like it's not even as good as that. I'm not saying it's not catchy, but it's straight up bubblegum 1950s pop music. Like it's almost as stark of a difference of Pantera doing glam metal before they became because they didn't even change their name. It's just a different version of the same band.
I really like the glam metal era.
I'm not saying
Pantera.
It's bad. Well, I did say the Pink Floyd thing was bad. I did say that. My bad. No. I did say that. I don't like it.
The early Pink Floyd?
Yeah.
Or the early Pantera?
The early Pink Floyd. You think you got it? All right.
Yeah.
Yep. You can play a couple more seconds. Yeah, this is definitely it though. As long as I talk over it and we're reacting to it though, we'll win it if we get flagged, but we just got to keep talking and reacting to it. But yeah.
I mean,
it just sounds like a shitty version of the Beatles.
Yeah, I mean, I love Pink Floyd, but this is not what I think of when I think of Pink Floyd.
It's not bad. It just sounds like a shitty version of the Beatles.
And I don't like the Beatles.
Hot take. Ahead. You can kill it. We get the point. But it sounds to me like they were trying to be the Beatles. Or somebody hired them
Everybody
to be
was
the Beatles.
Everybody was trying to be the Beatles at that time.
Or record companies were signing bands trying to replicate the Beatles. We got to be honest about that. Like, not every kid was trying to be the Beatles. But they were good musicians. They had a band. They were doing things in town, just like it happens nowadays. They get a record deal. Well, but we want you to do this. And so they're like, okay. And then they're sitting there trying to be the Beatles. So it's not always like it was in his heart he wanted to be the Beatles. I just want to be clear about this. But to me, it seems like that.
But it might have been. They may have just not found their voice yet.
Sure. Right? And regardless of whether I'm right or wrong, the real point I'm trying to make is I do think it's kind of mind-blowing how influential the Beatles were. Because
dude, God smiled and said, "You four."
Well, and not only
Like,
this,
buckle up, you're going for a ride.
well, and not only are they going for a ride, but you're gonna create a wave that will create some of the most prolific artists known to mankind. Ozzy Osbourne, I wanted to be the evil Beatles. That's a direct quote, bro.
Yeah.
Then obviously what we just played with Pink Floyd leads to Pink Floyd.
No, and it's like you were saying earlier. I don't care for the Beatles. I absolutely respect.
Me too.
Right.
Yeah. Same thing with Prince. Actually, I'm not a big fan of Prince, but like I respect what Prince did and who he influenced and inspired. I don't want to change the subject, but it's a great great comparison.
I've got some Prince stories. I'll tell you offline.
Yeah,
Off air,
I've got a couple. I can actually now that he's dead, I've been released from my NDA, so I've told that story. But yeah, I shot a music video down there at Paisley with Third Eye Girl. And I didn't have the best experience. I've already told the story though. We don't need to go over it again. But he's dead, so he can't be sued. So
I mixed at Paisley Park once for a high school band whose the drummer's dad was owed some favors and got him some studio time at Paisley Park, and that was the first time I met Prince, and it was not a pleasant experience.
Were you allowed to make eye contact?
He walked.
This is what got me in trouble.
He walked into the control room as I'm playing back the rough mix.
Keep going.
He was impolite. And not to me. I could take it. I've got 3 16-year-olds who, like, this is their dream, right? They're playing their music, and he insulted them, and I felt horrible for these kids because they were crushed. You know.
What did he say?
I'm not going to repeat that here. But it was.
Say they sucked or something?
Yeah.
Like what? So the sentiment. You don't have to repeat it, but
that was exactly.
He basically said they sucked.
That was exactly the sentiment, and it's like, dude, they're 16. Of course they do, right? But you don't tell them that.
Yeah,
you know?
that's dick.
I mean, this is the future. I mean, you're encouraging to kids when they're playing music, right?
Yeah. Certain kids. Because here's the thing, man. I do not believe it's healthy to feed into delusions of grandeur. And just be honest with a kid, right? Like,
you can be honest,
but here's the thing. What I mean by being honest is, in your criticism, be honest of that criticism. So for this, if this kid thinks he has a shot of being a musician and he's like 16, 17 years old, and he's talking about skipping college to go on tour, and this kid fucking sucks. He's the bass player or the drummer. Somebody needs to pull that kid aside.
That's tough love.
Somebody
at this point,
needs to pull that kid aside and go, here's the thing, brother. I know you have the work ethic and the dedication, but I've been in the business long enough to know that when this band actually gets a shot, you're the guy that has to go. Like, because this always happens. Not always, but it oftentimes happens where the singer and the guitar player write all the music. They're the stars. The drummer's really fucking good, and he's fine, but the bass player is weird, awkward, sucks, whatever. It's a weakness. They get an offer, but we're gonna get you like a real pro.
Somebody has to be left behind.
Now here's the point. That kid would have a way better life if he has somebody in his life that says, you're really good fucking at math and you like building bridges. I know you like playing bass in this band. And they might go somewhere.
I mean,
but
listen,
your life will be better if you go to engineering school and just do that.
And I'm not.
So that's all I mean by that. That's all I mean by that.
I'm not going to argue with any of that. But
if they're doing it for fun,
when they're
this is a totally different story. It's
like they're 16 years old, right?
But hold on though. This is what I mean. At 16, this is all I'm saying. Be honest within your criticism, which is if they're just doing it for fun, shut the fuck up and be supportive and be more like a football coach where when you teach this kid how to be a better band member or how to be a better band or how to play his bass better, you're not really teaching him how to do those things. You're teaching him life lessons. You're teaching him how to be a better man. You're teaching him how to be an adult. You're teaching him how to work with other people. You see what I'm getting at?
Yeah.
So you have to understand, what are you criticizing? You see what I'm getting at?
I do see what you're getting at.
Because you're not going to
But
criticize
I'm
a
also here to say
16-year-old.
that most 16-year-olds are not very good at what they're doing yet.
No,
Right?
but that's not my point.
And they got a lot of time to improve
But there's certain
before
16
they have to make
but
those
if you
decisions.
are,
right?
I know you're not a sports guy, but if you are a football coach, there's certain 16-year-olds you coach and criticize in a way because you're like, listen, kid, you have a shot to go to the NFL because you can see that at 16.
Sure.
So listen, if you want to fucking do this, you need to fucking do this right. So no, I'm not going to discourage you and tell you you suck, but I am going to be very stern with you. However, then there's the 16-year-old kid he's never even going to get to college playing football, and it's obvious. But you're not going to tell him he fucking sucks.
No.
But
You might
if
tell him he doesn't make the team.
But if he is fucking hell-bent, he's convinced he's going to school on a fucking college scholarship, you might need to pull him aside and be like, listen, little buddy, the odds are not in your favor to go to college playing football. You might want to start thinking about your grades and focusing on something else and having a backup plan. That's just good fucking coaching, man.
I don't feel like spending 25 seconds listening to a rough mix playback with no, none of us had ever met him at this point. He didn't talk to us. He walked in, he listened, and he insulted us, and then he walked out. And I was not impressed with that. Now, a lot of the people that worked with Prince, I did like quite a bit. I got a shout out to Jelly Bean Johnson because he just passed away recently. He was a great guy. I liked him quite a bit.
Never met him. Never
got to know him when I was working at the Guitar Center in Roseville. He came in there quite a bit. He was typically work with our manager Jerry Grote, who has also passed away. And I met him through that the kind of the defining moment, like the 6th or 7th time that I met him. And I don't know if you remember Guitar Center Roseville back in the 2000s, but it was the bathrooms were single occupant, and you're supposed to lock the door behind you.
Oh yeah,
he didn't. So I'm going in there. I walk up to the door just because I gotta take a piss. I open the door. Jelly Bean Johnson's standing right there.
Was this like super early 2000s when they were still up at Harmar?
No, this was
in the new spot.
In the new spot, yep. So
or the current spot, whatever you want.
The current spot, yep. So I open the door and there's Jelly Bean Johnson, Black Mama hanging out and all, and I'm just wee yo, and he walked out laughing. We got along fine after that.
Yeah, I got to know a lot of the Prince crew through Guitar Center for various random reasons.
No, which Guitar Center did you work at?
Edina.
Edina? All right.
Yep. And later, it was... So, I worked at Edina Guitar Center during Obama's first term.
Oh, so way later.
Into his second term. And I don't mean to say I worked there for 6 years. I'm just saying, like, Obama was in office, and I'm only bringing this up because I remember timestamps in life.
Sure,
that's how I reference. I remember an event. I remember working at Guitar Center during the Obama Mitt Romney election, and there was a 0% chance I was voting for Mitt Romney because I literally worked for Mitt Romney. He owned Bain Capital, which owned Guitar Center, and I watched him strip away our commissions, right? So it wasn't about making more money or saving more money or doing any of that shit. He was just taking money out of my pocket because commissions are based on profit, meaning the more I sell, the more we all fucking make. So when you lower my commission percentage, you're just stealing my fucking money, Mitt. So fuck you, I'm not voting for you, Mitt. That's why I bring it up. That's why I bring it up.
I absolutely loved working at Guitar Center.
I fucking hate Mitt Romney.
But the reason I left Guitar Center was because I wanted to make the equivalent of $10 an hour.
Oh.
And now listen, in December 2001, I was running the accessories department, and it's publicly traded company, so they're always looking for month-over-month, year-over-year increases.
Yep.
And the magic number was 13%. And December of 2001, right after 9/11, they were looking for 8%. I gave them 62%. We had a 62% increase year over year.
Nice.
And
that's an insane growth.
I mean, listen, my crew was responsible for it. I had a great group of guys working for me.
And you had a great year.
And we had a great year.
Doesn't mean you were going to do 62% every year.
We weren't.
Which is a problem.
It was a fluke.
Which is a problem because corporate doesn't like that.
It is a problem. But I felt like my guys and myself deserved some recognition, right?
Nope.
No, we got it. Because I went to Jerry Grill, the manager. I'm like, hey, you need to take this up the ladder. Like, we blew all the expectations away. We need a little something extra.
Sure.
So they got us these.
Yeah, this is old Guitar Center. This ain't never happening when I worked there.
We got like $30 leather jackets. Like, they were leather, but like they could have cost more than like $30-$40.
Sure.
They had the Guitar Center logo on the sleeve, and like they were
just so the young kids know, $30 back then wasn't shit either.
I mean, it was more than it is now, but
like
but
nice leather jacket back then. A nice leather jacket was easily $250-$300 back then. A cheap leather jacket, but still like leather, was $100.
Yeah.
So $30 ain't shit. Like
they looked all right. They fit like crap, and they were about as thick as a windbreaker.
Yeah. They were probably pleather.
Oh, they were absolutely pleather. When I say leather, I mean leather in quotation marks with with a brand symbol after it.
Yeah, pleather is faux leather, just in case anybody fake leather. It's like
polyester, isn't it?
I think so. Yeah, that's what I was just trying to think. I think it is just what is pleather or what is faux leather? Yeah, I think it's polyester.
Okay, no, that is a summer winter ale, and it's
a summer winter ale.
A summit winter ale, and it's delicious.
Oh, I did get the winter ale. God damn it! I thought I grabbed the celebration ale. Son of a bitch. You like it though?
Oh, I think it's delicious.
Oh, well, that's good. I'm glad you like it, buddy. Let's talk more about woodworking because I think this is fascinating. I know a lot about it. I'm not good at finish carpentry because I've spent zero time ever trying to get good at it. And every time I make an attempt, I already know. Did you find it? Yeah. What is it? Oh, it's PVC.
Plastic
polyvinyl chloride. Oh my God, dude. It's the same thing as my shit pipes. Wow, that's hilarious. That's why it's called pleather. It's not faux leather. It's PVC. That's super funny. But yeah, I lack all of the things that require you to be a good finished, detailed carpenter. Like, so I am a great planner. I am a great organizer. I am great at working from prints and working through a process and a plan. But the physical aspect of moving shit and doing those operations, what happens is towards the end, I get a combination of tired and impatient. And so between fatigue
it's that
and
last
my lack
one that
of,
kills you.
Yep, exactly. And it's specifically at the end of jobs. So in that final 25%, I'll get tired and I'll make a mistake and then I'll be impatient and I'm ready to be done with it. You took the words out of my mouth and I just rush through it. So it never, and then by the time I'm done with that, there's usually one or two more steps. Sanding. Fucking hate sanding. Anything. I hate sanding. I've never found a single part of any industry that I hate more than sanding. Any material, drywall, wood, it all sucks. I hate it. I can't find the zen in it. I can't find the art. I can't find the Japanese craftsmen. We're going to be the best. I can't do it, dude. Sanding kills me.
See, part of that.
So all my shit looks like shit.
Part of it is
all my stuff looks like shit.
Part of it is investing in a good
The best I did was those shelves. I ripped those boards down. I stained and I beat the shit out of those shelves to make them look all old and
yeah, I can tell
weathered.
they're not sanded very well, but.
Well, I sanded, gouged them, sanded. Yeah. I beat the shit out of them, dude. Because those are like really nice cedar boards that I fucking ripped down to size. And I did it that way on purpose. You can see I over sanded them on the edges.
Yep.
Yeah, I wanted them to look over weathered.
Distressed.
Yeah, that's the word I'm looking for. Distressed wood. Yeah, I forgot what it was called.
There's a lot of tricks for that too.
They don't even look good, but it's the best. It's the best like finished version of anything I've done, and it's some very shitty shelves that I hide way beyond the lights that nobody can ever look at in detail.
Listen, they're functional, and I mean, even below the lights, there's not a whole lot of light, and they look like they belong in this room.
Yeah, that was the idea. I wanted them to. I didn't want them to look new. I like old and rustic. Modern industrial. That's the other word.
So no, I used to hate sanding, and I still kind of do. I don't hate it as much as I used to. A big trick is to just invest in a really high quality sander.
I was just gonna say get a planer. That helps a lot.
Well, yeah, I mean, but planing and sanding are two different things, right?
True. That's literally true.
Once I planed it, now I have to sand.
True.
But there's.
So explain to this, because planing is just basically squaring and leveling a board.
Well, planing is specifically taking material off the face of the board. So it's, I would say that it's flattening it, but you have to take an extra step. You got to joint it, which is a rotary blade that goes underneath the board to flatten the bottom face. And then once that's flattened, you'd run it through a planer, which is a rotary blade that goes on the top face.
Right.
To flatten that. So it makes it flat and parallel.
Yeah.
But only if the other side is already flat.
Correct. Yeah. Whereas sanding, you're improving the finish, the surface finish.
Sanding, you're going through and just smoothing the wood out, and I mean, you're smoothing the wood is what you're doing.
You're going for a look, though, is the end all be all game of sanding, right? You're trying to get the top layer of the wood to look a certain way.
You're prepping it for the finish is what you're doing. You're removing any scratches or dings that you put in through your other processes. Because if you're anything like me, when I'm running something through the table saw, I'm going to scratch the hell out of it.
Right.
So you got to clean all that up before you put finish on it.
And then bringing it to different levels of finish. So different grits on the sander.
Different grits. So you have, I mean, most people listening would start at an 80 grit, and then you go up to 120 grit. I go up to 150 or 220, typically, depending on the finish. Some finishes I'll go up to 3,000 or 4,000, which is more like
that's insane. 400 is super fine, dude. Like 400 we use in like metalworking to polish.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So fucking 4,000 is insane.
At 4,000, you're not sanding anymore. You're polishing.
You're polishing. Yeah.
You're polishing on that.
It feels like a piece of plastic. If you put it in your fingers, you don't feel anything.
It feels like a piece of velvet.
Sure. Yeah. That's probably better. Yeah. Yeah. We had this. I don't even remember what grit it was, but we had this green plastic shit or rubber shit, whatever it was. I don't know what it was, but it felt like plastic or rubber. It was just there was no grit on it. Is my point. And yeah, we would have to use that to come off the lathe and polish it to a mirror finish.
And if you're sanding on a lathe, that's easy because the machine's doing all the work. All you got
you're just standing there.
All you got to do is hold the paper.
Keep some water on it. Yeah.
Oh, so you're wet sanding?
Well, it just depended on what we were doing, but that was the worst part of it. Is like, oh, it's a little wet. Don't let it slip out of your hands.
Yeah.
You're right. It's just sitting there spinning at fucking 300 RPMs or whatever.
Yeah. So I mean, the trick to sanding is just to have the right tool. It's in my high school days. I had probably a $20 Black & Decker sander, and I hated sanding like crazy. Now I'm spending $200-300 on my sander. It's not so bad.
Sure.
I'd still rather make one of my apprentices do it.
Right. The other thing I think is funny in all this kind of shit is tool shock or sticker price on tools. Sticker shock on tool prices.
They're an investment, that's for sure.
But for me, it was becoming a homeowner. For you, it's becoming a partner in this business. you start to think about these things differently. You know, when I was younger, it was all just another thing to spend money on. It was another expense. Where, you know, it's like, fuck, $200. It's like, fuck. And back then it would have been 80. It would have been 110. Now it's 200. But now I'm like, okay, well, it's $200, you know? And then for me as a homeowner versus a business owner, I'm just measuring how many times am I actually going to use this? Am I going to be able to resell this thing? Right? Okay. Let me see if I can borrow it from a friend.
Yeah. I mean,
for you guys, it's just how many jobs do we need to do to make our money back?
Literally last summer, I spent $250 on a tool that I used once. And I don't think I'll ever use it again. But for that job, I had to have that tool.
So what was that weird?
It's a tool.
What's that thing? You come in and you fucking, and then you put the little chips in. What do you guys call that fucking thing?
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Oh, you know exactly what I'm talking about. So, like, it's if you want to join these two boards, right? It's a you come in, and it goes on the side of one. You carve out a little scallop.
Yeah, a biscuit joiner.
A biscuit. What is it called? A biscuit?
A biscuit joiner.
A biscuit joiner. Yeah. That's what it's fucking called. Yeah, and the biscuits are the little pieces of wood that you stick in the holes.
They're shaped like a little football.
Yeah, like a little biscuit.
The next step up from that is it's
basically a glorified wide ass dowel. It's a wide flat dowel. Yeah. And we've all seen dowels. We've all put IKEA furniture together. Everybody knows what a fucking dowel is. A biscuit is just
it's like a
wide
football,
flattened.
It's like a football shaped.
Like if you made a football cookie in the oven, that's what it looks like. A football shaped cookie.
And then the next step beyond that is called a domino, which literally looks like a domino.
Just a squared off version of the biscuit.
Yeah, well, it's kind of more like a wide dowel, right? So like put 2 or 3 dowels next to each other.
Okay.
And in jargon, that would be called a loose tenon.
Sure.
So if you know what a mortise and tenon is.
I do, but explain to the listeners.
So like a mortise and tenon is like you cut a square in a piece of wood, and then you cut basically shoulders in the piece of wood that go through that hole that you've cut, and it creates a really strong joint. So loose tenon is I really
it's like so it'd be like a male and a female puzzle piece.
Yeah.
But you carve them out of wood, so then they slip together, and now they're inseparable unless they're separated the same exact way. And then you could like drill through that and put a fucking
tusk.
A tusk.
A tusk is what you
through that, and then it's like locked. Because eventually
it'll never move.
Yeah, that's that Japanese woodworking shit. Okay, keep going. I fucking love this.
I've done quite a few of those.
I don't know fuck all about it. Like I'm the absolute bottom level amateur fan, but I watch all the videos, dude. I'm fascinated by it. I wish I could do it.
There's this Germany company called Festool, and they make really expensive tools. And if you go on YouTube and look up woodworkers, you can usually tell their skill level by how many Festool tools they own. Because you'll get guys that is all they use. And I'm talking like a cordless drill. Like I like Milwaukee for cordless drills. You know, I think I spent $500 for my entire driver and impact set with the
fuel set. You get the fuel set because there's two different tiers of Milwaukee. The fuel is what you want.
Yeah. The single tool, like just a drill from Festool, is going to run you like $1,000.
That's insane.
Like without the battery. And so like you see guys working with that, you know they're making their money. Not in this industry. They're making money somewhere else.
Sure.
There's a few Festool tools that I do own, the domino being one of them. And I just look up a Google video of a Festool domino that'll explain it better than I'm going to be able to with my words after this many beers. But I bought one of those last year that was about $1,600 by the time I was said and done.
Jesus Christ. Yeah, now that sounds like a lot of money to me, but
that was a lot of money.
But if you're running a business, you look at those numbers differently.
Well, it's a single
That's where we started this though. It's like it's an investment at that point.
Outside of my stationary tools, it is the single most expensive tool I own.
Now, if you're making a $30,000 table,
which I've never done, but I'd love to.
Let's say you did.
Yeah.
Let's say you made a $30,000 table and you have to buy this $1,600 tool and you're only going to use it once, yeah, obvious.
That
And
makes
then
sense.
especially if you go, if we're going to just keep the number simple and make it up. But let's say you're selling a table for $30,000, just pull a number out of your ass. What does it actually probably cost you out of pocket in labors and material, and including this exotic Cocobolo fucking whatever? What if you're selling something for 30 grand? What does it actually cost you to probably make that 20, 22 grand?
Well,
It's not going to be cheap.
the way that I like
It's not going to be 8 grand.
the way that I like to estimate prices is I will somebody comes in looking for a table, for example. I will calculate how much lumber I need for that table and price out that lumber. I try to price labor at 6 times that. So whatever the material cost is, I'll multiply that by 6, really by 7, because I'm multiplying by 6 for the labor and all the consumables and the rent and overhead and all those things that have to come out of this, because I got bills to pay, and that has to come out of.
Sure.
They're not my personal bills. My personal bills come out of my payroll. The shop bills have to come out of what we're building.
But if I'm asking you to do some crazy complex shit, it's going to cost more because there's literally more labor. However, if I ask you to build me something very simple, however, my wood, I want Cocobolo. I love Cocobolo. I think it's the most beautiful wood on the planet.
So it's funny you
The
mentioned
wood's going to cost a fortune, but it might be more hard. It might be this, but it's not going to actually cost 8 times the labor. But if I could ask you for fucking basic maple, but I want this elaborate fucking design.
Right.
Now that
So
could be
this is
drastically
something
different.
So in our formula of taking the materials, multiplying that by 6 to find our labor, if we're working with a really expensive lumber, that formula doesn't work anymore. Right.
That's what I was getting at. Yeah. For the
Because-
listeners, because that slab of Coca-Cola might be like 30 grand by itself.
Well, we deal with we pay for lumber in what's called a board foot, and a board foot is 12 inches by 12 inches by 1 inch thick.
Sure.
And you can get there any way you want. Like, the thickness is always what the thickness is, but like, you could be 12 inches by 12 inches square. You could be, 10 inches by 2 inches, whatever. As long as that math works out, that's what a board foot is, and that's what I pay. That's how lumber is priced. Now, if I'm doing a table out of walnut, industry standard in this part of the world tends to be about $12 board foot for lumber, for walnut. If I'm doing Cocobolo, I haven't priced that recently, but let's take black Coolabah, which is a lumber that I do use. That's more like $60 board foot. So if
Cocobolo's like 110 or something. It's just insane.
It's nowhere
so
near
expensive.
that.
It was when I was looking at it for the project I wanted done. It was.
Well, why don't you look that up?
We can verify this.
Cocobolo by
what
board
is the
foot price.
current price of Cocobolo wood or Cocobolo wood? Board foot. Yep. No, Coca-Cola.
Yeah, put an L in there.
There you go. Oh, it is Coca-Cola.
Yeah.
I thought it was Coca-Cola. Priced by the board foot. What's the best source for this?
It might be hard to find because a lot of suppliers don't actually publish their prices. You got to call, and
especially on rare woods and exotic woods like this.
82 per board foot from Bell Forest. So that's higher than I would have thought.
Yeah, so that's definitely cheaper than I remember it being, because I remember, but I also was doing this.
That's more than I last bought it for. So I think the last time I bought it was years ago. I think it was. I mean, it was nowhere near that, but.
Yeah, I'm talking like 15 years ago, and it was at the height of. Do you remember when Gibson got raided?
Very well.
Yeah, and there was the Rosewood conspiracy.
I mean,
I don't think this would be worth spending time on, but yeah, there was. It wasn't even a conspiracy; it ended up being true. No. This was actual rosewood, like actual rosewood from fucking South America. There was like an illegal.
So there's something called the CITES list, and the CITES list has to deal with importing lumber, and specifically with like endangered or at-risk species of trees.
Yeah.
It's something that I have to be very aware of in my industry. Not so much for myself because I'm getting all my lumber domestically. Like
Right.
I'm buying city trees.
Right.
That are otherwise going to landfill. So
Right.
But I do buy burls out of Australia. So those have to come through customs. It's a whole thing. My business partner, remember, is 81 years old. And he used to run a cabinet shop in the 80s before his tech career. So we've got a lot of lumber sitting around from back then that he's just hoarded throughout the years. I mean, I've got old growth redwood.
That's cool.
Yeah, it's gorgeous stuff. I don't like working with it. It's a lot softer than you think it would be.
I've heard this. Yeah, very dusty when you start sanding it, and
and you can dent it with your fingernail, right?
Yeah.
I've
heard it gums up things, and not because there's resin in it, just because it's so soft, it turns into not even a.
Not my experience, but potentially.
I just heard it gum shit up because the powder gets so fine because it's such a soft wood, it almost emulsifies into something past a dust.
Yeah, not so much of my experience, but I could see that being the case. But
maybe if you're using like a super fine grit.
And listen, I've got very limited experience working with redwood.
Maybe if you're doing something fine, you got a fine grit, it's going to gum up all those pieces.
Well, again,
of
I mean, I'm
sanding
redwood up to at least 400 grit.
Yeah.
For the finish that I'm using on it.
I'm just bullshitting right now. I'm just spitballing. I'm just trying to imagine what they're talking about, because I've heard that it's super soft. It's kind of hard to work with.
It is soft. You look at it wrong, you dent it.
I've also heard it crumbles easily too. Like if you run into like a burl or a knot, because I'm just citing like YouTubers and shit I watch.
Where I would see that is
like in the live edge shit.
Well, yeah, and it's probably got some rot in it.
Yeah.
I mean, if you hit any kind of rot, then it's just gonna crumble away like it's nothing. But
whereas like walnut, I've heard when you get into some of that kind of shit, those harder woods, they're gonna fucking even in those weird knots and fucking burls, they hold together a little bit better. Because some of the guys that I watch, they work with a lot of epoxy, so they're working with fucked up wood to begin with, so they're filling gaps. And when they get into the redwood shit, it's so soft.
It's very porous, so it's going to soak up a lot of that epoxy.
Yeah, and it like moves and it'll just crumble. So like when he's going in there trying to fucking do the live edge shit and grind these chunks off, it just falls apart basically. Yeah. Unlike some of the other harder woods.
We do a fair amount of that epoxy work. I mean, there's very little I do that doesn't have some amount of epoxy in it. And I feel like I got a shout out just for
the sake of it. So why do you guys do that? Is it durability?
I'll get to that in just a second.
Okay.
So I feel like I have to mention that our website is thenaturaledgemn.com, and you can find us on Facebook at Natural Edge Tabletops. I've done my due diligence. I've gotten my plug out there.
So, and we do have this link in the description. So this is your actual website.
Yep.
And then, oh wow, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, so that's a maple burl that we get out of the Pacific Northwest. That's a piece of mesquite we get out of Arizona.
So that's that epoxy work I was referring to.
Actually, that was not epoxy. That was turquoise.
Oh, so you actually inlaid the turquoise like some guitar makers.
Yeah.
That's cool.
So, but on this, you can see the black parts. Those are epoxy. So that's what I'd use epoxy for, is those natural defects, which in this type of furniture, you want those defects because you get really interesting grain patterns around them.
And then your Facebook is the Natural Edge Tabletops?
It's just Natural Edge Tabletops.
Oh, you got to fix that.
You
got to make it all the same.
That would be nice, but
you got to figure it out, dude. I'm telling you. It's the secret.
I'm working on it.
This is the actual secret, though, to all this shit, is find something unique enough that you get it on every platform. It's the same. So no matter what they type in, as long as it's close enough, they're going to stumble across one of your your Instagram, but all of them are the same. So it's always going to come to you. When they're all a little bit different, that's how people, because remember you put that Facebook post out, you asked about this, right?
I did.
And I was like, yeah. And it's the same comment I made on your Facebook post. You want to make it as simple of a search as possible so the most common thing pops up. The easiest way to do that is do what you did here, the Natural Edge MN, and then that's what everything needs to be, because that's what you know is unique. There is no other the Natural Edge MN. So if people type in the Natural Edge and there's enough Natural Edge MNs, you're still going to be the first one that pops up. You see what I'm saying?
Fair enough.
Because the other guy only has one thing called the Natural Edge.
Yeah.
You see where I'm getting with this? It's about repetitive search patterns.
Well, and what's funny is thenaturaledge.com, which I would love to have, is I don't know what it is. It's run by like ex-Navy SEALs, and it's like business strategies and such.
Sure.
Like I've only glanced at it briefly, but it's
And they'll kill you before they give up their website name.
I mean, there's
They'll fucking be like, hey, John, you want to fight to the death? And unfortunately, you're going to be like, I have fibromyalgia, so no. You can keep your website name.
Sorry, sir, I'm a pacifist.
No, but this shit's cool, and I like you can't scroll through these, so we have to just wait till this one pops up.
If he scrolls down, there's galleries and such in here.
No, but just stay up there because there's only like 5 popping through here. That one. No, it's the other one. It's the other one. I like the leg of the other one. Hold on. There it is. That natural burl. That you built into the leg.
Well, we didn't build that in. It grew there.
But you used it.
Yeah. Well, no,
I'm saying you didn't avoid it. You didn't cut it out. You didn't. You built it into the leg.
Yeah, because why wouldn't you? It's there. It's
fucking some people don't think it's cool.
It's there. It's gorgeous. Like, use it. I wish we had a picture from the other side, because on the other side you can actually see all that burl figure.
If I ever get fuck you money, it's either you or Deco. One of you guys, I'm gonna have you build me a custom table with all my routed holes for all my cables.
Hey, listen, you don't
everything.
need fuck you money. We can talk.
It's going to be expensive. What I want, because I'm going to want very expensive wood, like, it's going to be expensive. However, what I do think I could immediately do, and we can talk after the podcast, is I think I need custom cabinets for this kitchen.
All right.
Because we've looked at, because it's an old school 1925's house, so where we want this counter, where the old counter was, where the cabinets were, very thin, very difficult to find prefab. And we found them, but you got to buy them in modules.
Yep.
And it's like, yeah, we could do that, but it's all particle board, and we're going to have gaps, so we're going to have wasted space. So let me talk to John. I literally talked to my wife about this. I was like, this is what he does. And I watch enough of those rehab shows and refab shows on fucking Home and Garden and all that shit. And I actually know for a fact from listening to enough of those people that at the end of the day, custom cabinets will actually end up probably being the same price. Because the amount of bullshit you'll have to go through with prefab to get everything to fit perfectly into this exact awkward custom to the inch spot.
What you're talking about there is install price versus cabinet price. So,
sure. Yeah.
Like, I'm going to give you both the install and the price of the materials and everything.
Well, and
the
if you
price of the construction all in one go.
Well, and if you're building proper custom, I can install them.
But
if they're prefab, somebody else has got to come do it.
But if they're prefab, I got to do a lot more work on the install to make it fit your space.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying.
If I'm building it to your space, then
it's just a one and done.
Listen, I'm going to be more expensive than a shop that spent these things out in a CNC.
Right.
But if it's got to fit custom dimensions, I can do that.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, we'll talk. I'll show you.
Right on.
I mean, you already saw the space up there. We walked through it. I'll show you exactly where we want it and what we need.
Yeah,
it's pretty straightforward. It's not that big of a job, but yeah, it's just one of those deals where it's like, fuck, man, dude, we'll just fucking have somebody build them properly, because then we'll get exactly what we want, even if I have to buy the fucking stupid drawer inserts and do all that part myself.
No, I can
like getting the. No, I'm just saying for budget reasons. You know, like
Fair
even
enough.
if I have to figure out a way to make it cheaper, still. Like the actual construction, the wood here, it's all perfect. I didn't have to do anything. We just literally bring them in, install them. We're good to go.
Yeah, absolutely. I can do that.
Because there's a lot of shit I can do on my own. There's just a lot of shit I don't want to do.
Well,
like that's just what it boils down to, dude. It's so simple, dude. I just don't want to, you know?
And that's a real thing. All right.
I just don't fucking want to, man.
I'm part of the Minnesota Woodworkers Guild. And the Woodworkers Guild is I'm going to generalize. I hope none of them are listening right now. But there's a lot of retired individuals who aren't doing this stuff for a living.
Retired. Maybe that's my
maybe a few that are retarded as well. But I won't name names.
That was my Blade quote from Deadpool. Retarded.
They do amazing work. Like they're building amazing things. But I ask them, how long did it take you to make this? And they're like, 7 or 8 months.
Yeah,
and I'm
exactly.
like, I've got 2 or 3 weeks.
Yeah, exactly.
Right. So I mean, if somebody placed an order with me today, I'm 2 months out from starting your piece.
Right.
And if I'm taking 7 or 8 months and you're a year out, you're not going to spend money with me, right? Who's budgeting out that far ahead?
Right.
Nobody in my tax bracket.
I mean, ironically, I am. Like, that's exactly what I do. I'm like, dude, because I need time. I need to know how much money do I need to have. Oh, I need $5,000 for this project. Okay, well, that's going to be 8 months from now because I only got $2,200 to spend right now.
Fair enough.
You know, it's like, so that works perfect for a guy like me though, because I'm also in a long-term remodel. I'm not doing this weekend. I'm not doing this. This has to. I have a client. I need to have this finished next month. No. It's like, well, yeah, I need this done and I need to know what it's going to cost, but I'm not even ready to do this until I self-level the floors with fucking self-leveling cement. You know what I mean? Like, I still got 2-3 layers to go before that cabinet's even ready to go in. So that's perfect for somebody.
No, and that's a fair point. If anybody listening
super unique.
is interested in my services but isn't interested in for an extended period of time
or willing to wait,
right? We do take a down payment.
That's where the tabletop shit comes in. Is like, you're putting in a custom order for a desk for your new office. Yeah, you're gonna have to wait a year. You know, like,
but no. I mean, I typically have from project start to project finish. On the outside, I have 2 to 3 weeks. Because you got to think that's all shop time. Once I start on your project, that's costing me money to have that going. So I need to get it out of the.
But if you're 2 months out from starting, and it's going to take 3 months to ship that wood in, and it's going to take you 60 days to make that fucking piece. You see what I'm saying? Like, that shit adds up. And then you're talking, and then you're talking approvals, right? Because you might finish this project, and the client's like, "That's not at all what we agreed on." And then and you're like, "Fuck, you're right. I did fuck this up." Okay, so hold on, I got to make a couple adjustments here. And this is shit I've just seen on these YouTube channels, you know. Or you finish it and you're not happy with it.
I am proud of this. That in the 11 years that I've been doing this professionally, I've had one piece that the customer was unhappy with.
What about like wood not cooperating with you? Because this blacktail dude,
happened. I know blacktail. Yep.
Yeah. So so he's my favorite one to watch because he's like, and then halfway through this piece, I realized there was a hollow chunk or something went wrong, and I had to call the client, and so this project took twice as long as it was supposed to because I had to reorder a new piece of wood, or he had to approve whatever. You see what I'm saying? So shit pops up.
No. See,
that's what I'm getting at. You get my point, dude.
All those issues I've had wood not cooperate with me. I've had pockets I wasn't expecting because there's defects in the wood. Anytime you're working with
right. It's a natural product.
If you're working with dimension lumber, you kind of, I mean, the boards are only 4 to 5 inches wide at most of the time. They could be up to 10 or 12, but usually you're buying it anywhere from 4 to 8 inches wide. There's not going to be many defects in there, and they're sawing it specifically to avoid those defects, right?
I get it, yeah.
So it's predictable when you're working with the entire cross section of a tree. Right. There's all sorts of stuff in there,
and that's what I was getting at, right? Like the tabletops, the custom desks. those things you might have to be patient and wait a little bit longer for? Because
No.
you don't think so?
No, I don't. In my experience, I mean, this is what I do for a living, right? I can't tell somebody that they have to wait an extra 2 weeks because I found something I wasn't expecting.
Yeah, but I thought you said you were already a couple months out, though.
Because I have jobs lined up.
Right, that's what I'm saying. So,
Right.
so like, there's a backlog, and then shit comes up,
But once I start on a job, that's tying up shop space, right? And that's rent, that's overhead. So I have to move this through as quickly as possible. I have to do it. The quality has to be there. Bottom line, if I'm losing money I'm not going to sacrifice quality to make my rent. But once I start on a project, I got to get it out there. I can't spend 7 months making something because it's going to cost you $10,000 to $30,000 because you're going to be paying my overhead the entire time.
Sure.
Right? You don't want to pay my overhead the entire time. You want to pay my overhead for a week. So no, the guy at Blacktail, and I forget his name, Lee something or another.
Yeah, I don't know. He's awesome though, man.
No, he is awesome. He's really entertaining.
He's also a one-man band. He doesn't have a company where he's, you know what I mean? Like, he's doing everything by himself, one job at a time. So he talks openly. He's had to set jobs aside because he's like, listen, man, there's a problem with this. I'm not ready to jump on this. It's got to take, whatever. I got to get on this other job. But it's so interesting to me too, because he's one of those first YouTubers that I was able to communicate with before he got big, like big. I found him right away at the beginning, and I was able to talk to him through messages and shit. And he was telling me, he's like, dude, honestly, man, sometimes I make more money off the videos than I do the table.
No, I believe he does.
Yeah, he definitely does now. But this was way back then. He goes, sometimes. He goes, dude, I've made $8,000 off of a video on a table I sold for $1,500. And I was trying to talk to people at the beginning of my podcast. I was trying to explain this to people, but I didn't want to be like, I know these YouTubers, because I don't really know them. Like, I got lucky to... It was during the pandemic, dude. People were a lot more networky.
You know him like I know Maynard James Keenan. Right? Like, I've met the guy. I've had conversations with him, but I can't call him up right now.
I've gotten very lucky with my personality type to be able to not just meet people, but gain access to them through either phone numbers or emails, and have sometimes long time, I still have some of these legitimate relationships with huge celebrities, and they've really taught me a lot. I just don't have the fucking dedication and work ethic to do the thing anymore.
Sure.
But I've been trying to pass that knowledge along. But I've had this uncanny ability to build those type of relationships and gain real access and get information from them for short, medium, and sometimes even long term. Like, there's a few of them I still am able to, like 3, 4, 5 maybe, where every once in a while I can just call them or text them and they fucking respond. And you would not believe. You'd be like, there's no fucking way. You know that guy. And there's been times where I've called them and they don't answer in front of people, and there's times I call them and they do answer in front of people. So
fair enough.
It is what it is. I don't care anymore. My point is like, sometimes it's just a random YouTuber like the dude from Blacktail before he got super big, and he was still willing to answer fucking emails and instant messages.
No,
and I had conversations with him for a few months about, I was really interested, and I was like, literally, I was very transparent. I was like, I'm trying to figure out what you're doing in woodworking, and I'm trying to figure out how to apply that to these local musicians and get them out of Minneapolis.
No, and his YouTube channel is
it's one of the best.
It's hugely successful, right?
Yeah.
Back in October, I did a show at the State Fairgrounds for the Minnesota Woodworkers Guild.
Right. I wanted to get you on before that, but it was too last minute.
Yeah, we had, it was literally that week that we were talking about.
Yeah, it was way too last minute to
Unfortunately, I had to get the pieces done for that show.
Yeah, I totally got it.
And it's like, okay, do I want to promote this show, or do I want to have things to show at the show?
Exactly.
And
I'm going to be honest, my podcast is super small. Like, we're not going to get a ton of views on this. But the people that do view it, like especially the people that do view it religiously, they do go out and support the people that come on the podcast. So like, it would have been super beneficial in regards to the idea where 1 or 2 or 3 people would have definitely gone out of their way to go. But
well, we're going to be doing more shows in the spring here, so maybe I'll come back.
Oh, I'd love to have you back.
Yeah,
for sure.
I mean, at least we got to have some beers.
Oh, for sure, dude. That's why I like doing the podcast. Is because like, yeah, let's hang out, let's catch up, and let's promote whatever the fuck you got going on, dude. It doesn't make sense to just do this in private at a bar, because that's another reason I've wanted to have you on for so long, which I forgot to mention at the beginning. You were one of the when I decided to do a podcast, you were one of the very first people that popped into my mind, where it was like, who can I have cool conversations with? Who do I know is like intellectual enough to talk about a wide range of things? And I was like, I got to get Jon Rayl on the podcast, but I couldn't find you online. It took forever before you finally popped up in my algorithm and I was like, add friend, and I sent you a message.
Yeah, see,
but you don't check your DMs.
I don't. There's a little secret is that
it wasn't until I ran into you at fucking
I do
main event or whatever it's called.
I'll answer text. Like I prefer text messages to talking on the phone.
Me too.
I don't like Facebook Messenger.
Me too.
I mostly do Facebook. Just like my favorite thing to do these days on Facebook is every morning when I wake up, first thing I do after hitting the bathroom is I look at my memories to see what I posted on this day for the last however many years.
Yep.
And that is what I enjoy most about Facebook. And really, if I'm posting something, it's mostly so that I can
get a reminder of it. Yeah.
So that I can keep having things.
I do that a lot.
Pop up on my memories.
I do that a lot. I'll post shit literally as just remind. I've literally posted shit where I say posting this for the reminder 1 year from now, and then it'll be, Jared, your left hand sucks. You're a shitty drummer. Get your shit together, and then post it. And then it's so funny because certain people don't understand what that means. So they'll be like, dude, that's easy to fix. Just do this and this and this. I'm like, that's not the point of the post.
That's not the point.
I want to check in a year from now and see if I did what I told myself to do, bro.
And whether I did or not, I want to laugh at it.
Right, exactly. Or be proud. Or be like, yeah, I fucking did that. My left hand is dope as fuck now. Which it's not, but... Do you still do any music, even for like fun hobby in your house, in the basement? You jam along to songs, anything?
Very little. So music filled this artistic passion in my life, which I've always had some... I've always needed to be involved in art.
And now woodworking fulfills that?
And woodworking really fulfills that. That's not to say that I don't miss it.
Sure. What do you miss about it? I got to piss while you're answering this question. Will, fill any gaps?
All right. See, I didn't know if we could take a piss or not, so I'm going to go after you. But I'll talk while you're in there.
Yeah, answer, because I'm going to be able to hear you, because the turn the mix up in the... We practice this, dude. We're so prepared now, dude. This is becoming very professional. So yeah, turn the mix up so I can hear him out of those other speakers while I'm in the other room. And then don't make me yell while I'm pissing, Will. So if he says something that needs clarification, ask him to clarify it, but do it into the mic so they can hear you too. Dude, we're becoming a real podcast soon.
Yeah.
So so
almost
basically,
professional.
So woodworking fulfills this for you now. It scratches the same itch.
It scratches a creative itch, in a lot of ways.
And what do you miss about the music thing? That was the actual question.
I mean, really, what I miss most about the music scene is just the community of it. Being in a band, there were guys that when you're in a band, those guys are your brothers. And I don't have relationships that close anymore. I, in general, just don't have a lot of close relationships at all anymore. Because I don't go out to shows as much, and I don't have that drive in me. I do miss it. What era?
Like from
All right. I was an impaler from 98 or 99 through the early 2000s. I know for sure that I was an impaler in 2000 because we played New Year's Eve 1999 at Ryan's Corner, and I did the countdown and then hit Zach Lindsay with a bottle of champagne. Or he hit me. I don't remember which way. He might have hit me with a bottle of champagne now that I think about it. Either way, one of us had a pretty good bruise over that.
All right, if you want to be a degenerate, you can go piss in that sink over there.
Oh, I would. Listen, I am a degen from upcountry, so.
Or if you want to be a classy gentleman, you can see the plumbing because we're in the basement. You can see it right here. So you just go up the stairs and you just take a couple lefts.
No, stairs is...
You can't miss it. You don't like stairs? It's good for your fibromyalgia. Take the stairs.
It is. But that seems like an awful lot of work for not a lot of reward.
Sure. Yeah, I get it, man. Hey, Will, by the way, I noticed when I was in the other room and you asked him something, it didn't come out of those speakers. So either one or two things happened. You either didn't talk into the mic, and or the OBS was muted. I can hear you in these. So just double check that mix then, because that's the final answer, is that we forgot to add you into that mix over there, because those speakers work great. Really?
It's in OBS.
Okay. That's weird, because for some reason on your channel, on your source, then we have some sort of outbound monitoring level going on in your microphone then. Good call. So you know it's in OBS then? You're pretty certain? Okay, cool. Because, yeah, I can hear you in the headphones pretty good. Yeah, that's not bad. That's not bad at all. You can pull this website off the screen, by the way. He'll be back any minute. He'll be back any second. Do we have anybody in chat, dude? Do we have anything in chat worth interacting with? Meth over gays? Fuck his comment, dude. His tag is hilarious, bro. I almost called it a gamer tag. What do you call that on YouTube? What is that? Your profile ID? Whatever it is? Your handle? Yeah, that's fucking meth over gays. Is it like gays like Gaze? No, so it's like as in the gays. That's hilarious, dude. Meth over gays. That might be one of the fucking funniest usernames I've ever heard, handles I've ever heard in my life. Jerking the weenie right now, man. I don't I don't know how I feel about that. Should we be flattered or threatened? Peanut, knock it off. Lay down.
Oh, I feel much better now. All right, so what I miss most about playing in bands is
the brotherhood.
Is the brotherhood.
Football players talk about that a lot too.
I'm sorry, what was that?
Football players. They talk about that when they retire. That's what they miss the most. It's not the glory. It's not the actual game. It's the brotherhood. It's being part of something bigger than yourself. It's the hang. It's that bond. It's that we're all in it together vibe. All of that.
I mean,
there's a million ways to describe it.
I feel that in two ways, really. I mean, the first way is just the relationships with my bandmates, right? Because if you're in a band with somebody, you get along with them, you're brothers. If you're not brothers, then that band doesn't last very long.
Right.
I mean, you've been there, you've done that. You know exactly what I'm talking about.
Yep.
If you don't get along with the guys, if you're not willing to go to the wall for them, it goes south real quick. one of the things I miss most about being a musician is when you're playing a song and you catch somebody singing along, right? They know the lyrics, and you can tell that this song has hit them in some sort of deep personal way, right?
Sure.
And you have that connection with them. Like, I miss that. I do kind of get that with the woodworking, you know, because I'm putting myself into what I'm doing, and if somebody loves it, no, I'm scared shitless every time I deliver a piece. They're gonna hate it. But
Will you go open that door at the top of the steps?
like I said, in 11 years, I've had one project be rejected. So people like what I do.
That's got to feel pretty good.
It feels great. I mean, it's really stressful. Like when I'm going to deliver the piece, the entire time I'm like, they're going to hate it. They're going to hate it. Imposter syndrome is a bitch, right?
Sure.
But when they see it and they're like, man, I love this. And then when I see years later that they still have it, it's a great feeling. But when you see somebody in the audience singing along with one of your songs, like there's that connection there, right? Whether
There's
you know
nothing else like that.
Whether you know them or not, right? God, one of my best memories that we were playing the Urban Wildlife, and with Cold Colors.
That was a great venue.
That was a great venue.
That was one of my favorite venues in town of all time. Small, perfect though.
But
Great sight lines.
But not too small. You could fit a couple hundred in there.
Right, but it was small but packable.
Yeah.
That's what I mean by small.
But if you only had 70 or 80 people
still
in there,
felt good.
It didn't feel empty, right? Like Station 4, if you had 80 people at Station 4,
Felt empty.
it felt empty.
Dead.
Right?
It sounded like shit too. Like Station 4 sounded good. Yeah, it is depending on who is running sound. But
that was a notoriously hard room to run sound in.
it was also the first time I ever heard the term blood bags. God, I think that's what it was. Meat puppets or some shit like that. Blood bags or meat bags? Yeah. Meat bags?
Meat bags, I could see that.
National band, we were opening. National band, I don't even remember the name of the band, but there was people there to see them. I had never heard, this is one of those classic moments. You're opening up for quote unquote some national band you've never fucking heard of, right? You don't give a fuck. You're like, these guys fucking suck. And you show up as the opening band and there's like 8 people there to see you because it's a Wednesday night.
Right.
But by the time that fucking headlining band that you've never heard of comes on, that fucking place is sold the fuck out and it is packed to the gills and you're blown away. This is exactly that night. The first time this had happened to me. Fucking sound guy. He's standing in the room and he mixes the headlining band. We're opening, so we're waiting for them to get off so we can do our sound check. And he goes, "Oh yeah, this is going to sound good with a couple hundred meat bags in the room." He was talking about people. He was talking about people being natural sound dampeners.
Was it Andy Crow?
I don't remember. I don't remember who it was, but it might have been. I don't remember. But it was not their national guy. It was somebody who worked with National Acts here in town. But it is somebody who had done tours and been with, the Megadeths.
I mean, that was honestly a lot of the sound guys at Station 4 went on to be tour managers for really big bands. Like Andy Crow worked with Guns N' Roses.
That could have been him.
Yeah, I mean, Spud works with Five Finger Death Punch.
I was 17 years old, so I didn't know who he was at the time.
Fair enough.
And especially if he's one of those people that went on to do that, then I never would have had follow-up moments with him to get to know him. But I heard this term many times afterwards, but what he was talking about were human beings.
Yeah.
He called them meat bags or blood sacks.
Meat bags sounds familiar.
It was, and I found out this is an industry term, and what they're talking about is human beings being natural sound dampeners and changing the acoustics of rooms.
That is a thing.
I had never, ever heard of this. I was young. This is the first time I had ever even comprehended the idea that a room sounds away empty and then it sounds different half full, and it sounds different completely full. And you would and should adjust your mix accordingly. I never heard that concept. Blew my fucking mind. And kind of bothered me the way he talked about human beings as just like meat bags. Like, where are you going to hang this bag of flesh in order to deflect sound?
But when you understand how sound waves works, it makes sense, right?
Now I'm totally apathetic to it. Like, I'm like a fucking forensics person. I'm like, thinking about a murder. I'm totally just binary computer about it. Ones and zeros. Yep, totally get it now. But when I'm 17, I was kind of fucking meat bags. Like, what the fuck are you talking about, dude?
Urban Wildlife.
Great venue.
Great venue. And two of my favorite, most memorable moments on stage happened in that venue. Oddly enough, in both events, there were separate nights where we were playing the same song. We were playing Breathe In off The Burden of Hope. So this would have been 2002 to 2004, somewhere in there.
That's when I came in, was 2004 to 2005, right as I graduated high school.
Oh, I feel like you were in there earlier than that.
Could have been, because I technically...
No. Actually, that probably checks out. So
17 is when
I'm
I
off
first
on my
started,
date.
so.
I'm off on my date. So I'm thinking 2003 to 2005.
We're within a year, so either way, it's lining up.
So,
this is when we're starting to meet, and that's all I was trying to do.
This
is when I'm starting to meet you.
Opeth and Porcupine Tree were playing at the Quest, and we were headlining the after party at the Urban Wildlife, and we're playing Breathe In, and I mean, it was a small room. It wasn't a tiny room, but it was a small room. And you know what it's like when you're on stage and you can barely see the crowd because of lights. But I see Steven Wilson and Mikhail Ackerfeld walk in. And we're in the middle of our big power ballad. And I see them walk in. We hit the chorus, and both of them are just horns up in the air, just like, fuck yeah, guys, that's good. And that's a great feeling when Mikhail Ackerfeld and Steven Wilson being like, fuck yeah.
Yeah.
Like, that's huge.
Yeah.
Same song, same point in the song, a different show. I see Jeremy Blake crying.
Gay?
Now, I'm pretty sure.
Turn off that mix in that other room. I can actually hear it.
I'm pretty sure he had just gone through a breakup or something, but
something.
he was already emotional and stuff. But he's crying, and I'm like, I just made Jeremy Blake cry,
Gay?
and I'm like, that feels fucking great. Jeremy, I love you. I don't want to hurt you.
I hope you're watching this, and I do want to hurt you. I hope you feel like shit right now.
But I'm glad that I can make you feel emotions. But I mean, that's what I'm talking about. When you can make that connection with your audience, when you can make them feel emotions, there's nothing like that.
Correct. Yeah. I actually did experience that when I was lead singer and I wrote these stupid songs, and I shouldn't say they're stupid because other people, that's like saying my stupid marriage. Like, that's so dumb. I shouldn't do that, dude. Because there was other people involved with that. They weren't stupid, but it wasn't my best work, I guess is what I'm saying. It doesn't mean it sucked. But it isn't the best representation of my music.
It wasn't your favorite song, but it connected with somebody.
Like, I loved the songs, but it wasn't my performance on this record is not the best representation of who I am as a performer or a musician or any of those things. But those songs connected with certain people over a certain period of time, and we got lucky enough to where there was multiple times where we were playing concerts, and all of a sudden there's, not only is it like full and there's people there, but there's a bunch of people in the front row singing my lyrics back to me. That is extremely...
I mean, there's nothing like that
is
feeling, right?
Exactly. There's literally nothing. Like, it is indescribable. You can't compare it to something else.
When you've made that connection to somebody...
Correct.
That they've heard your words,
especially at that age, because at that age, it would be different if it happened now, right? Because now I'm 40, well, technically 41, but I'm 40, right? Whereas back then, I'm in my early to mid 20s, and some of these lyrics or songs, quote unquote songs, even though it was Dying Euphoria songs. Some of them were poems, songs, lyrics, whatever you want to fucking call
They
them. I don't
became
care.
songs regardless.
I don't care. They were some of them were things I had wrote years before, including I had gone back and grabbed certain loops or hooks or phrases or lines from defunct songs from previous things I had been in as young as 14, 15, 16 years old. Like, I came up with a line that really made more sense to my life when I was 24.
All right,
So I put that in a song, and now these people are singing it back to me. So it was so crazy to me to be like, I remember being 15 and depressed and writing this lyric, feeling this way. And now I'm 24 performing this, and there's a 15-year-old in the crowd or an 18-year-old in the crowd
that is connecting with
that learned the song, like learned the lyrics. We didn't print the lyrics. They listened to my music enough to learn what I said, and I can read their lips and see that dude, you're right, dude. And that did happen multiple times. And you're right.
Nothing like that.
It's indescribable.
And you instantly have a connection with this person.
The closest thing I've ever heard to the euphoria described from what we're trying to describe is when a comedian describes killing. Like writing a bit that sucked and even like pissed people off, to a year and a half later it being the best bit in their act. That's the closest thing I've ever heard to anybody describe, and it's still not the same, but it is the closest.
But yeah, I mean, it's just that sense of connecting with your audience.
So unique.
Right.
It's like, so unique.
It's why I stayed in it as long as I did, honestly.
When did you finally not pursue it as a career?
When did I stop pursuing a career, or when did I stop being in bands? Because these are very different dates.
So, or maybe it would be a more entertaining question to answer if I said, when did you stop thinking, when did you stop dreaming, or when did you stop thinking the dream was a tangible way to achieve life?
Probably in about 2006.
Oh, so it was a long time ago.
It was a long time ago, yeah. 2006, I left Cold Colors for the first time.
Out of 17? I'm just kidding.
27 or 3 or some weird number. Because I was kind of on again, off again with that band. High Life. No, I left them. We had just come off a tour, and listen, I love the guys from Cold Colors. I love all of them, and I mean there were a lot of guys that came and went through the days. Brighton Huebner, who he moved to Colorado a couple years ago, and I haven't heard from him since.
He's the singer, right? He was the brain behind the whole thing?
Yeah, I mean, it was his band.
I was just going to say, for all intents and purposes, it's his band, right?
It was his. I mean, he started...
Whether it was or wasn't, it was his band.
The band started as a solo project in his bedroom in high school. Right?
So it's literally his band.
It's literally his band.
But even if it wasn't, he was the most constant. He was the lead singer, the primary songwriter.
He was the only guy that was there from day one to day...
Yeah, so even if it didn't start as a solo project, for all intents and purposes, it's literally
his band. Love that guy. He moved out to Colorado years ago.
Huebner?
Yeah, Brian Huebner.
German?
Well, I mean, not by birth, but by heritage, probably.
Us Jews are sensitive to the German last name. I'm just kidding. I'm just obsessed with the etymology. I immediately think, I'm like, what is that?
Are you familiar with John Brennan?
Brennan?
Yeah.
I know the name.
He's an actor. He's most famous for playing Sergeant Schultz on Hogan's Heroes.
Oh, yeah.
And he was a Jew. He was an Austrian-born Jew. And he was part of an acting troupe. And he was out on the road doing plays or whatever the hell they did. And he came home to Austria and couldn't get in because Austria was occupied by the Nazis. And his entire family died in concentration camps.
Jesus Christ.
And he immigrated to the United States and joined the United States Army and served in the United States Army in World War II. And then World War II ended. He went back to came back to the States and went back to his acting career and ultimately got the role as Sergeant Schultz, the lovable buffoon on Hogan's Heroes.
Holy shit. And that's Brian Huebner's uncle.
No, this has nothing to do with Brian Huebner. But he was a Jew whose family died in concentration camps, who played a Nazi for most of his known career in America.
The hilarious irony of that.
And he's quoted as saying, "Who better to play a Nazi than a Jew?" And I love that. I love that. I think that's a wonderful outlook on life. It's you're taking something that is deeply harmful and painful and hurtful towards you and just saying, yeah, we're going to laugh about it.
Yeah.
And that's how I'm going to cope.
Yeah, Hogan's Heroes was super interesting because in retrospect, under woke culture, people looked at, because this came up. People tried to do this. This was a thing where they tried to like bring up Hogan's Hero and be like, look, they were trying to make the Nazis funny. Look, like they were. This is how white supremacist America. No. That's not the context of the show. They made the Nazis look like idiots and buffoons.
Right.
They made them comic level characters. You're a fucking cartoon. That's what we did. We were de-vilifying them because we had already beaten them by the time this show came out. We were knocking them down a peg. We were. Have you heard? Here's a version of it.
We were healing.
Have you heard that Napoleon wasn't actually nearly as short as?
No, he was like 5'4".
No.
5'8".
No.
He was definitely 5 foot something.
So this is the conspiracy, and there's actually a lot. There's a whole fucking series of videos a couple channels have made on YouTube. See if you can find these in the background.
Yeah, I mean, he was short, but he wasn't super.
He wasn't
short.
A midget. He wasn't shorter than everybody. He did not have a tiny. He did not have a tiny man complex.
He was taller than Prince.
No. This is what we've we have been led to believe he's a below average height man. According to this conspiracy, that is not even remotely true. That is something that was written into the history books as a form of what we would call trolling.
Yeah, it was
to emasculate him.
Yeah.
To literally knock him down a peg. This is what Hogan's Heroes did. We're going to write him into the history books as a fucking midget with a let me put it this way. There's a psychological term called he has a Napoleon complex.
Correct.
Which we have now projected into tiny guys that drive big trucks.
Well, that's
right?
not what it actually
are you compensating
means.
for?
Right.
It actually literally is. The psychological evolution of it is, what are you compensating for? Because you're a tiny physical man, you need a lot of big things. You need to accumulate a lot because you're not actually it's basically one step short of little dick syndrome, little dick energy.
Yeah.
This is all based off of the idea that Napoleon was just short of a midget or just tall of a midget, however you want to look at it.
No, but I believe he was like 5'8".
No, but back then 5'8" is fucking totally normal, absolutely. 6 foot, you're fucking huge back then.
I'm 5'9", right? So he's an inch shorter than me. You're not a midget, right?
Back then, both of you are large men.
Yeah.
That's what I'm getting at. That's what I'm saying. So 5'8" now is below average, right? Because I think average is 5'10".
I don't think it even is. I mean,
no, I'm pretty sure it's 5'10". What's the average height of a male? I think it's 5'10". But regardless, right? It's like average, below average, whatever. You're just a dude. But the way we paint him in pictures is he's Is it really 5'6"? Is that worldwide or is that in the U.S.? What is it in the U.S.? I'm pretty sure it's 5'10".
But Napoleon wasn't from the U.S. He was from France.
Yeah, so no, but we're comparing it to modern day, what we live in, right? So 5'9.5". So yeah, so let's call it 5'10". So the average, let's call it 5'10", right? So you're average, below average, right? You're right there. Nobody looks at you and goes, short guy.
Nope, not for a second.
Nope. But nobody ever says you're tall either. Nobody ever goes, oh my God, you're so tall, unless they are super short.
I mean, I had a girlfriend
Now,
once.
here's my point. What was the average height in France when Napoleon was emperor? And watch it be like 5'6". So if he's 5'5", he's a totally normal sized dude. See? So they were 5'4". So if he's 5'4",
no, all right, and he was 5'6" to 5'7", so he was actually taller than normal.
Exactly,
right?
see, exactly. Literally. Okay, so perfect. He's 3 inches taller than the average dude, but in every fucking picture,
he is shorter.
He is a fucking midget, bro. And we literally said he has a Napoleon complex. If you accuse somebody of having a Napoleon complex,
they're compensating
you're implying
for something.
He's a tiny human being who's overcompensating because he's short.
Well,
it's literally directly related to the idea that he's a tiny human being.
But hold on.
This motherfucker was not a tiny... Dude, he is 2 inches shorter than the average guy today.
All right, but hold on. When we say somebody has...
what are we talking about?
When we're talking about somebody having a Napoleon complex and they're compensating, we're not talking about how tall they are. We're talking about how long they are, right?
Let's double check this because I believe it originally... That's what we do now, but I believe it originally directly relates to their height.
Well, it might have been impolite to discuss how long a man was.
Small man syndrome.
Right?
Short men overcompensate for their height with aggressive domineering. Yeah.
All right.
So now we talk about it in dick size.
But
originally...
maybe Napoleon didn't have a big
short.
dick. He wasn't short, but maybe he had a small dick.
But that's not where it started, though. It started because once he lost, we painted him as a literal tiny man, small man syndrome.
You know,
it says it right there.
I'm going to say right now,
overcompensating for their height.
At no point in the last 2 weeks that we've been talking about me coming on here did I think we're going to be talking about Napoleon.
Are you having fun, though?
I am having fun.
This is actually a great conversation. But I just think this is crazy. I think this is hilarious that we did this. He wasn't short. He was 3 inches taller than or 2.5 inches taller than the average Frenchman.
But he is remembered as being short.
Dude, and then we named a psychological complex over something that never happened. It's not even... This entire thing isn't even based in reality, bro. This is the shit that keeps me up at night.
It's based off a caricature.
We turned him into a cartoon.
But this gets what I'm talking about is...
and we were talking about somebody else, and I brought up Napoleon, but we did the same thing.
We were talking about John Brennan, who played Sergeant Schultz.
Yeah, with the Nazis.
Whose entire family died in concentration camps.
Exactly.
And he said, who better to play a Nazi than a Jew?
Right.
Because Hogan's Heroes, it was not pro-Nazi. They were making fun of him. That was how they coped.
Right. And what's the most empowering thing of all time?
To laugh at somebody.
No, to play you.
Oh, think about it. You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right.
You used to enslave us, and now I'm playing you in a TV show. Who's got the upper hand now, motherfucker? Right. That's what he meant by it. Who better to do this than me? Like, what is the ultimate version of confronting your fear? Playing your actual oppressor of your actual family members in a fucking TV show and getting paid for it and being famous for it and being loved for it.
I mean, that is a role he is best known for.
You know what I mean?
Right?
Like that's the ultimate irony.
And those were his twilight years, right?
Yeah.
I mean, he'd already done everything in Europe. He had come to the U.S. He'd served for the American Armed Forces. He'd come back to America and got fat on Hogan's Heroes.
It's super interesting, man. I used to make a joke a while back when things were getting weird and everybody was hating each other for random reasons. Like if you just had the wrong opinion on this week,
We got to stop hating each other.
no, but I'm just true. But I used to make this joke that I was like, man, I wish, because I'm Jewish, so I'm allowed to make these jokes. It's not anti-Semitic for me to say this. It's anti-Semitic for you to say it. He can get away with it. Basically, what I'm saying is any Jew can make this joke. But I used to make this joke where I'd go, man, things are getting so complicated. I wish we could go back to a simpler time when everyone just hated the Jews. Because it seemed like it was just easier when we all had one including as a Jew, when we could all just make fun of one group. Like all the jokes were about the Jews. You know what I mean? It was just like, fuck,
my
man.
business partner is Jewish, so I feel like I get a pass.
You think
right?
you get a pass?
I get a
Yeah,
pass,
yeah.
right?
I can't authorize it, but if he does,
Hey, I'm certified kosher, right?
Sure,
For our building practices, because we've done work in synagogues. We've built two amuds, and in fact, during the
kosher is such a joke, dude.
during the COVID shutdown. Oh, and the building practices, it's I can't work on Saturdays.
Yeah, because I don't even understand
What-
how you would do kosher like in that, because kosher in the whole animal thing, it's the most arbitrary shit. It's having a rabbi slice the throat of the animal a certain way. That's it. That's all it really when you really do the whole thing and you go down to the absolute, here's what it really means. It's this guy slices the throat a very specific way that God has somehow deemed more merciful than any other way of killing the same animal.
It also goes into like how you actually make the cuts. I mean, kosher.
But here's the thing:
kosher
is
meat
like,
is unarguably better than the
it's
cheap.
really not. Though. It's just like when it comes down to the actual practice. All I'm saying is like those kosher cuts. Those are just best practice cuts. Like a really, really good butcher is going to do that same thing.
Absolutely. It
comes down to bloodletting.
Yeah.
Like the kosher idea, it literally comes down to how you bloodlet an animal. It's dumb. It's so fucking dumb, dude.
So
because it's not better. It's not more humane. It's not more sanitary. There's not less squirting of blood in random directions. It's not. It's basically just like make sure your rabbi did it. That's basically, and I'm way oversimplifying. Don't get me wrong.
you are oversimplifying.
I'm way oversimplifying, but I'm doing it on
getting
purpose.
You wrong. I'm not getting you wrong. So,
but I'm doing this on purpose because this is a very muddy conversation, and I've done all the research, and I'm just saying this is what it really comes down to: is like your rabbi or a rabbi killed your animal. That's really what it boils down, because they're not actually doing anything. There's no holy prayer, special there's nothing really happening there. It's
just making sure that things are done. It's standards and practices is what it is. But what's funny is that kosher exists beyond meat. It goes on to building practices,
which is where it gets really goofy for me. But go on.
No. So,
for them, explain it for them, because they don't understand why I'm so irritated. But it's better for you to explain it.
Post World War II, most Jewish construction is done by Gentiles, right? Because after World War II, like they didn't have their shops anymore, they didn't have their equipment anymore. They're getting out of the concentration camps, or getting out of whatever. They had to hire Gentiles, quote unquote, to rebuild all their shit. So my business partner is Jewish. He's his name is Schultz, Alan Schultz. So of German Jew background, Yeki, I believe they call that in Yiddish. He's fluent in Yiddish. It's amazing. But we've worked on a couple of synagogues. We've built a couple of amuds. If you pull up our website, I think we have some pictures of a synagogue we did.
I think you already have it up in one of the other tabs.
So you go to the I think commercial tab and scroll down a bit. Yeah, I don't know where it is.
Is it in your gallery, maybe?
It's somewhere on our website, but we did. It's in when the pandemic hit.
Yeah, go to specialty items. You keep going.
Oh, that's
Let him talk while you scroll.
almost certainly it's in here. During the pandemic
That
shutdown.
looks like a bench for Jews. I'm just kidding.
that was not for a Jewish man.
I thought that was funny. Keep going.
Yeah, it's on the site in here. Anyone at home listening, go ahead and look at our website. You'll see it. It's got Hebrew characters on it. But it's at the Jewish Student Center at
Will's
the U of
Jewish.
M.
He'll find it in the background. The Talmud will call out to him.
The way we stayed open during the pandemic, when everything was shut down, they were doing a renovation there. That was they were essential industry, and because we were part of that renovation, we were also an essential industry. So I got to drive from St. Paul to St. Louis Park every day on empty highways. It was great. My normal 25-minute commute was like 12 minutes.
Yeah, I remember pandemic life too. It was dope.
It was great.
It was dope.
Also, I had the entire shop to myself, which was fantastic because everybody was working from home. So, like, I was the only one in the shop. So it was great. I really enjoy working alone.
I genuinely believe that if the entire world could just plan for this every year, the entire world just shuts down for 2 weeks.
I think
on purpose.
Yes.
On purpose.
Yes, absolutely.
So I understand that some people are like, dude, I can't afford 2 weeks. No. We're just going to build it into everything.
If we plan for it.
It's built into your salary. You don't miss a paycheck. Everything's accounted for. If you know it's coming every year, the same 2 weeks, you're going to go to Costco. You're going to go to Walmart. You're going to stock up. We all figure this out.
Ahead.
It becomes a thing
Yep.
where the entire world just shuts down for 2 weeks, except for ambulances, cops, fire.
Essential services.
Truly essential services, not the shit we pulled last time, where everything was basically deemed essential. Oh, you need to go for a walk? That's essential. You know what I mean?
Hey, go for a walk. That's fine. Don't drive your car.
That's what I get. That's what I'm getting at is, well, yeah, I'm driving from here to get to here to go for a walk. No. Let's even tighten it up a little bit more. And I know how fascist this sounds, but that's not really my point. Like, let's get politics out of this for a second. I'm just simply talking about the health of the planet. I truly 100% believe after watching the pandemic, if we actually did that every year for just 2 weeks, I think it would drastically clean up.
Listen,
so much pollution.
The Earth
ocean, air, rivers.
The Earth has an amazing ability to heal itself
quickly,
but we have to give it a fighting chance.
A breath,
right?
You give it a moment to breathe.
Now, during the pandemic in 2020, when everything was shut down,
the first 2-3 weeks, not the whole time.
Here's the shit. Satellite photos from space over China could see the ground
for the first time in
50 years.
Yeah, 60 years, something like that.
Yeah, like they could see the ground.
Yeah,
from space.
The rivers in France, the ones that run through the city, were crystal clear.
Yeah,
crystal clear. You could see the bottom.
And the only question I have is: do we do 2 weeks at a time, or do we do 1 week here and 1 week there?
No, you got to do just a full. No, it's got to be a 2 week.
You think it's 2 weeks?
Yeah, because it's got to be a full cycle cleanse. You got to let.
I'm with you.
Weather do, but it can't be more than 2 weeks because then you start suffocating the economies and it just becomes too hard to plan. Anything more than the entire world can figure out a 2 week vacation.
Absolutely.
No more than 2 weeks though. Literally 14 days. It's insane. Yeah. Like on day 15, you have an immediate. And I guarantee you I could back this up with math. I don't know how to do this level of economic math, but I guarantee you if I had a room of economists, we would do this is how the equation would work. At day 14, you're still at 100% return. On day 15, the diminishing rate of return goes down so drastically, you don't even want to do 15, 16, 17. Nope, 2 weeks. That's all you need. That's all you want. But I think it would be
with planning.
amazing.
With planning, that would be absolutely possible.
This is some super hippy dippy left wing shit.
Oh, absolutely, it is.
But I'm super on board.
But
with
I'm on board with it. If you plan it out in advance, if we know we're doing this is a plan. This is what we're doing. And listen, I own a small business.
You could figure it out.
I could figure
If
it
it's
out.
every year,
Right.
if it's the
it's
same
every
2
year.
weeks, every single year,
Then I can figure it out.
it's just
Right.
a long 4th of July weekend. You know what I
Right.
mean? Let's do it every March or every April. That's when it should be, by the way, in the spring when the world's already healing naturally.
I would agree with you. I'm gonna leave you on your own for a moment.
You got to piss again?
I do.
But yeah, no, I think this would be a great idea, dude. Will, what do you think? You're young. You remember the pandemic?
Yeah. Sounds pretty cool.
What?
Sounds pretty cool.
You should say that into the microphone, you stupid bitch.
It's not working right now.
Your microphone's not working?
Well, hang on.
Oh my God, you're both pissing? So now I got to cover how many minutes all on my own? I got to talk to the oblivion with no chat. You didn't even give me chat. I can't even look into chat and respond to people. No pressure. So I was on the internet today and I seen this meme and it was a soda dispenser and somebody put a picture of Ice Cube over the ice dispenser. And then they had a picture of iced tea over the iced tea dispenser. And then they had a picture of Whitney Houston over another dispenser. And everyone was really confused as to what it could be. And some woman commented, and she's like, well, I don't understand why people are confused. I thought it was, I just assumed it was Coke. And I responded with, well, yeah, I've never heard of Crack-a-Cola. And I don't know. I just thought that was a good joke. I think that was a solid joke. Oh, you're back? You already peed? Oh, good for you. What do you mean the fucking mic isn't working, dude? What, the input isn't there? Oh, well, you can just put the input back, buddy. Come on, man. You know what you're doing. Yeah, because the input is clearly working through the mixer because I can hear you in here. That's what's confusing about it. What the fuck were we talking about before you left, dude? Oh yeah, what is a kosher building practice? Because that doesn't make any sense to me when I did my research. And so I already think the kosher meat, as a Jew, I'm saying, I already think kosher meat practices are bullshit. I did my research and I looked at it, and same thing with the halal shit. It's like, okay, the same reason it tastes better is the same reason Cuban cigars taste better. It's the same reason grass-fed meat tastes better. Okay, there might be a little bit of something there, meaning it's organically raised or, where it was raised was better, right? Because think about it. If you're going to make kosher meat, and it is really what I described, which is it really just comes down to a rabbi blessing it before he kills it a certain way, right? It literally is quite just simply a bloodletting routine. But
I feel like it's also
you're gonna
quality
do that,
control, right?
But here's my point. This is what I'm getting at. If you're going to do that, you're probably going to have all of those animals in one area, so you can do it efficiently, right? You're not just going to send a rabbi around the country to fucking set up remote shop and hit your crop every you're fucking hurt.
You're not having one rabbi do all this. Listen.
Not only that, but you're going to have it somewhat centralized. So you're going to have best practices. You're going to have them raised a certain way. So what I'm getting at is Jews might be really good at feeding and raising cattle or goats or whatever the fuck it may be, right? It might be the land they're doing it on. It might be the food. All of these things might have a 1% increase on why it might possibly taste better. What I'm saying is what makes it kosher is this. It really does truly simply boil down to a bloodletting routine. And that
Correct.
does not actually do anything for the meat. So the fact that it's kosher is what I'm saying is irrelevant. If it tastes better, it's because of these other coincidental occurrences that add up to that moment.
I see where you're going.
It's kind of like organic beef or Cuban cigars. Like, it's not because it's from Cuba. There's a little allure because it's illegal. There's a little allure because they're hard to find. But there also is the fact that, dude, it's on volcanic soil and it's a certain elevation from the ocean. So they get a certain amount of salt, but not too much salt. And there's also hundreds of years of fucking craftsmanship. There's a lot of things that go into it.
So what kosher means in the building practices,
Yeah, because this is where it gets wishy-washy for me. I'm like, okay.
More than anything, it means I'm not working on a Saturday.
That really is the biggest part of it. But keep going. Keep going. Explain to people the nuances, why there's a thing.
I mean, that is a big thing. We also have a rabbi come in. But the rabbi, look, we're in a business park in St. Louis Park, right? So we're in basically imagine a strip mall of
St.
garage
Jewish
doors.
Park?
Yeah.
You
yes.
don't say.
You don't say. Directly across the parking lot from us is a guy who he owns a business doing vending machines. So he's there every day with his big red van, loading up bottles of pop and bags of chips to go around to his various vending machines and restock them. This guy is also a rabbi. So
I shouldn't laugh because you can't just become a rabbi the way you can become an ordained minister.
Listen, I am an ordained minister.
Right. It's not the same.
Do you know the story about how I became your listeners certainly don't. I want to say it was it would have been like 2005, 2006. We were on tour. We were going through Salt Lake City. Salt Lake City, amazing town. If I was going to live anywhere else in the country besides here, it would be Salt Lake City. It's beautiful.
Unless you like beer.
No, there's great beer. I do like beer, and I drank plenty of good beer in Salt Lake City.
Yeah, but it's hard to get at a liquor store. There's only 2 places to get it in Salt Lake City.
I don't know how true that is, but moving on. So laws in Salt Lake City changed once they started trying to get convention business. But when I was
That is true, and my knowledge comes from SLC Punk, the movie.
It has changed a lot since then. All right, but when I was
look this up while he's talking. Look this up in the background.
When I was there, every bar, it was illegal to serve alcohol in a public establishment. But there are bars all over the place. But they're all members-only clubs.
I was just going to say they're all private establishments.
All right. Yeah. But to become a member is like you come in, you sign the guest book, they teach you a silly handshake, they charge you $5, which is a cover charge for the bands. And that was it. And like we went bar hopping, and like some of the bars that we went to, they're like, "Are you a member?" Because they'll ask you that at every bar. And I'd be like, "No." And they're like, "Okay, you got to become a member." And some of the bars I just said, yes. I had never been to that bar before. I had never been to the city before. I said, yeah, I'm a member. And they're like, all right, come on in.
Okay, so now there's 50 state liquor and wine stores. So they went from 2 to 50, but it's still 100% state controlled. Okay.
I would imagine that probably 35 of those are in Salt Lake City.
And what John's saying is stop passing laws because people just figure out very clever ways around them.
I thought it was fun as hell. I really.
Are you a member? No. Well, you are now, bitch.
Yeah. And I felt special because of that, right? But on our way into Salt Lake City,
and you did say at the end there, before I got distracted, you did say at a few of them you just said yes.
I just said yes, great. And they're like, they let me right in. So it wasn't. It's unenforceable, right?
Exactly. That's exactly the point. That's why you can't fucking stop.
Listen, if I lived there, I'd hate it. As a tourist, I loved it. But on our way into Salt Lake City, I'm reading I shit you not, I'm reading a copy of Rolling Stone magazine. Like for like the third time in my life, I'm reading Rolling Stone magazine in the back of the bus. And there's that ad, that famous ad in the back of the Rolling Stone magazine of like, become a priest, like you can marry people.
This is pre-internet. That's how everybody does it now.
I mean,
keep going.
Internet existed, but not the way. I mean,
It's not today's internet.
It's
not.
This was 2005.
Yeah, so MySpace is a thing.
MySpace was very much a thing.
Yeah. Internet advertising wasn't quite what it is.
Right. The back of Rolling Stone was a hotbed of advertising.
Exactly.
Right?
Yeah. It was very easy to get away from internet ads back then.
And this was a very famous ad in the back of Rolling Stone magazine. The only reason it stuck out of my mind was that the address was Salt Lake City, Utah. And we were about 45 minutes outside of Salt Lake City, Utah. And I'm like, oh, that's interesting. Forgot all about it. 24 hours later, it's 11 o'clock at night. We're bar hopping. I'm drunk as shit. And we walk by the place. I recognize the place from the Rolling Stone ad of like, send your money here to become a priest. And I'm like, hold on, stop. I'm going to become a priest.
No, a minister.
Minister, yes.
Very different titles.
Well, this is true, but I said I'm going to become a priest.
Fair enough. Okay,
right?
Yeah.
So
and I would have been the unfun friend who's like, actually.
So I pound on the door. And I wait.
Dogs did not freak out. Wow.
And I wait. And I'm like, it's 11 o'clock at night. There's nobody here, right? They're closed. But I entertain my fantasy here, right? I'm drunk. I'm having a good time. This is part of the good time. Somebody answers the fucking door the second time I knock.
And he's a rabbi.
And I say, I want to become a priest. And he's like, come on in. And he has me fill out some paperwork. And he takes $35 from me.
I was just going to say, how much was it? And the number in my head was 35. Did you say that earlier? Did he say that earlier, 35 bucks?
I don't think I did.
I had $35 in my head.
You must have seen that Rolling Stone ad.
Or that's still what it is today. And I've seen it.
But I gave him
ad.
$35, and I filled out his form, and he says, "Yeah, we'll mail all the credentials off to you, and you got to take them to a county office and file it there." And I walk out of there, and everybody was like, "So how'd it go?" And I'm like, "That was a janitor, and he just robbed me for $35. He's gonna go buy weed with it." And that's exactly what I thought just happened. But I was okay
6 weeks later, you get a certificate in the mail.
I get home from tour, and to my surprise, I've got the welcome pack in the mail with all the forms that I got to take down to the county office, file those to become a minister. And I did.
Now you don't even have to do all that.
And I did nothing with this for years and years and years. It like sat in a drawer. Like I kept it with all my other important documents, but I did otherwise nothing with it. Years and years later, my buddy TJ Forsberg wanted to get married, and he's like, "Hey, I want to marry Brooke," and I'm like, "I think that's a terrible fucking idea. Like, you should not do that." And he's like, "Well, we want you to do the ceremony." I'm like, "I still think that's a terrible idea, but if you're dead set on going through with it, I'll do it."
Did they know you were ordained at this point?
They did. They had heard this whole story that I just told you. Like that, they had heard that whole story. They knew that. So, spoiler alert, they are still married to this day. Like, well over a decade later, they have a son.
Why did you think it wasn't a good idea for them to get married?
I thought
was one or both of them total chaos?
Yes, both. And I love them both. If they're listening, if they're watching this, TJ, Brooke, I love you both, but you guys had some rough times. We all thought this was a bad idea. They proved us all wrong. All right.
So what did you think was a bad idea let's get specific, because obviously
Well,
you're wrong.
I don't want to air dirty laundry.
No, but
right?
but here's the thing. This is really super good for other couples. So what did you think was the like absolutely no, this is a terrible idea, and why were you wrong about it?
Infidelity.
Years later. Like, okay. So you didn't think they were ready to settle down, but you didn't realize they were just kind of like wiling out while they were young, kind of vibe. Even if that's not literally perfectly true, that's the energy, right?
I mean, listen, in the first few years of their marriage, they had some hard times.
Sure.
But they both matured. They stepped up the plate, and they're doing well now.
So that sounds to me like a lot of couples that I knew when I was young, where they were cheating because they were both insecure, and once they truly committed to each other, they both finally felt safe and secure, and then they didn't cheat on each other. But you could just say cheat, replace that with seeing other people and not willing to commit. You know what I mean? One of those.
Yeah.
Because I knew a lot of those people where like, I knew a bunch of dudes, and I mean a bunch of guys, who I would have never imagined were family men, because they were always with 3-4 different women. And then all of a sudden they got engaged, and I always thought it was because they got her pregnant. But same thing that you described. They're still with those women. So it was like, oh, you were just like super playing the field in a non-toxic way. You were just desperately trying to find a wife.
Yeah.
You didn't even realize. Some of these guys that I know didn't even realize it. Like, I realized it with them and for them, like in conversation. Like, oh, you're just slaying pussy because you're desperate to find a wife and start a family. And there was a couple times where even they were like, fuck, dude, I think you're right. And it's like, yeah, it's super obvious.
Yeah.
And then there's other times I was super surprised.
I was always trying to avoid that part of it.
But a year or two before that, you know, you look at these guys and you're like, dude, they're just players, you know, until you get to know them. And then you're like, oh, this is just a dude trying to hurry this up. You know, he's not trying to bang as many women as he can. He's trying to hurry up and find a wife. He's not trying to get married at 34. He wants to get married at 26. He wants to start a family, so he's got a 14-year-old at 40. I get it. Okay. Yeah, I get it. I get it. This makes sense, you know?
Well, to date, I've performed seven marriages, and only one of them has ended in divorce.
Is it your fault? I'm just kidding.
No, I mean, it's really only my fault because I agreed to do it.
It has nothing to do with you, obviously. Are you actually religious in any way?
Yes, I am. I'm religious like I am political, where I have beliefs, but they don't necessarily subscribe to any established structure.
Sure.
So I consider myself Catholic. I was raised Roman Catholic.
So Judeo-Christian, to be as vague as possible.
Yeah. I mean, I will go ahead and say that I consider myself Roman Catholic. However, I'm a shitty Catholic.
Right. Explain to the people that don't know, what is that? What does it mean to be a shitty Catholic?
Well, I believe in the Bible. I don't necessarily believe in the church. So in my late teens, I went through the phase that all of us went through, where it's like, no, there is no God. I became atheist for a very brief time, and then
some people go agnostic, but yeah, same thing.
Perhaps
the very healthy question my faith period of my life.
I mean, I went beyond question my faith to saying there is no God. And then I got smacked in the face by God saying, no, I'm fucking here.
Yeah, bitch, I'm real.
Believe in me. But he didn't tell me what he was.
And he doesn't even smack you in the face with like the back of the hand. He smacks you in the face with
like
the head of his dick.
Like with his cock, yeah.
Yeah, he's like, no, motherfucker. Like, I'll face rape you if I choose to.
Like hard.
I'm here.
Like hard.
I'm in you.
And the only statement he had was, I'm real, believe in me.
Yeah, or else.
No, not even or else. It was
there's
just,
always an or else, but I get your point. Keep going. Keep going.
and then it was up to me to define what God was.
Sure.
Right. So I started studying various religions, and we were kind of talking about this
A little
before
bit
the
before
show
the
a little
podcast,
bit.
yeah. I
and
went
what I found-
balls deep into all of them,
Like
on purpose.
the more I studied religions, I saw more similarities than I saw differences. And I mean, going as far back as like Greek mythology, there's a lot of correlations between Greek mythology and Catholicism, right? I mean, patron saints are basically demigods. I'm way oversimplifying this.
I get it. Yeah, you could argue. Yeah, I get it. Yep. You could argue patron saints are the equivalent of Greek gods, which are the equivalent of angels or fallen
not
angels.
gods, but demigods for
Right.
sure, right?
Well, the argument being that Greek and Roman gods are demigods, fallen angels, saints. You could argue that they were just using arbitrary words to describe things that are less than the Almighty God. You
Right,
can
I
make
mean,
that argument because that's kind of the same. Think about it. The God of thunder. How different is that than the patron saint of kisses or
Right.
whatever the fuck?
It's not a big jump from John the Baptist to Hercules.
That's
right?
what I'm saying. That's
Exactly,
yeah.
right.
Pick any one of them. It's kind of the same idea, which you could argue depending on how you want to look. And I don't want to get you off your thing, but
No,
you could argue these are either saints or false gods, demigods, fallen angels, or legitimately saints, holy people. You could argue any of these things.
What I call it is interpretation.
Yeah, exactly, and that's what I'm getting
Right.
at. Like it gets
And
very muddied into
we have different cultures, and like it's easy to forget in this day when, like, with the internet in particular, and I mean,
let's get back to what you were starting
with
first.
with mass media, it's very easy to believe that we understand other cultures, but we fucking don't. And when you don't have mass media,
right, it's, dude, until you go there, you don't understand.
But before mass media, I mean, we really misunderstand things, and we really interpret things in different ways.
That's why I asked you if you traveled out of the country, because I have a couple times. Where I've traveled the most, though, is Jamaica.
I was listening to your podcast earlier today where you're talking about your wedding in Jamaica.
Dude, Jamaica's a very interesting place, but meeting people in Jamaica from other parts of the world is the most interesting thing about traveling to me, because not only do you see other worlds' perspectives, but you see how a place like Jamaica reacts to all tourists, and they do not treat all tourists the same.
From my understanding, no, they do not.
They do not like people from Britain.
It depends on, and it also depends on where in Jamaica you go.
What I'm about to talk about is irrelevant to where in Jamaica you go.
Fair.
They don't like the British or the English because the English used to rule them. They don't like black Americans because black Americans come down there and feel extremely entitled because they're black. Jamaicans do not view race the way Americans view race. Jamaicans are way closer to Puerto Ricans in the way they view things. Meaning, Puerto Ricans do not give a fuck about the color of your skin. You're either Puerto Rican or you're not. That's exactly what it's like to be Jamaican. You're either one of us or you're not. However, they really like Canadians and they really like people from Minnesota because as tourists, we are overwhelmingly the most polite and kind tourists that come into their country, regardless of our wealth status.
Well,
this is what they've told me because I've been there multiple
And let's
times.
be honest, Minnesotans are basically Canadians.
That's kind of my point. We have a very similar culture, right? So even the poor American people that come through there, if you treat them with respect and kindness, they love you. They don't give a fuck if you're poor.
Well, and that's
if you're rich and you pay them a lot of money, but you treat them like shit, they still resent you. They have integrity. They're human beings.
Well, that's the bottom line of my philosophy in life is treat people with respect. You know, people say the respect needs to be earned. I disagree. Respect should be freely given. It can be easily lost, but it should be freely given.
Yeah, you should like start at. That's what I do. Is you start at 100, and then you go up or down.
Maybe even you start at 75.
And there is no cap. No,
Right.
there is no cap.
Okay,
I give
so
you,
you start
I give
at
you 100
100
points of respect. Everybody starts with 100
Right.
points of respect.
So not 100%, but 100 points.
Correct.
Yeah.
You start at 100 points, and there is no cap.
Yeah.
Right. And you, dude, I could straight up admire you and borderline worship you. Right. Like, you could change my life.
You could go up to 5 million.
You could be, yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. You could go to 5 million. But every human being starts with a minimum of 100 points of respect. And trust me, you can lose that.
It's up to you whether you're going to gain or lose off that.
There's also a minimum, right? Like even a pedophile, to me, still deserves 15 points.
I would agree.
Because they still have constitutional rights. So no, I'm not going to chemically castrate this fucking pedophile. No, I'm not going to lynch him in the streets. No, I'm not going to unleash him to the family of the people from the girl he raped. No, I'm not doing any of that inhumane, insane. No, we're not going to fucking. No, we're not going to do the Muslim thing where we fucking. Oh, he raped your daughter, so you get to grape his daughter. No, we're not. That's what they do in the Muslim. We're not doing that. We're not doing. No. That's all inhumane.
We have to.
We're putting him in
that.
prison for the rest of his life.
We have to.
That's what we're
we
doing.
have to accept that we live in a civilized world. And listen, animals may do this shit, and animals may have that kind of retribution. We are evolved from that.
Correct.
Or
That's
at
what I'm
least,
saying. Yeah,
or at least we pretend like.
So
we
even
are.
the worst of the worst
Right.
of the worst still gets the 15.
Right.
But everybody starts at 100, and you can go up infinitely, but you'll never go below this. However, if you molest my daughter,
then you're
going
below
like
that.
negative 30,
Yeah.
and I will personally put you in the ground. I will go to jail for the rest of my life.
You're going to be Samuel L. Jackson in A Time to Kill.
Exactly. Like then,
Is
and
that
that's
the
the
movie?
point.
Is
Yeah,
that the
I
movie?
think it is. I think
Where,
it is.
with Matthew McConaughey.
Or Mississippi Burning.
No, that was Gene Hackman.
Look this up. Which Samuel L. Jackson movie?
Samuel L. Jackson and
Daughter raped.
and Matthew McConaughey.
We're gonna say graped because we're gonna get censored. You got to say graped.
But I feel like it's
Samuel
A Time
L. Jackson
to Kill.
movie. Daughter graped, but don't put the G in there in your search. I thought it was Mississippi Burning.
No, that's Gene
And that's
Hackman,
Samuel-
and that's about like
Matthew
KKK.
McConaughey.
No, Mississippi Burning is Gene Hackman.
A Time to Kill. I thought that was Samuel L. Jackson. It is. You're right. A Time to Kill. Nice call, boy. Nice pull.
Don't fuck with me on my movie knowledge,
Dude,
man.
you know who else? Dude,
I'm a trivia champion.
Do you
I don't
know-
know if you know this.
do you know the band? Oh, fuck. Now I'm going to drop their name, dude. I like this band, too. They're local. They've been on the podcast. I think you were here, Will. We played with them at Skyway. Remember? They're the band who has all the movie quotes. We had them here on the podcast. No. We played with them. We played with them at Skyway on the Valhalla Fest thing. They played on the Studio B. Oh fuck, dude.
I'm just looking at the Google search history
Wolf
from
Mask.
tonight, and
It's Wolf Mask.
It's absolutely ridiculous.
Do you know who Wolf Mask is?
No, I'm so bad at knowing current bands.
Elite level local band. If you're into that genre of music.
I really. All right, so we were talking about this earlier, and I have not been active in the local music scene, and I miss it. I really do.
Then watch the podcast, dude, because I have guys on from current level, young guys, older guys. Like I have that's the problem, man. Is none of y'all pay attention.
What I need to do is go out from the 1 or 2 bars that I go to.
Yeah, but where do you go? Who do you go see? Watch the podcast. I have these kids on. Some of them are grown men like you and I. Wolf Mask. It's VVO. So it's VV. Yeah, there you go. Boom. There you go. These guys are here. And every song on every record, every concert has a movie quote.
Can we play some of their shit? They got license-free stuff?
I don't have license, but they did come on the podcast, and they did give us permission to play something. So
let's do a blind react here.
Let's do it. So
I'm going to take out the headphones and grab beer. You need anything?
No, I actually have half this beer and still have I still have half a Guinness and half a winter ale.
Old one's right by my
Yeah, just go to YouTube, dude. Yeah, just play one of their videos. Okay, so this is Dickless. You ready?
All right. Blind reaction.
Pause. Go back. Start over. Okay, so here's the point. Every single song starts with a movie quote, and sometimes they even throw one in the middle of the song as like a break. But every single song starts with a movie quote and is based on that movie or that quote or something involved. Like the whole thing is in movies. A lot of it's horror. I remember you were here because remember Justin Boney and I, we got in a friendly argument about whether it was pure horror or not. And it's not, because they came on the podcast and they verified it. No, they do comedy, but it's a lot of retro movies and most of it is horror. But so every single song, both live and on record, there's a movie quote played from the movie. It's incorporated into the song. It's part of their whole deal. And a lot of their shit, some of their songs are 90 seconds.
All right.
Because there's no filler. They're not trying to write epics. It's all killer, no filler. Hit play.
Are they grind?
Listen. You tell me.
Yes, this man has no dick.
Now, if you're into this style of music, these guys are elite. Like, they're at the top of the game. Everybody in this band is dope as fuck. Live, they're phenomenal. So if you're into this, go see them. If you're not into it, you're not going to get it. You're going to think, you're actually going to, if you're not into this, you're going to question my credibility with the amount that I would endorse this band. Now, I will say they are...
No, hold on. Shut up a second. Not tell you shut up on your own show.
Well, we got to keep talking. We have to keep talking.
Fair enough. I'm digging the groove, right? They've got a solid fucking groove. They're not all noise. Which, and listen, I'm no stranger. I fucking worked for Root of All Evil for however many years. And I don't know if you know this or not. I used to work side by side with Earl Root.
Yeah, I remember.
And I was on the radio show, and
I think that's how I started, like, chiming it up with you.
That's
way back at Area 52.
Quite possible.
Trying to get on, because I remember Earl Root also, he listened to my record, and he goes, I like what you're doing, but here's what I need.
Yeah.
I need you to do what you're doing, plus 10% more.
Well, and
just
listen,
do what you're doing better. 10% better.
If that man's giving you advice, you fucking listen to it, right?
No, I know, and that's what I'm saying. And it was the most constructive advice, because it was so vague, but so specific. He didn't say improve your guitar playing. He didn't say improve your guitar songwriting. He didn't say improve your vocal presence or your... No, he just said keep doing what you're doing, but you need to do it 10% more. I knew exactly what he meant by that. So, like, we're on the right path. just be better in everything we're doing
Yep.
a little bit more. So if everybody gets 2 to 5% better, we're going to be collectively 10%. That's how I kind of took it. But that band, I just want to say, does not translate the best. And I think I talked about this with them while they were on the podcast. They're one of those bands you got to see live.
No, I can see that because there's a live energy and there's a recorded energy.
Yeah, and
these are different things.
And this
right?
is the challenge, right? Like I believe the true challenge of being a musical act is to capture your live sound on record. This is what Metallica did.
Fuck Metallica. That's what Kiss did.
Okay, Kiss. Metallica.
Kiss
Guns N' Roses did it.
Kiss was
Led
nothing
Zeppelin
until
did it.
Alive, right? The record that broke Kiss was Alive.
Well, then they didn't do it. Then they technically never did it, according to what you just said. They never captured their live sound on record until they recorded their live sound.
Right.
Whereas Metallica, Led Zeppelin, Guns N' Roses, these are bands that captured their live energy on
in the
record.
studio. No, and I see what you're saying.
That's my
because
point,
Kiss
right?
Alive was a live record.
And that
I mean,
is a true, like, old school principle is like,
Yep.
here's what you do. And so I really want to have this conversation with you. So back in the day, when I was a kid, the old school OG musicians, this is what they told me. No, kid. You got to write the music, and then you got to, like, be good, perfect it, and then you're trying to record that and capture that on record. Nowadays, I feel like there's a huge disconnect between people in rock and metal music because now everything is recorded in Logic, in Pro Tools.
With
and
backing
then they
tracks.
try to perfect that live.
Yeah.
I think this is a big deal. This is why Greta
No,
Van Fleet seems to have a lot of
I kind of agree with you.
organic equity above it, royal blood. There's a certain type of band that is still resonating with people more than these like gent bands, these processed. You know what I'm saying?
When you write a song,
I don't need to finish this statement.
If you write a
Take
song
over.
and you go straight to the studio, like songs evolve, and the way that songs evolve is that you play them live, and just through the process of crowd reaction and how you like to play, the songs evolve, right?
Yeah.
The way you write a song is not the way you're playing it a year from now.
Right.
And when you're playing it live, then it evolves. I mean, it evolves most quickly that way. So
When you're doing a lot of that in the studio to begin with,
if you're
kind
writing
of
if you're writing a
gestating.
song in the studio, that song is not in its final form. It has not reached Super Saiyan level, right? When you've played it live,
when you say in the studio, we're talking about direct to record.
right, or practice space, or in a recording studio, or whatever. When you have not played it live, when you have not experienced this song,
But a lot of no. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is a lot of bands are recording nowadays direct into Logic or into Pro Tools.
okay, without
There
going
is
through the
no
amp, so-
rehearsal space. There is no jamming with the band. It's all, here's my guitar riff. You write your drums. Then the bass player comes in and writes. It's layers.
No,
it's not an because I feel like what you're
I
kind
feel
of
like
talking
we're
about is
saying-
what I always talk about, which is the aha moments. We're in the rehearsal space together. You fuck up, and I go, hold on, do that again. And you go,
Fuck,
do what again?
Make that same mistake again.
And you go, do
Yeah.
what again? And I go, you did this thing. And you go, no, I wasn't trying. And I go, I know you weren't trying,
it
but
wasn't
it
a
was
mis-
awesome. Do that again. And then you do it again on purpose this time. And I go, okay, now I'm going to change what I'm playing. If you can do that, okay, cool. You got that. Now I'm going to change what I'm playing
It's
to
not an-
accent that thing. Drummer guy, okay, you do this, ba-ba. And then we're going to hit this accent. And then he goes, ah. And then all of a sudden we have this like 1 bar break that is suddenly, to me, that's fucking music, dude. That's That's art, dude. Is
But
those
that does-
aha moments that only happen when we're all in the room together. That's what I'm referring to that I feel has been lost in modern day music. Is they're not doing that anymore. They're just, I record my parts at my house. I put them on a Google Drive. You download them to your Logic, and then you just record over what I have there. There is no collaboration.
All right, I feel like we're saying the same thing, because when you write a song, you don't have those aha moments when you're writing.
That's
a song.
what I call them. Yeah,
Right.
Yeah,
You have those aha moments once you're playing that song out. Right. Songs evolve from the
100%,
the first time you write that song to when you've been playing it out for months. That song will evolve, and what you want to record is the evolved version, not
right.
the original.
And you can
version.
speed that up if you're rehearsing
if
in a room together, jamming together. You can speed that process
absolutely.
up before it ever goes to record.
however,
Let alone gets played live.
However, I feel like playing it live accelerates that.
I do too. So I think a lot of bands do this in some way, shape, or form. So not only do you write your song and then do a pre-production version of it and then rewrite it, and you're like, okay, we think it's done. I do think a lot of bands have done a lot of, and I'm not just talking locally, I'm talking like big level national bands.
Yeah.
I think they've tried those songs a couple times live just to see how the crowd responds.
Nobody is
And then gone back and even listened to them and go, okay, let's make this final. I knew this part wasn't working, and the crowd really fucking, it got weird. I knew this part didn't work. We're getting rid of it.
In my musical career, if I listen back to the tracks I've recorded, I can tell the difference between the songs that we recorded before going in front of an audience and the songs we recorded after they went to an audience.
Yeah, I think you might be right, dude. And I think this is one of those things that I've almost developed a blind spot for, because it's been so long since I've done all this process in full. I've still done parts of this process over the years, but doing this from gestation all the way through full production, everything, I think you're right. And I think I've kind of forgotten about that part. But yeah, playing a song live a few times will give you a genuine...
It takes it to that Super Saiyan level.
Right.
Right?
And we're not talking like we've been touring on this song for a year.
No, you gotta play it out 3 or 4 times.
Yeah.
Right? I mean,
I think you're right, dude. I think I've
because
forgotten about this.
everything is going to evolve as you're actually playing it. And it's going to evolve most when you're in front of an audience. And it's going to be because somebody made a mistake, but that mistake sounded good. Right?
Right. And then you go, let's lean into that. And that's my favorite, because here's my point. I want to keep evolving this. And there's a couple things I want to touch on too. I want to press reverse and go back in time, but I want to bounce this one off you too. So those aha moments, I feel like that's the actual art, because human beings for a long time have been able to do certain mathematical equations and come up with combinations of notes and melodies and harmonies and kind of manufacture hit songs. We've been doing that for a long time, actually. There's a lot of shitty music.
At least 70 years.
There's a lot of shitty music that is charted that was based on nothing more than some asshole figuring out if I put
formula.
this combination, exactly. If I put this algorithm or formula, this combination of notes and beats, I have a hit on my hands. That's gotten harder and harder to do, but it still has been.
It's been happening inarguably since the 60s and arguably longer than that.
It happened the most in the 60s and 70s. It dissipated in the 80s, almost disappeared in the 90s.
Oh, I would disagree. It absolutely existed in the 80s and 90s.
No, it definitely existed in the 80s, but it dissipated in the 80s. It almost went away in the 90s. Came back in the 2000s, late 90s, 2000s.
Definitely came
with
back
the boy
in the
bands.
2000s.
With the boy bands. The boy bands was the biggest version of formula that we're talking about.
Let me give you a quick story.
Okay, go ahead.
There was a band out of New Jersey that I was good friends with. They were called Pete.
I gotta piss. Keep going.
Oh, I do too. I was trying to wait, but I'll keep going.
Yeah, you keep going.
So,
I'll piss first. You're two pisses deep.
Yeah,
You're two pisses deep. I'm only one deep. I got one on you. I get to go first.
Yeah, you go first. I got a story to tell anyway. So this band Pete out of New Jersey, they came touring through a couple of times. They were fan-fucking-tastic. I thought they were an amazing band. And after the third tour, they got signed to Warner Brothers. And they toured. They were from New Jersey. They were going to L.A. to record their album. They toured through on their way there, and they're still a great fucking band. And then they toured through on their way back, and they were a different band. Because clearly the producers had gotten a hold of them, and they were like, no, you should sound like this. You should sound like that. The songs were absolutely different. Story go further with some feedback, but you over there?
I'm over here.
All right, talk to me, man.
Technical difficulty.
Oh no, technical difficulties are all right with me. It's not my difficulties; it's all on you. So I'm comfortable with it. I'm not doing anything wrong. The best show I've ever been to is a little unfair because I saw Pink Floyd at the Metrodome in 1994. So that is automatically the top. If we're talking top five, I like top five lists more than best. And top five outside of Pink Floyd, it's going to change every fucking time. But like Devin Townsend, any of the times I saw him at Station 4 were fucking amazing.
Will, the reason we're having technical difficulties, all you got to do is go into that mixer, and go into the one, I think it's mix B. Yeah. And then just turn your mic up in mix B. It's all the way up? Okay, then turn your gain up on your actual channel in the physical interface. That's your issue. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, you're right.
Yep. Because, again, you just got to chase down the signal, bro. You just got to think about it. There's only so many problems that could possibly be an issue. And in this case, you have the monitor signal that you're sending to the headphones. Then you have the one signal that's coming from the actual mic to the actual interface. And then the only other possible answer is fucking OBS, which has nothing to do with what the three of us are listening to in the room. You know what I mean? I know it's super confusing, dude, so I'm not trying to like bust your balls or anything. It's not like that. I'm just saying don't get intimidated by it. Just always think about it in the most basic the basic principles of signal flow. Like you go from the mic to the interface, from the interface to the headphone amp, and then at the same time you're going digitally into OBS. And we don't listen to OBS. We listen to either the headphone amp or you also have your own mix. That's the other thing is you're doing your own thing over there. So you just got to double check your mix if you can't hear something. But yeah, other than that, you're good, dude. You've been doing a great job, man. You've been learning a lot. You've been progressing steadily. I couldn't be happier with you, dude.
Thank you. It's working now.
I still think you're a gay Jew, but... Prove me wrong. Bitch. People don't know how much I love you, Will. People think I'm mean to you. Did you know that?
Yeah, we've talked about this from the shows and shit.
I mean, I saw you whipping him earlier, so
No.
there might be a little bit of truth to that.
No, there was
or,
this.
or does he like that?
No, Will, what was it? Like our second show with the Montoya thing? And what actually happened? Because you didn't actually fuck up. You were confused about something, right? And you came up and you were like, ... happened. What... And then I just remember, and I remember my adrenaline was pumping because I just got done playing drums. And I was like, yeah, no. And I didn't like preface it like you should when you're in show business. Like, yeah, no problem, dude. Everything's cool. Here's what I just went, yeah, next time that happens, here's what I want you to do. But apparently, Will, explain this. Because I don't even remember this moment. I do remember the moment, but I don't actually remember anything that happened. I just remember kind of like the vibe.
There was like another band playing, or the background noise was really loud, and we had to like scream at each other, and it was the facial expressions is what did it.
Dude. Yeah. So it looked like we were yelling at it looked like I was like yelling at him. But he asked me a question. And I was like, so next time, yeah, but next time do this instead.
So you're saying something innocuous, but it looked like
It
you
was
were
a
saying.
really bad look. But now that's the reputation. Jared treats his drum tech like shit.
Fair enough.
I'm like, fuck. This is why I hate the entertainment business. This is why I hate everything. This is why I hate corporate life. Right? Like the tone of your voice, you fucking shut up. I don't have the patience for that shit. That's why I like guys like your industry.
I don't have patience for much anymore, so.
Like, that's why I love like your industry. It's like, do your job, be dope. I don't really need to get along with you. I just need to be able to work with you. So even if you're the biggest fucking asshole in the world, as long as you're predictably an asshole and I can know you're going to respond like an asshole, then I can prepare for you to respond like an asshole. The problem is when somebody's unpredictable.
Well,
and
they're
I never
unpredictable
know.
is a huge problem.
And I never know how to fucking deal with you.
I mean, anywhere in life, that's a huge problem.
I know.
mean,
That's what the marriages, friendships, band members.
I mean, if you're going to be anything in life, be predictable. And I get that this is...
And what we're really saying is be reliable.
Be reliable, right?
Predictable means it sounds shitty.
Don't be boring, right? You don't have to be boring, but be reliable.
I don't... what I'm saying
Right?
is I don't even need you to be like great, perfect, likable. I just need to know who you are. If you're kind of a dick all the time, cool. I've been able to get along with people who are kind of dicks all the time because I figure out they like Pink Floyd, they like this. They like fishing. They don't like people. They don't like chit chat. You know.
But
so
if I
you
know
learn
what
how
to if I know what to expect from you,
you know how to communicate.
then I know how to communicate.
Exactly, and I can respect your boundaries, and I can
now we
deal.
Can get
deal
along.
with you,
Now we can get along,
or at least work with. Maybe we don't get along, but I can work with you.
Well, if I'm not getting along with you, I'm not working with you.
Here's
right?
the thing: is in a lot of crafts like woodworking, because I did a lot of metal work, a lot of machining, a lot of shit like that, running parts. Most of the time, I don't need to fucking talk to you. Most of the time, I barely need to communicate with you. I do not need to get along with you. I don't need to fucking like you. All I need to do is trust you and respect you.
There's a big
That's
difference between liking somebody and getting along with somebody.
I kind of equate them, but you kind of get where I'm going with this. And,
I get where you're going.
We'll just catch the viewers. We'll keep going. So what I'm getting at is like,
I mean, if you're watching
an
at home,
asshole,
chime in on this.
If you're an asshole and we're running parts together and I can't fucking stand to be around you, fine. but always be that guy. Don't lull me in for a few weeks where suddenly we're getting along and we're having personal conversations talking about our wives and our girlfriends and kids and birthdays and fucking, and then all of a sudden
you flip a 180.
You flip a fucking 180 and you're back to being fuck you. Yesterday you asked me for a ride home. I brought you to your bank. We went to the bar. I bought you dinner. And 3 days later, you're calling me a piece of shit? Dude, fuck you. Like, if
Call me a piece of shit
every day
while you're there.
Call me a piece of
Right?
shit every day, and then I go, okay, this is the
Spit in my
relationship.
face,
Yeah, like,
right?
like now at least I know where we fucking stand, dude. Okay, you're a dick, I'm a dick. Okay, cool. Like, fine. You're a dick, I'm a nice guy. Fine. Okay, this is our
And I've gotten
just
along.
be you, man.
I can get along with guys that I fucking hate as long as there is that predictable behavior.
as long as I can trust them
Well,
to
all right.
do their fucking job. That's all when I'm just talking about working with people, that's all I'm really talking
No,
about.
but it's interesting they say the word trust because many
This
years
is true
ago,
for band members as well.
In my late teens,
Can I trust you to do your job?
in my late teens, and this is a lesson that has stuck with me in my entire life. I had a therapist say define trust as consistent behavior over time.
Yeah.
And trust is more than that, but that is kind of a fair definition of trust. Like, how do you trust somebody? They give you consistent behavior over time. And whatever that behavior is,
That's what you can trust. That's
be
a great
fucking
fucking
consistent.
point. That's exactly what I'm talking about.
Right?
Yep.
And so I don't have to like you to trust you. If I'm seeing consistent behavior, then I know that's what I can expect,
Yeah.
and I can accept that, and I can either live with that or I can't live with that.
Including the guy, because I definitely used to be this guy. And every once in a while, I guess I could still kind of be this guy. But I'm going to exaggerate it for the point. Including the guy who you're working with him. You confront him because he fucked up. He blows up. He gets defensive. He storms out. You think he quit, but then he shows up the next day. Okay, that's Jeff. All right, that's what's going to happen. But if you always know that's how Jeff's going to happen, then you can kind of prepare for that. All right, here's the deal.
Absolutely.
Here's the deal. Here's what's going to happen.
I had an employee.
Jeff fucked up.
I had
We're
an
going to
employee
confront him.
exactly
he's
like
gonna
that.
He's going to quit. But then he'll be back tomorrow, and he'll actually like have fixed the problem. But you can just understand when you confront Jeff, he's going to flip out. He's going to he might even throw a wrench. But he's a good worker. He's trustworthy. He doesn't steal shit, right? Like, he does show up on time. He's going to quit, but he'll be back in 2-3 days, and he will have corrected that mistake. Because what Jeff has to do is go home and talk to his wife. Jeff has to go home and maybe he's 18. He's got to go home and talk to his dad. You know what I mean? Like, but that's Jeff. That now we understand Jeff's psychological evolution, and now Jeff is part of the family. And
I had an employee that is exactly what you're describing.
we've all worked with this guy.
You know,
We've
this guy
all worked with this
worked for me.
I was this guy
You
up
know.
until I was 24,
Fair enough.
26 maybe.
And once I knew that was his pattern, like, the guy's going to be great for like 3 months.
And then he'll flip out.
And then he's going to start slacking, and then I'm going to call him on his shit, and then he's going to flip out and walk out, and then he's going to come back and be really fucking good at his job for 3 months, and then he's going to slack off, and then I'm going to have the come to Jesus talk, and he's going to flip out and walk out, and then he's going to come back the next day,
And when he
be
comes back,
really good at his
but when he
job
comes
for 3
back-
months.
But also when he comes back, every time he goes, "My name is Jeff." My name is Jeff. I'm sorry. Yeah. But those people, I will rely on those people more than I'll rely on somebody who every 6 months just changes and is a completely different human being.
No, because there's something to be said about being reliable. And if there's anything, if you're going to be one thing, you should be reliable. And in whatever way you're going to be reliable, just be reliable. Be consistent.
Yeah, and at a minimum, just fucking accept how people So if you're the guy who's late every day, don't be offended when people bust your balls and call you part-time.
But also,
You know what I mean? Like,
be
dude,
the
you
same
earned
amount
that.
of late every day. Right? If you're coming in 10 minutes late every day, then I just listen. I'm a small business. I'm not.
Sure.
I'm not going to
His
bust in a
shift
play
is
for
10 minutes later. Yeah.
right. As long as you're clocking out 10 minutes later, I don't give a shit. Right? You're getting the work done. You're getting the work done. But be consistent with it.
Right.
Right? If you're showing up 10 minutes late every day, and then you're showing up a half hour late, like I need to be able to rely on you. When you're showing up a different amount of late, I can't rely on you.
Yeah.
But if you're consistent with it, then cool. Your clock runs 10 minutes slow.
And your deal,
I can live with that.
Your deal is a lot different too, though, because I worked in machining. I ran a press brake. I worked on lathes. Like I've run CNCs.
But you worked on a production schedule.
No, we were job shop, and that's kind of why I'm speaking from this level of like, I know what I'm talking about. So it matters when guys don't show up to your deal.
Oh no, it absolutely does. It absolutely does.
If you're in a cubicle collecting bills or making customer service calls, you can fuck all the way off if you tell me the business is make or break on whether I show up or not. You know what I mean? So it's a totally different argument as well about somebody showing up late. Like if I'm 7 minutes late to your cubicle job, fuck off. Fuck all the way off.
But you show up 7 minutes late to my wood shop. I'm not worried about that.
No.
But you show up an
that's-
hour late, I'm worried about that.
But that's 7 minutes late, like you said. If I'm 7 minutes late every day,
Then I just learned to count on that.
and then I stay 5 minutes late every day, then fine, it's a 2-minute wash. Who gives a fuck?
I don't give a fuck.
However, if I'm showing up 7 minutes late every day at your job, and I have some reason, some excuse every day I need to leave an hour or two early, a half hour early, 45 minutes early, 15 minutes early,
That's not going to cut it.
that shit makes a direct impact because there's only one or two or three of me, right? It matters that these people are there. But if you're in one of those fucking cubicle jobs, bro, if you're a fucking monkey in a fucking office,
when there's hundreds of you,
fuck,
it doesn't matter.
dude. And those people are like, if you're late 3 times in a month, you're fired. Fuck you, dude.
Yeah.
Fuck you, man.
But when there's
I have
two
a
or
fucking life, dude. And this is a big fucking parking lot and a big fucking building, and there's snow. Eat shit. That's the kind of shit you
and
dipped
everybody's
on,
sitting on
probably.
hold for 45 minutes anyway.
And
So now they're sitting on hold for 47 minutes instead of 45, right?
when you were sitting talking there earlier about fucking, I don't want to do this job anymore. You were talking about ho-hum sales jobs. Bro, that shit, everybody can relate to that. Because that's every cubicle job that exists in America. Most of them are bullshit. Most of them are fucking scams. And that's what fucks my brain up, dude. That's what hurts my soul. And I'm 100% convinced that's why I haven't made a lot of money. It's not because you can only make money if you fuck people over. I've actually used that line.
I don't think that's true.
I've actually used that line several times. The reason I'm not successful is because I have a conscience. Dude, that is the most pussified thing you could ever say to justify your own failure. Oh, because you don't have to fuck anybody over. Dude, I know concrete guys that have never fucking ripped a single person off that make $250,000 a year running a concrete company. And all their guys, every single guy that works for them is making almost $100,000 a year, including guys that are just jumping in. So fuck all the way off with this idea.
If I take that attitude that it's okay to fuck people over, I'm out of business in a month.
You actually said this earlier. You said something about fucking Walmart and then everybody has an Amazon account. Dude, people that act like Jeff Bezos has fucked people over. You know Jeff Bezos was paying people $15 minimum wages before $15 minimum wages were like the talk of the town.
Like they were the model, right?
Right. Like the only reason a $15 minimum wage was a thing is because you can go make that at Amazon working in the warehouse. That's why I deserve $15 an hour at McDonald's. That was the argument.
Now, I've never worked for Amazon. I don't know what
It sucks.
I don't know what the working conditions are
sucks.
like. I would imagine they probably fucking suck. So,
But it's also just a shitty warehouse job. It's not supposed to. You're not supposed to raise a family working a shitty warehouse job. If you want to raise a family working in warehousing, you need to run or own a warehouse. That's America.
but
It's not being a slave to somebody.
hold on. As a
Keep going.
a
Okay.
counterpoint to that is, I agree with you. I agree with you 100% that you should own the warehouse.
or run a warehouse.
But it's hard to own or run those warehouses when you have Amazons in the world.
Well, it's also
Right.
very hard to run
But-
a warehouse or any other company
all
when you
the
have a
people that
90 IQ.
But all the people that are screaming the loudest for, we need a, back in the day when we were like, kill Walmart because they treat their employees like shit, are spending all their money on Amazon, and Amazon is the new Walmart, right? So
That was your point earlier.
yeah, that was my point earlier. Is like, if you want to see things get better, we got to kill the corporate conglomerates, right?
But here's the thing.
Shop local, spend local, support small businesses,
But here's
because
the
small
thing.
businesses, like, listen,
But let's
I don't
slow down. Slow down.
I don't pay my employees $70,000 a year because I don't make revenue to pay them $70,000 a year.
But if you did, you would.
But what I do pay them is as much as I can fucking afford to pay
Well,
them.
here's the thing. If I came to work for you and I brought you in any way, shape, or form, whether I gained clients or just the work I did was so efficient or elaborate
You're gonna see those
that
rewards.
I brought you $100,000 a year in profit,
You're gonna see those
if
rewards.
if I single-handedly earned you $100,000 in profit, you're probably paying me close to $100,000 a year. Because even if I am just a single
If I have-
break-even employee,
If I have the revenue to do that, I'm doing that.
but you would
Right.
have to because I am. That's what I'm getting at.
What I'm saying is the difference between
If
me
I left that hypothetical situation and you lost $100,000 in profit, not business, in profit, by me so after you pay me, that's the point. After you pay me, you're still making $100,000 a year.
then I'm sharing it with the employees. Absolutely.
No, but what I'm saying is, if I demand $100,000 a year, you're paying me $100,000 a year.
If I've got the revenue
Because
to do
I'm
it, yeah.
still giving you $100,000 in profit. So you're giving me that money.
So
However, if I generate $10,000 in profit, it's a hard argument for you to pay me $60,000 a year. It's very difficult because it's only $10,000 in profit. It's a very small You see what I'm getting
yeah,
at now?
no, I see exactly where
It's
you're
a totally
yeah.
different argument now when we break these. So if I'm generating huge amounts of profit, you're going to pay me because you don't really have a choice. Because if you lose me, you lose that profit.
Yeah.
Because I am generating
Well,
either
and it's-
because I'm dope or I bring clients or whatever, right? It doesn't matter why. This is true for any business.
I mean, but this is a documented thing that in small businesses, the employees get a larger percentage of the overall cut because small businesses,
Will you turn his gain up in just our headphones, please?
there's, I mean, everything scales, right? When you're making multi-million dollars a year, the profits are going to be higher than a company that's making $500,000 a year.
Yeah, well, yeah.
Yeah.
Yes. Thank you.
But the percentages of those profits per employee are increased, right? So in small businesses almost across the board throughout this country, you see in small businesses again, you see employees getting paid closer to what their bosses are being paid. Like my lowest paid employee makes $4 an hour less than I do. You can't say that about Amazon. Their lowest paid employee makes what, probably $20 an hour right now, and their CEO makes I don't know who their CEO is right now.
Fair.
But
Okay, but
I
let's-
mean, multi-million dollars.
Let's
here.
Let's
Right.
walk this through step by step. Okay, but what's way more accurate as a comparison is, does the general of the Army / CEO of Amazon carry greater responsibility and risk with every decision they make versus a base level, entry level employee?
Oh, absolutely they do.
So
Absolutely.
So does the general of the Army? Because this is the argument.
Do
the-
they
the
deserve
C-
to make more?
No. It's not just that they deserve them. They always do a comparison. They always do a percentage. The CEO of Amazon, and this is always the number, and which is why I think it's fake, but let's say it's real. The CEO of Amazon makes 9,000% the salary of the average entry level Amazon employee. My argument, because I love the military responsibility of devastation, is how I would, because I'm not military. I was raised by some military people, around military people, blah, blah, blah. I get some of it. I understand the logic, but I don't know all the words or the logic or the phrases or whatever. But the idea is this. If the average employee at Amazon makes a mistake, at worst, they can cause X amount of damage. If the CEO at Amazon makes a mistake. Oh, and by the way, if that entry-level employee or anybody really up to a huge level, if anybody makes a serious mistake, doesn't matter about lawsuits, insurance, injuries, deaths, doesn't matter. The company survives.
You're still in business.
If the CEO, the reason he gets a 9,000% salary or whatever the fuck percentage is because if he makes one wrong decision,
everything goes under.
the entire company can fold. Everybody loses their job. Every single person who owns stock in that company loses everything. That's average Americans who don't even work there. That's like the generals, right? That's why the generals make a lot more money. Nobody would ever say the general of the military, a 4-star general, should make the same money because the general just sits at a desk. He doesn't, because this is the argument, John. This is the argument, brother. The general, and and this is my point, when we make this argument in a military fashion, people go, that's dumb. But that's because they don't respect business. So if I make this argument within the analogy of the military, everybody agrees with me. And then as soon as you turn it on its head and say it's a company, they're like, oh, what's the fuck? So all he does is sit at a desk and make decisions. He's not doing any real work. It's the grunts in the military. It's the ground level they're not even enlisted. Those are the guys doing the actual work. There's no reason the general of the military. There's no lot. This is what they say verbatim. I'm just replacing general of the military with CEO. And I know you get this. You're a smart guy.
I get this.
There's no
to
reason the general of the military should make 9,000 times the salary as the average entry-level military guy. And I'm saying military guy because Navy, Air Force, what fucking insert military position here. And I say you're wrong. Because not only did these people spend their entire lives to get there, not only did all these people have all this foundational knowledge that can sink or swim the entire ship. When you're talking about a company, most of these people took a crazy fucking risk of mortgaging their house, risking their entire family, putting everything on the fucking line. And oftentimes, losing money for years on end.
So, I don't disagree with anything you're saying. Much to your point, I am, and it's early for me to talk about this. I won't go into specifics. All I will say is that by the end of the year, I might be making a $50,000 investment, and I don't have $50,000.
And then if
So-
somebody borrows it to you, they're going to be like, well, he didn't really earn it because he just borrowed that money from somebody. Fuck you, man. That's a huge risk.
That's not at all what I'm saying.
No, but people will say that.
But when you're looking at a large corporation, and I'm not faulting CEOs that make more money, right? What I'm faulting is, and faulting is the wrong word, but what I'm talking about is, you're people that say that, you can't spend money at Walmart, you can't spend money at Amazon. I personally try not to spend money at Amazon. But all the people that were like boycott Walmart have Amazon Prime accounts. When you look at a small business, you got guys that are putting the same amount of risk on the line. And hear me out here. That are compensating their employees much closer to what they're being compensated. Like I said, I own a company. My lowest paid employee is making $4 an hour less than I am making. Now, I'm not dealing with Amazon level decisions, right? I'm not dealing with those dollar amounts. If I'm dealing with those dollar amounts, then yeah, I deserve to make more, right? But if you are against having a CEO make that much more than their lowest level grunts, then why are you spending money with that company? Support the small businesses where the margins are that much closer.
Right.
I mean, it's a long-standing fact that the backbone of any strong economy is the strength of the small businesses.
Well, and another thing, just to add a little bit of like factual nugget to the nuance of what we're talking about, specifically Amazon. One of the reasons Amazon is so valuable is because during the Obama administration, we started subsidizing Amazon subscriptions for poor people.
Well, and also
So the government is paying Amazon so poor people can order shit for free shipping because it's cheaper. Whether you agree with this or not, whether you think this is a good idea or not, the math shows it's cheaper for poor people.
Well,
Do you hear where I'm going with this? It's better for poor people in this country
to have it, right?
to have an Amazon because the shipping, just getting free shipping, saves poor people so much money. The government is going to pay for people's That's why Jeff Bezos is worth so much, because before that bill got passed, you go back to like 2011 or whatever the fuck it was, before Obama's second term, because that's when it happened, was in Obama's second term. It was part of Obamacare.
I kind of feel like that's besides the point, though, because
But I'm just saying the guy's value doubled.
No,
like he went from being worth
absolutely.
like $350 million to being like $700 million.
But even without that government intervention, he's worth a lot more than his lowest paid employees. As is,
But it wasn't at the same percentage because, again...
But like, let's take the CEO of...
But the percentage wasn't the same.
Let's say the CEO of Target, for example. And I don't know who that is, and I don't know how much he makes, but I know he makes a shitload more than the people at the checkout register.
I just figured out the
the
simplest answer for this.
What's that?
Everybody gets paid a percentage. So as an entry-level employee, you get paid 0.01%. We're an $8 billion company. There's your salary. What's 0.01% of $8 billion? We make $8 billion profit per year.
$8,000?
I think it's like $80,000.
800,000.
There you go. Okay, and we have 1,000 employees. So times that by 1,000. So you still have $7.2 billion in profit.
So this sounds awfully socialist to me.
It's absolutely not socialist.
Splitting your profits equally among everybody in your
No,
staff?
because socialist is owning the means of the production, which can only be done through enforcement of the government. So it's really just saying the government owns
fair
the
enough. But where I'm going is equal share.
It's
of
closer to a
everything.
co-op.
You're right. You're right.
It's way closer to a co-op.
Forgive me. I've had a table full.
No,
We are approaching the level of beers that I join Cold Colors under.
This is nothing. This is amateur hour. No, we're having a good, healthy, intellectual conversation here. No, this is closer to co-op because what this does is this says as the company grows, no matter what level you're at, you grow. And then as you earn promotions, you go up to 0.015%. 108%, 3%, 6%, right? But you can never get to a certain percentage because then everybody's making too much, right?
I'm not opposed to that. The only thing I'm opposed to...
And then you have shareholders, so some of that has to be paid out because you're a public
The only
company.
thing I'm opposed to is passing legislation saying how employees have to spend their money, have to pay their employees.
Correct.
Beyond a
right?
minimum
That gets
wage.
wonky. Yep,
Like,
that gets wonky. Because you don't have equal input, right?
It gets murky real fucking quick.
If you got a guy who's good and fast.
Like, let's create minimum standards on how I need to compensate my employees. But beyond that, like, I encourage employers to compensate their employees fairly.
Well, but
I
why,
get worried.
right?
I get
But
worried
why?
when there's legislation about that.
But why? It's because there's certain guys that are both good and fast.
Yeah.
And then there's certain guys who are good, but they're super fucking slow. And then there's guys who are slow and they're just kind of okay. Not every single one of those guys brings enough to the table
the same
for
thing
them
to the
all
table.
to be
Yeah.
paid the same. That would be an illogical and irrational equation. That's and that's where I get caught up in the definitions of these things, because when we talk about socialism, we do this thing where we use a piece of truth, which is we already have socialistic systems. We have public schools, we have the fire department, right? You see where I'm going with this. And those things are socialistic and they should be more evenly applied to everybody.
And I agree.
And I don't mean like
I-
not everybody has access to the fire department. That's not what I meant. What I meant is we should do that thing in more industries and more categories. Fine.
There are public services, right, that need to be funded, right?
Correct.
And we understand this. We need roads to drive on. We need people to put out fires.
You're nailing it. You're
we need people
you're
to drive
taking the
the
words out of my
ambulances.
mouth again. Yep, keep going.
Right.
Yep, keep going.
We need
Public services.
We need
These are public services.
we need
keep
the
going.
public services.
Yep, keep going.
And this is why I pay my taxes,
Yep.
because I understand that this is for our public good.
And we do these things the reason we do these things through taxes instead of private companies is for consistency and stability.
And also just logistics, because if you have one company running the police, you have one company doing road construction.
Well, police is actually private, but keep going. Other than sheriffs.
Fair enough. We have one company doing ambulance drivings, right? And ambulance drivers are absolutely private because they're owned by
they're
the
also
hospitals.
private.
But
We're coming up with a lot of bad examples. Let's come up
We
with the better
kinda
one.
are.
Plumbing, water. Water, it does not make sense to have 16 different companies running pipes in different areas.
electricity,
Electric doesn't
natural
make
gas,
sense. Yeah,
right?
doesn't make sense.
I mean, these are exceptions to antitrust laws.
yeah,
They're allowed to have.
I would call them. I don't think this is a term. I would call them logical monopolies. It only makes sense to have one or two companies doing this.
In St. Paul, I'm not sure about Minneapolis, but in St. Paul, they consider garbage collection. That's one that I'll disagree with. I think I don't like the centralized garbage collection in St. Paul.
No, I think it's the opposite.
No, I live in St. Paul, and
I thought St. Paul, it's private.
no,
Same thing with plowing.
in St. Paul, I used to have my choice of 5 different garbage collectors. Now I have one.
That's what we have in Minneapolis.
Yeah.
You just pay the city, and
Yeah.
they just handle it.
And I think it's a horrible idea. It's been a failure since its inception.
No shit.
It's horrible. Why it started was because people were upset about hearing garbage trucks in their alleys on 3 days of the week instead of 1 day of the week. But the prices have gone up and the service has gone down.
I do understand the idea though, because I'm
understand-
just playing devil's advocate, right? I just want to play this out. Yeah, okay, go ahead. I'm going to play this out though. The devil's advocate in me would say, but you also don't want garbage in your alley all the time. You don't want consistent garbage throughout the week. You see what I'm saying? So if the neighbor to your left gets garbage on Tuesday, then you get garbage on Wednesday, and the neighbor to your right gets garbage on Thursday because you're all using different companies. Every day of the week, you have garbage in the front of your fucking houses or in your alleys. That invites a constant stream of critters. You see where I'm going with this, Will? Okay. Whereas what we do in Minneapolis is, depending on where you live, everybody gets their garbage picked up on the same day. So there's only one night a week where everybody has full garbages sitting. You see what I'm saying? So if you're gonna get critters, they're gonna come on the night where all the garbage is out. I don't know. Maybe I'm being crazy. What do you think? You're young, dude. Am I being old man about this? What do you think? You're young.
I mean, it checks out for me. Checks out.
If you had to pick, what do you think would be
If
better?
I had to choose between consistently garbage or,
Well, don't just buy into the way I sold it. You know what I mean? Because the way he said it is, it was better, it was cheaper, it was more efficient. I'm just saying, yeah, but then somebody's got garbage out damn near every night, ready to be picked up. And yeah, there would be noise, right? So am I being old man about it, or is he right?
I mean, hearing a garbage truck 3 nights a week isn't exactly justification.
Well, it might be in the mornings, but yeah, keep going.
Right. That alone might not be justification, but kind of pipe dreamy.
What do you mean?
The garbage collection, monopolization of said garbage collection. It might sound really good on paper, but then, price goes up, the service goes down. I don't know,
yeah,
man.
so that's the question, right? So, in my mind, here in Minneapolis, what happens is companies compete for a contract every 6 months or a year. So the city just collects. So it might take longer to make an adjustment, but there's more weight with that adjustment because customers aren't competing for one customer at a time. They're competing for the entire city at a time. God damn, this is what it takes to run a city.
All right.
You have to sit down. You have to
And
make
think
these
about this
fucking
shit, right?
arguments. You have to, and not only do you have to make these arguments, you need to seriously employ very smart people who do real fucking research to make arguments to you.
I mean, smarter
to
people.
you.
Let's be honest.
If
People
I'm the governor
people smarter than me
or the
right?
mayor, I need 3 people from each side yelling at me, going, no, and they're not arguing with each other. They're only making a case to me. They get to listen to each other, but they don't get to argue. There's no debating. They're each just making their case to me. That's the only way you can do this thing, is you got to hear everybody from every side. Because what you're saying makes a ton of sense.
And you can't, because this is why you have representatives. But
I just want to say what you're saying makes a ton of sense.
So
it is
I don't-
completely
I-
antithetical to how I think about it.
I don't.
So if I,
don't
didn't
know
hear
your.
your
I
point
don't
of
know
view,
your neighborhood, but do you have an alley behind your house?
Yeah.
All right.
For sure.
Who plows your alley?
The city.
The city does.
Yeah.
All right. So in St. Paul,
You have to pay for that.
we hire private contractors to plow our alleys. All right. So somebody on the block, we have block captains.
Right.
Somebody on the block has to contact a plow service to plow our alley.
Yeah, that sounds like a lot of work. And that sounds like a shitty thing. So let's walk this through. Keep going.
Hear me out. So, if the only one person gives a shit about it, then that one person is on the hook for the entire bill. But if they go around the block and talk to all the neighbors and be like, yeah, we all want our alleys plowed.
Yep.
This is what it's going to cost.
This is exactly my point.
I've done
Keep
the
going.
research.
Yep.
Let's all chip in, and then it's affordable for all of us.
And it might be $10 a fucking year.
It's really not that much.
It might be $10 a year.
It's like 20 or 30.
Fine.
Right.
It could, I'm just saying it's not.
It's not.
It's not $20 a month.
Right. Now, so in theory, having the city act as my block captain and do that all sounds great. Now, what it used to be for trash was a similar type of thing.
Right.
Where we had 3 or 4 trash
Before we
companies
get too
coming
deep into trash, hold on. Let's just talk about snow, because everybody watching this podcast probably has snow in their lives. It's not always true, because we do have international listeners as well. But
we all have garbage in our lives.
But here's the problem with this idea. Theoretically, I could be driving through St. Paul, and one block is plowed, and one block is not plowed. And the second block is plowed, and the third block is not plowed.
All right. As a resident of St. Paul, that's not theoretical. That's realistic. That is actual fact, because in front of my house is sheer ice. But if I turn the corner, there is bare pavement.
Yeah, this sucks. This is what I'm saying. So the reason you would say that's a bad idea and the city should just take care of it, and regardless of whether you want it or not, everybody's going to pay $7 a year, right, instead of 10, because when you distribute it farther, it's easier. This is true how most things work, because you do things at volume.
I will come back to that.
You do things at volume.
I will come back to that.
And so, regardless of where you live, at some point in time in Minneapolis, your street will get plowed. You may not be priority 1. You may not be priority 5. But at some point in time, you're going to get a version of a plow. And it's better than living in a poor neighborhood where nobody can afford it year-round, and the street continues to get tore up, and the street, because nobody's plowing, nobody's salting, there's no maintenance. So you think you're saving $7 a year, but what actually happens is the street gets tore up, which means it needs to be rebuilt, which goes on to property taxes, which raises your rent in that same poor neighborhood. So I'm not saying I'm right. I'm not saying I'm right.
But I hear what you're saying.
This is the devil's advocate argument.
No, I hear what you're saying.
Why it should not, this one public service should not be privatized. This is the argument of socialism, right? Right or wrong.
I'm hearing your argument. I got to give my counterpoint.
Here's the thing. I'm a Republican, but I'm on the side of the socialists and the liberals on this thing. Like, I don't think St. Paul has the right system for that, because even though,
we're still talking about alley plowing, right?
Technically, we're talking about garbage. We're just talking. We're using alley and street plowing as the vehicle metaphor, but. And I'll bring it back.
I like that we are, because I'll show you the difference.
And I'll bring it back to the garbage thing. So you said the cost went up and the service went down. So in Minneapolis, how that would work, because this has happened, we've had at least 3 different companies become our garbage company. This is the worst one we've had.
We've also had 3 different companies in St. Paul. So
what that tells me, though, is it does take longer for changes to happen, because I can't just call another company next week to pick up my garbage. But, however, there is still private companies, even though it's a socialist program, there's still private companies competing for that contract, right? So who can provide the best value for the lowest price? The city is still trying to do that. As long as our city is run by Jews and Muslims, we're always going to be trying to get the best price for the like. Because trust me, Muslims are as Jewish as Jews. Like Muslims might even be worse. They're the cheapest motherfuckers on the planet.
I hear what you're saying. And what I'm going to say as a counterpoint is that you're expecting government to spend your money efficiently. And in my opinion,
theoretically,
and I'm getting more political than I want to, is that government doesn't do.
We're economic. We're not getting that. We're not getting political. Because political is when we talk about parties. We're talking about economics.
I'm not talking parties.
We're talking economics.
And for anybody listening, I'm neither Republican nor Democrat. I think they're both full of shit, and I get that that's hard for a lot of people to understand.
I'm a liberal Republican, so I vote Republican, but I have liberal values.
If I was going to identify with a party, it would be a Libertarian Party, but even them...
They're too anarchy for me, dude.
A little too anarchy for me, all right? I like
they're a little too survival of the fittest, like leave everybody to die and fend for themselves.
I like that their tagline is socially liberal, fiscally conservative. Because,
it's a great tag.
Because that's what I consider myself.
Right.
And if that's what they truly stood for, then I would absolutely be for them.
And
However,
for anybody young that doesn't know what that means, be gay, be trans, do your thing socially.
I don't give a shit.
We don't care.
Be who you are.
Like, yeah, do that. But we're not going to legislate it, and we're not going to spend money on it.
Right.
That's what that means.
Yeah.
And that's also true with the war and ICE, and pretty much like we want small government, and we want people to just live.
I want limited government.
Yeah.
Right. I want
small government.
I
Yeah.
want government to do the things that are important and nothing else.
Yeah.
Right.
Yep. Yeah, and that's why I say I'm a liberal Republican, because I still have all the same liberal values. I just don't trust the DNC anymore. Because it's just too much.
I don't trust the DNC.
Specifically locally. Because, dude, the DFL has...
All right, so let me go off topic for a moment and tell you a story that I think is relevant.
But the DNC is also super corrupt. Dude, just let me say this real quick. The DNC violated and eliminated the primaries in 2016. And then again in 2020. And then again in 2024. Yeah. Like, we're basically going on...
No, we saw this.
10 years of having no democracy within the Democratic Party. What the fuck are we talking about? Dude, yeah. I voted for Obama, homie. Like, I just voted for Jacob Frey. Like, do not say I'm a Trumper. Like, that would be the most disingenuous thing you could possibly say. I voted for Jacob Frey. Like, don't fucking accuse me of being a Trumper. Yeah, I'm saying I'm a Republican. That does not mean I will never vote. I actually have said this. I'll never vote for another Democrat, but then I totally did. But you get my point. Like, I'm still a liberal. But I'm voting Republican because I trust the Republicans to honor what I believe to be true, which is small government, get the fuck out of my life, more than currently I trust the other side to do that.
See, I don't trust either of them. So that I vote
fair.
I vote independent and third party whenever I can, because I think we desperately need to have more than two parties in our society.
I used to think that way much.
And we're not going to have more than two parties unless people actually vote for them and make them legitimate.
Yeah, the problem is this, dude.
You feel like you're wasting your vote.
No, not at all. Dude, the problem is this. We used to have not only 3 parties, we used to have 16 parties.
We need to go back to that.
I don't think so, because when I read the history, because I'm obsessed with this, dude. So every election, presidential election, every 4 years, I go back and reread the history of every president, and I find a unique thing that happened in his presidency, and I research that. And I do it for every single president, right? I know my presidents in order. I can literally recite them in order. I can go forward and backwards. I get mixed up right before the 1900s for some reason. I don't know why. But once I hit Teddy Roosevelt, I'm back in the game.
All right.
But here's my point.
You need to come join my trivia team now.
But here's my point, though. Here's my point. What I'm saying is that not only did we have more than 2 parties, dude, what happened, if you listen to if you read the news articles from those times, because this is all written history. This isn't even propaganda. These are just straight up fucking news articles, dude. Think about it. I'm gonna keep it super simple. Right now we have two people. So at best case scenario, 50% of the country is pissed off. Right? All the time.
Agreed.
If you have three candidates, that means only 33% of the country is happy who got elected, which means 66% of the country is pissed off. The more candidates you add, the more diverse. I'm not saying this is correct.
You're assuming an even split.
No.
I'm
I'm
three
way
parties.
oversimplifying. I'm painting with a broad brush. But what I'm saying is we've already been through this. So we used to have multiple parties and multiple candidates. And the only thing that happened was less people felt represented and happy with the guy who actually ended up winning. So what happened was parties got consolidated down into two because that was the only way a large group of people actually felt like their voice was represented. It wasn't. People try to paint this like, and I love a conspiracy, bro. Moon landing, dumb, right? Like we landed on the moon.
Absolutely, we did.
9/11.
You got a strong enough telescope,
Great.
you can see the shit.
9/11, great conspiracy. Dude, super shady shit happened on 9/11. Great conspiracy. 9/11, dumb. Or I'm sorry, 9/11, great. Moon landing, dumb. JFK, great. Flat Earth, dumb. I love conspiracies. Like I've been down all of the rabbit holes. The two-party system is not a conspiracy. It is a perfect.
Oh no,
it is a perfect,
I'm not
natural, organic amalgamation because things were too complicated with 3 and 4 parties. It will never work because we already went there.
I disagree. And let me tell you a story on. First of all, let me tell you a story.
By the way, I still want a 3rd and 4th party. I just don't think it'll ever work.
I think we
and
need
that's
it.
why.
I think we desperately need it. I don't know that it'll ever work.
I want it, but I don't think it's ever going to happen.
But let me tell you a story. So my father, he did missionary work in Central America in the 80s. And he was in Guatemala during this area rife with civil war, right? And he was in Guatemala during their first free election. And people got to vote for the first time.
Sure you don't want a cigar?
I'm sure that I don't want a cigar. Okay. If we go too much longer, I might run out to my van and get more cigarettes. But no, he was in.
Just give Will your keys. He'll go get them for you.
That can happen.
This is why we have a producer. Use the use the and use the back door. Yeah, my wife's not feeling well. The quieter the better.
So he was in Guatemala during the first free elections, and their first free elections are not what we're thinking of elections here. All right, and my father comes back and he's telling me the story, and I'm like 7 or 8 years old. So it was years before I understood what he was actually telling me. But what he's telling me is that the only place you could vote was in the capital city, right?
Where is this?
Guatemala. So you got people walking 3 days.
When is this?
Like 80, sometime between 85 and 87, and I could be wrong on those dates.
Okay, I don't know fucking shit
around those dates.
I'm just
right?
trying to figure. I don't know shit about Guatemala in the 80s. That's all I'm trying to figure out. I'm just trying to realize if I understand anything happening in that area of the world at that time, and I don't. I could assume it might be similar as Cuba, but I feel like that'll also be kind of like naive and borderline racist.
I could be off on my dates. I was a very small child when my father's telling me the story, and it took me decades to understand the significance of it. But I have a very vivid memory of my father telling me about, like, he's in Guatemala. They're having their first free elections. The only place you could vote was in the capital city, Guatemala City, I believe it is. So you had people walking for 3 days to go vote because they understood that it was important. They and to their credit, they really understood it was important. So they did it. They walked for 3 fucking days because they were too poor to own cars. The only way they could get there was to walk. And now the people in these villages, they didn't have TVs, right? TVs were not a thing. And
especially back then. They're huge.
There was maybe one radio in the whole village.
Well, and people think about TVs now like they're flat screens. No. These are tube TVs. These are
tube
fucking
TVs.
huge.
Right.
They're heavy.
200 pounds, right?
Well, I mean, a big one. A 13-inch is still 30 pounds.
Yeah.
A 13-inch TV, a tiny little TV, is heavy.
They didn't get newspapers because
there was no big screen TVs, is the point.
They didn't get newspapers because they couldn't read, right? Because they're really, I mean, it's a war-torn country. It's extreme poverty. They couldn't read. There's maybe one radio in the entire village.
And transporting a TV in a war-torn country is not an easy thing to do. You need a truck, and you better not hit any potholes, or that TV is not working anymore.
You better not hit any gorillas.
Gorillas or gorillas?
Gorillas. Because they will hijack that shit.
What's that movie with
which happened to my father. He was in a Jeep. He got hijacked. His Jeep got hijacked. Yeah. He got. This is a different story. So people are walking 3 days to go vote because they understood that was important. They don't know how to read. They don't have TV. They maybe have one radio that they've listened to for an hour in the last week when somebody was kind enough to bring their radio out to the front of the house and play it for the entire village. So how do they know anything about the candidates? They fucking don't. And in fact, when they go to vote, there aren't names on the ballot. There are 2 symbols. And they voted for the one they recognized.
In the 80s?
In the 80s.
Where?
Guatemala.
Interesting.
So they would vote for the symbol that they recognized. And it took me a good 10, 15 years to understand the significance of this because we do the same fucking thing in this country.
Some people do. We
vote for the donkey or the elephant.
Well,
we
here's
vote
the thing.
For the fucking
Let's be
symbol.
respectful. Let's be very respectful because I think this always gets skirted over. We talk about the swing voters like they're not people. We always do this. We talk about the Democrats and then we talk about the Republicans, but we never talk about the swing voters like they're people. But here's the thing: the swing voters are the people. That is the normal human being. And those are the people who don't.
I am the swing voter.
Me too.
Yeah.
And those are the people who don't do that thing that you just said. And that's the majority of us, man. And those are the majority of us that really want a third party. Because we would, if that third party was like legit, we would all vote for that.
And that's exactly where I'm going.
And then here's the ideal though. And then those other 2 parties wouldn't even exist, man. But then here's the thing.
But they need to exist.
They need to exist. And then our main party would
and let's be honest.
It would split into a thing.
The Democratic Party today should be 2 parties because you have 2 very different ideologies in there.
Well,
and the Republican Party should be 3 parties right now.
Well, here's the thing.
Because you have 3 very distinct ideologies in the Republican Party.
I'm surprised I'm going to do this, but I think I'm going to blow your mind. The Democratic Party has never been one party. The entire point of the Democratic Party, and what I refer to as the Democratic Party, is the Democratic Party post 1900. Is an amalgamation of several different parties. because they were getting smashed by the Republicans post-Lincoln. Lincoln through Teddy Roosevelt, the Republicans just dominated.
Okay.
Because they were anti-slavery, they were anti-war,
I'm gonna stop
they
you
were
for just a
pro-free
second.
market.
I'm going to stop you for just a second. 'cause
And the
I'm
Democratic
remembering-
Party had to like consolidate their different things, which is still to this day why the Democratic Party is significantly more chaotic. So you have different versions, and this is now true in the Republican Party as well, but it's new in the Republican Party. This has always been true within the Democrats. You have degrees of Democrats, right? So you have full-blown communists, right? And you've always had those. And they've always been part of them. But then you have, like, on the very opposite end of the spectrum, you have these people that are barely Democrats. They're like, they barely align. That's Joe Biden, by the way. Like, the perfect meme of what I'm talking about is Joe Biden, where he's barely a fucking Democrat. If you're an old school Democrat, Joe Biden was hated by most Democrats.
One of my favorite stories about
But he
Joe
was the
Biden-
most conservative Democrat that existed, right? So he represented a small portion of rich Democrats.
So you can go on YouTube and find Joe Biden videos of Joe Biden doing town halls during Obama's first term, or leading up to Obama's first term. He was campaigning for Obama, where he's talking about the importance of a border fence.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, you
I
can
mean,
actually find anybody talking about that.
I mean, not a border wall, because that's outrageous. But Biden really wanted to have a border fence.
Yeah, that's the thing that pisses me off is they all did that shit, dude. The Republicans, the Democrats, every single, and the same thing with fucking energy independence, and the same thing with, dude, it's all bullshit. It doesn't matter who's involved. That's the other thing that drives me nuts is they go, oh, you think we'd be here with so-and-so in office? And I'm like, yeah, I think we'd be in this exact same position.
100%.
The only difference is whether we'd fucking win or not. You know, and I don't think so-and-so would have been the better winner. And I'm not always voting Republican. You know, maybe lately I am, but like I'm talking throughout my life, the arguments I've had. You know, like the only thing I think is different is I think if Al Gore wins that election, I'm not sure 9/11 happened. Because I truly believe in my heart that the Bush administration knew 9/11 was going to happen, let it happen as a false flag to start the wars in the Middle East. I truly believe that in my heart of hearts, which is why I didn't vote or support the Republicans for 20 fucking years, bro.
All right, listen. I've been pimping my business tonight, so I don't want to go this deep into conspiracy theories.
Oh, I love conspiracy theories. They're so fun.
We can absolutely
so
have these
fun.
conversations, but not on a night when I've been discussing my business.
Well, let's just do a fun one.
I gotta create a.
Let's do a fun one. Do you think the Earth is flat?
No, I do not. Not even a little bit. I've been in an airplane.
You can't see the curve of the Earth from an airplane, believe it or not. That's an optical illusion.
Well,
did you know that?
It may be, but listen, I believe in science. All right, I do not believe the Earth is.
Yeah, do you have a phone that works with GPS and satellites? That was definitely invented because the Earth is round and they're constantly in orbit, rotating off of each other.
I mean, I'm literally holding it right now, right? I used to really want to have a conversation with a flat earther. Like, I want to be convinced.
I've had several.
I do. I want to hear their arguments. I want to hear them rationally. I want to be convinced.
Do you want to know do you want to just fast forward to the bottom of the rabbit hole?
Oh no, I've done this already.
So okay, what do you think? Okay, I want to see if we both ended up at the bottom.
You go first, please.
So what I found out the bottom of their rabbit hole is it's based on very, very poorly interpreted Bible prophecies and science, and they believe in some version of either a polar vortex at the North or South Pole and or a hollow Earth that also somehow coincides with a flat Earth.
All right.
None of it makes any sense if you actually chase it all down.
I'm going to tell you
my favorite one is the Christian version, which I'm a Christian. My favorite version are the Christian flat earthers, where it says in the Bible that the earth is fixed on two pillars.
And the firmament.
And I go, oh, it's fixed on two pillars? And they go, yeah.
Like the North and South Pole?
Yeah, that's what I say. I go, that sounds a lot like a fucking globe to me, bro. Like, you ever looked at a globe? I see two pillars literally sticking into the fucking top and the bottom of a globe as it fucking spins, you goddamn fucking retards.
Wait, but hold on. If it's going through the North and South Pole, isn't that just one pillar?
No, it looks like two because you're an idiot and you see two distinct pins because you're a moron.
Or maybe the Bible was written in terms that they could understand at the time.
Well, yeah, that's way deeper. But yeah, I'm just saying that's my favorite version is the two pillars.
Realistically, people that say that the Earth was made 4,000 years ago because that's as far back as we can go with carbon dating or whatever.
Oh yeah, that's
regardless
another
of the fact
one.
that we can go back farther than that.
Yeah, I argue with family members. They seriously think the entire thing only goes back 4,000 to 6,000 years.
So particularly when we're talking about Old Testament, all right? Again, we're talking about people that can't read.
And we're also talking about the perception and measurement of time.
And we're trying to put it in terms that they can understand, all right? Listen, try to imagine infinity. Right? People have gone insane doing this. You can't. You can't. If you go to, I've tried, and it led me down a rabbit hole that took me days to recover from.
Yeah, it'll fuck your brain up if you do it. If you do it
fucks
right,
your brain up, right?
If you do it right, it'll fuck your brain up.
But I can easily imagine millions of things, right? Easily I can imagine. Like, I have seen millions of things.
So when I was in school, we did a whole thing on this, and here's the thing. I don't know that this is true. Here's what I was taught, and I believe it to be true, but I don't know that this is true. The human mind can barely comprehend 1 million of anything, and the only reason we can is because there was some sort of weird protest in, like, the fucking 60s or 70s, where they put like 1 million pennies on Capitol Hill. So we actually seen 1 million of something and how big it is.
Well, I mean, you've seen a sandy beach, right? You've seen a sandy beach.
But here's my point. The human mind, and I don't know that this is true, but here's what I heard. The human mind cannot actually comprehend 1 billion. Even if you see, this is what I heard, and I don't know that this is true.
You're getting to my point.
Even if you see 1 billion, like grains of sand, somebody could be like, there's 10 billion grains of sand on this, but the human mind still sees 1 beach of sand. I am adding to what you're saying.
You don't see 10 billion of these things. You see one thing. Right?
You can't, the human mind apparently can't comprehend 1 billion.
It can comprehend, it can't see.
We can do the number, but we don't get it.
You go back, I mean, listen.
Can you Google this? Do you know what we're talking about, Will?
Genesis was written, and I mean.
Probably not. We're getting drunk.
We're
going to wrap this up soon.
Most recently, like 4,000 or 5,000 years ago, right? I mean, not earlier than that.
Genesis.
I
don't know, man. Genesis could have been 70,000 years ago.
Could have been.
Could have been 100,000 years ago.
It was not less than 7,000 years ago.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Right. So with our understanding now that we're saying, like, we accept there are billions of things, but we cannot see billions of things. How would you expect people 7,000 years ago to understand the concept of millions? Right? So the Bible, particularly Genesis, the earth created in 7 days, that was a way that was put in terms that people could understand.
I agree.
Right?
Yeah, like 7 terms, 7 sections.
It wasn't a scientific test. It was we're not explaining the science. We're explaining the meaning.
Right.
Right.
Like it could have
So
been
we're
7
putting a term-
ages. It could have been 7 eras. It could have been 7 steps.
Well, let's be honest. There's all sorts of weird gravitational forces going around in the formation of the Earth. Who's to say that the Earth didn't take 10,000 years to make one rotation?
Well, and not only
Right?
that, but like
A
when
day
you just
may not have been what a day is now.
well, and that actually does talk about that in the Bible too.
Right?
It actually does talk about that. It does. It literally talks about the theory of relativity directly in the Bible. It says, I'm going to fuck this up. I'm going to say it in reverse. I always fuck this up. But a day on earth is 1,000 years in heaven, or vice versa. 1,000 years on earth is a day in heaven.
Sure.
That's Einstein's theory of relativity. Dude, that simple concept where Ezekiel is taken from earth and shown the globe, and he describes the circle, and think about it, if you're primitive man, right, you don't have the word for sphere or ball, and even if you did, those words may not transfer properly because the language you're transferring it into or translating it into, they don't have the word for that because their technology hasn't caught up with a more complex word. We deal with this issue still to this day when we try to translate things from English to Spanish.
Right.
Spanish doesn't even have that word, so we just use the English word.
But you're taking ancient texts and trying to view them under the lens of modern knowledge. And you can't do that.
And we're also assuming that these stories happened 4,000 years ago and 6,000 years ago when they talk about the creation of the earth. No, dude, what if this story that was written 6,000 years ago is Native American history that's been passed down verbally for 100,000 years beyond that?
Well, and
Because we know that we had Neanderthals. We know that we had other species of humans. So it's not just Homo sapiens and the Christian, Hindu,
so
Judean.
how many generations of oral history do you have before there's a written history? Right?
And why do they all have a flood? Why do they all have a flood?
That's where I'm getting to. That
No matter what religion you're in or what part of the world you're from, we all have a flood in our... What the fuck is going on with that, man?
So much early in the evening, I said that when I've studied the different religions, I've seen more similarities than I've seen differences. And the flood story is a very prime example of that.
The weird one, right?
So I don't believe the idea that there's multiple gods. I believe that there's multiple cultures that have seen the same God.
Sure, yeah. I kind of think it's similar.
And they have defined it in different ways. And at that point, however you want to define the God, I don't give a shit. Do you believe? If you believe, you believe. If you don't believe, I really don't give a shit either. It's not my responsibility to make you believe.
Because, yeah, the theory is, right, like, if God's real or not.
I mean,
let's say God's real. Let's say God's 100%.
I believe God is real.
I do too. But regardless of what we believe, let's just say it's real. Our personal opinions are irrelevant right now. He's real. My wife doesn't believe in him. Well, that doesn't mean he's not real.
So what?
You see what I'm saying? Like your personal belief in whether a real thing is real is quite irrelevant. If it's real, your opinion doesn't mean fuck all.
So if you read the New Testament,
that's a weird vibe.
If you read the New Testament, Jesus specifically told his apostles, go out, spread the word. If they don't want to listen to you, leave and shake the dust off your feet as you leave. Now, when he says shake your dust off, that's often interpreted
Leave
as,
your frustrations at the door.
It's often interpreted as like, well, they're not my problem. But it's not that. It's leave your frustrations at the door. They didn't want to hear you? That's fine. Don't carry that with you. That's up to them. It's nothing negative against them. Just don't take it as anything negative.
Don't
Negative
well,
against
what I
yourself.
heard is shake your dust off is don't bring that problem, that failure, don't bring that to the next room.
Don't carry it with you.
Right. Shake that dust
Right.
off.
Right.
Don't bring that to the next conversation.
Right.
Don't bring that to the next
They
village.
didn't want to
Don't
hear
bring
you. They
that to the
disagree
next
with you. That's
hospital.
fine. They don't have to agree with you. They don't.
I've done a terrible job at that. My entire life. I've brought that dust.
I have too, because we're humans and by nature we're sinners. Listen, I consider myself Catholic, but I'm a sinner by my own. Right? I've done shit that I'm not proud of in my life. I'm sure you have too. I'm sure everybody in this room has. I'm sure
Not Kate. She's perfect. She's made no
she
mistakes.
strikes me as being perfect, but I'm sure anybody listening has done things that they're not proud of. At some point in their life, they stole a cookie out of the cookie jar, right? We've all done things we're not particularly proud of, and I refuse to condemn somebody for doing something they're not proud of, unless you've done something bad enough, right? If you're not showing remorse, if you're trying to be a better person, then I will accept you trying to be a better person. Unless you're a stranger, because I hate all strangers. Stranger danger. I'm a very introverted kind of guy, and if you approach me and I don't know you, then I don't.
Do you think everybody can be rehabilitated?
If they want to, yes.
Because I don't think pedophiles can be rehabilitated.
If they want to be,
I don't think they can. I think it's in their soul. I think they're demons. I think they're fucked. Like if you diddle kids, I think you're done. I don't think there's any rehabbing you. I don't think there's any value to bringing you through a system and putting you back out on the street. I don't think we should kill you. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying we should murder people. Like, I'm still very liberal in that. I don't believe in the death penalty. But I think once you diddle kids,
but
I think once you diddle kids, you're locked away from society forever, and that's just a done deal. However, I do think some murderers, not all, some murderers can be rehabilitated. But the pedos, no, I don't think that can be fixed.
all right, for murderers, like there is a lot of different motivations for murder.
And rape, I don't put grape in the same thing because that's, man, there's too many guys that have been convicted of that never even did it. It never happened.
And there are
false accusations, that kind of shit.
And there are different levels, right? There's, I mean,
statutory,
there's statutory, there's date, there's.
I know, dude. I
found
know
her in a back alley.
I know guys who were 19 and they dated this girl for 3 years, and he turned 19, and mom got mad and called the cops. And it's like, they've been together for 4 years. Like, there's no rape, there's no grape happening here. Like, that's a crazy thing to accuse. But legally, he turned 19, and that's the law, baby. And mom didn't like him. And I've literally known people personally. I've watched lives get ruined. So that shit,
I have too.
That shit is, it's grossly mislabeled. You know, we need like different terms for those things, because calling them all grape, statutory grape, that's disgusting. It's a super fucked up slope. But murder, pedo shit, that is not.
Well, no, listen, murder is also in categories like.
True, but it's not
like
nearly as.
What is your motivation for murder?
True, but everybody agrees you murdered that person once you admit you. We're just arguing why. And sometimes you could even say it was justified. No one will ever justify.
There's a lot of times
a grape.
There's a lot of times.
You see what I'm saying, though? It's totally different.
Well,
no one's ever justifying the pedo shit. It's never happened. If it happened.
I agree with you. And I want to be clear that I agree with you that that's not okay. But I also want to say that that's a cultural thing in our culture. And you have to obey the laws of your culture.
Correct.
right? So in other cultures, that's totally okay. If you look back in history, right? You look back 2,000 years ago.
Yeah, okay, I see what you're
Right?
saying.
That was totally acceptable.
So whether I morally agree is not the point of the conversation. You're right.
Ethically, I absolutely agree with you. Morally, in this culture, I absolutely agree with you. Throughout history, there are times when that was acceptable. I'm glad that we've evolved past that time. But I also understand why it exists so I don't think that it's necessarily unforgivable, because in the history of our species, this is a thing.
Murder. We're talking about murder, right?
Yeah, murder is absolutely, there are times when I think that's perfectly acceptable. If it's somebody that's abusing you and that is the only way to escape abuse, I think that is, I believe in the idea of justifiable homicide.
Which is not murder. That's justifiable. Though in America, we call those things different things. Murder is murder.
You're going to court for the same thing.
What I asked you is, do you think those people can be rehabilitated? Because I don't think pedos can. Murderers can.
I don't know.
Because it depends why you murdered that person.
I would agree 100%.
If you were in a bad spot.
I would agree 100%.
Underprivileged. This is everything you got. And you quote unquote legally murdered this guy. But like I look at this case, I'm on the jury, I go, man, listen, man, I would have done the same fucking thing. Yeah, he murdered the guy, but like he didn't like murder him, Like it's not premeditated, it's not first degree. He didn't plot to kill this guy and try to get away with it. No, that's why we have second degree murder, right? It was an emotional thing, like it happened in reaction.
No, I get what you're saying.
He caught the guy cheating, he caught. I would have fucking killed if I walk in and you're balls deep in my wife, you're both dying. Like I'm killing you both.
100%.
I'm killing you both.
100%.
Now, does that mean that guy should never walk the streets again? Of course not.
Maybe it does, though.
No,
maybe it does.
I'm speaking in absolutes.
Yeah.
Does he absolutely never deserve? Of course not.
I don't believe in absolutes.
That's my point. Unless you're a pedo. If you're a pedo, I believe absolutely you should never be allowed on the streets again. That's the one thing. That's my whole point. That's the one thing I don't think can be rehabilitated. I think everybody else can be.
Where I'm going to agree with you, really where I have a problem with pedos is...
You start diddling kids.
Is the registry.
Oh, you're talking about like I pee near a school?
I have a problem with the sex registry.
Yeah.
All right.
There is
if you're a threat to society, then don't ever let them out.
The problem is if I got caught because I was drunk and I pissed on a playground and then I get arrested, I'm a sex offender.
Where it comes to me is your risk to reoffend.
That never happened, by the way. I'm just saying. Like,
for me, it's your risk to reoffend, right? If you have to be on the registry, then there's a high level of risk to reoffend.
I mean, not if I'm a 22-year-old kid who got drunk and pissed on a playground and got arrested by a park police. I'm not at risk to reoffend. I'm not. If it's at 2 a.m,
listen,
there's no risk to reoffend.
I'm 48, and if I walk out of your house right now, I'm going to piss in the playground across the street. Right?
Well,
but we're talking about different things here, right? And these crimes are treated the same, and I don't think they should be treated the same, right? Because there's a difference between peeing in a park and attacking a woman in an alley.
Well, obviously.
There was an awkward pause there. I was hoping that you would agree with me. But no, there's a big difference there. So do I think it's okay to attack a woman in an alley? Absolutely the fucking not. And if we think that person is still a risk to society afterwards, then don't let them the fuck out of jail. And fucking kill them.
I don't know. I don't think we should be killing people, but because it's actually, if you respect the Constitution and the process, it's actually more expensive to put somebody to death than it is to just jail them and feed them for life.
Well,
It's math. It's math, dude.
No, I agree that's the way it is. Whether that's the way it should be or not, I'll leave
Because
that
they
to
have a
wiser
certain right,
minds of
for
mine.
people that are confused, because you know what I'm talking about, but for anybody who's confused, people have a right to appeals.
Yep,
And those
absolutely they do.
those appeals have an immense amount of legal costs, from the lawyers to the judges to the jurors, everything. It costs a lot of money. So if you want to kill somebody and you do the math, it's actually way cheaper. So if you're a fiscally conservative person, it's way cheaper to just build a prison and feed a bunch of pedos and let them rot until they die.
Well, and this is what
It's
I'm getting
way
at.
cheaper than it is to kill them,
This is where I'm getting at. Is I think it's
unless you don't respect the Constitution
I
because you're
think
fascist.
I think it is more morally correct to keep them in prison for life than to have this registry where they have to go tell their neighbors what they did.
Even if we debase them to what I arbitrarily decided was 15 points of respect, right? We started at 100 for everybody you ever meet anywhere. You just start at 100 points. You can go infinitely high, but you never go below 15. That's what I'm saying. That 15 is the first three words of the Constitution: life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Right? You still get to pursue happiness from this cell. Right? You still have a certain amount of liberty from this cell. You're not going to be raped. You're not going to be starved. Right? We're still, even as a fucking pedo who's never going to fucking,
Well,
you still get to see fresh daylight. Like, you still have a little bit of liberty. You still have a little bit of these things.
No, you're denying them liberty. But we accept in a society of laws that if you fuck up, if you violate the rights of others, and really this is what it boils down to, in my mind, if you're not violating the rights of others, then you haven't committed a crime.
Right.
If you're violating the rights of others, then you are subject to, if you're violating others of their liberty, then you are subject to losing your own liberty.
Well,
And I'm really okay with that.
I agree with you 100%. And let's wrap this up on a light topic. How do you feel about Somalians and illegal immigration in Minnesota?
No comments. All right. No, actually, I got a story about this.
We can wrap it up. I got to fucking.
No, it's a quick story. It's a quick story. And I think it's a feel good story. Years ago,
All right,
I was
while you tell this story, I got to piss, and then we'll wrap it up.
fair enough.
We'll wrap it up when I come back.
Years ago, I was hanging out with my buddy Charlie Thompson, who just passed away like 2 weeks ago. R.I.P. Charlie. We were sitting outside of the townhouse in St. Paul on University Avenue, and it's 2:00 in the morning. We're both drunk as shit. It's February. We're freezing fucking cold. And this guy comes up to me and asks me for a cigarette. And typically, when somebody's asking me for a cigarette on the street, I say no. But for whatever reason, this night I said yes. Gave him a cigarette. And I don't remember the guy's name. And I really wish that I could text Charlie right now and ask him what that guy's name was, because I know he would know. But Charlie has sadly passed. But the guy was a recent immigrant from Somalia by way of Mogadishu. He was a truck driver who had just gotten back from Omaha and just wanted to get a drink, but he made it back past bar close. But we sat outside talking to this guy for like an hour and a half, and it was a fascinating conversation. One of the most important things I heard him say, one of the things that stuck in my memory more than anything else, was he said, "Allah has blessed this country, even your poor are rich." And it made me realize how much we take for granted. It was a powerful moment for me, and I don't know if it was for y'all out in internet land, but it was for me. And fuck, I really wish somebody else was here to talk, because I'm about out of things to say.
Back, bitch. I'm back, bitch. No, that's funny because that line is something I've heard from every type of immigrant who's ever come into this country. Is, man, like, this is a really special place, which is, why and here's the thing. I want people to understand. I live in the heart of Minneapolis. I grew up in Northeast Minneapolis. I lived in South Minneapolis. I currently live in North Minneapolis. I've lived everywhere in this city. For 25 years, I've lived amongst the Somali people in this city. The guys like that you're talking about are few and far between. The overwhelming majority of the Somali people fucking hate this country. They hate America. They hate all of this shit that we do.
And I can only speak to my experience.
But I want to say this because this matters. They are so fucking used to doing what they got to do to survive that they'll bullshit you to your face. However, go ahead. If you're a clever person and you get them comfortable and you have real, authentic conversations with them, so how I always do it is I'm like, well, we worship the same God and we just disagree about how important Jesus was. And we always laugh and everybody agrees. And then I always joke about like how good bacon is. And I'm like, I'm pretty sure you've been there. You've been there. And I'm like, I'm pretty sure if Jesus was here today, I could get him to eat a BLT. And the Muslims are always like, no way, no way, no way. But we always laugh. It's always very funny and everybody's very comfortable. And then you ask a few more questions and you get everybody to agree. And then all you got to do is just ask them a couple more questions. And one of them should be this. And this is how I always phrase it. I mean, we agree on most things, right? And they always go, yeah, of course, of course, of course. And then you go, and I mean, like, you don't actually believe gays should be, like, stoned to death in the street. And then they always go like this. They go, well, and that's the first little crack. That's the first little hint. And that's if you're just in like a basic casual conversation. But once you live amongst them, like when we bought the house over here, they said the shit they would say to me about my wife, and my wife dresses extremely conservative. Her cheeks aren't out. When she wears shorts, they go down to damn near her knees. I kind of wish they were shorter. I'm actually, I genuinely, I'm going to be honest. I wish my wife wore shorter shorts. Like, I find her shorts to be very lesbian. My wife wears shorts the length of lesbians who think they have gross looking legs. And I think my wife has beautiful legs. And I wish she wore shorter shorts. But she doesn't. She wears shorts that lesbians wear when they think they have ugly legs. The reason I say this is because the things the Somalian dudes would say that used to live next to us, they were very devout Muslims. They would call my wife, God, what did they call you? It was an American something whore. Like, it was something like American barbarian whore or something. It was just. And I've lived amongst these people for 25 years. They have no interest. And then between that and then I follow a lot of them online. I follow their social medias. And they're so arrogant now. It's a lot different than it was 20 years ago. They're so arrogant now, they just say it openly. We came here. We're not going to leave. We're going to outbreed you. And then once we have enough people, your constitution means nothing. There will be no separation of church and state, and we will install Sharia law. And I truly believe in the sentiment that when your enemies tell you their plans, believe them. And I don't believe Islam and the Muslim religion is friendly to any American values. If you're pro-gay rights, if you're pro-trans rights, if you're pro-democracy, if you like black people, by the way, Muslims are did you know in Gaza they have a section where the black Muslims live and the neighborhood is called slaves? Did you know this?
I did not know this.
Like, the Muslim religion is one of the most racist religions on the planet. Like, it's an Arab religion. The idea that anybody can be Muslim, no, the fuck you can't. It's a crazy, dude, it's one of the most cringe, like, people rail against Christianity, and honestly, dude, you said you're Catholic.
I consider myself Catholic.
I'm not. I'm
a horrible Catholic.
I'm what you would
but I
refer
consider
to.
my
I'm what you would refer to as a non-denominational Christian, right?
That's fair.
But it just means bullshit. It's just a bunch of bullshit.
But
But
here's the thing.
I think Catholicism is a satanic cult. Like, that church to me is one of the most corrupt, evil organizations that's ever existed in human history. Is the Catholic Church, and I still am like, okay.
So,
however, with the Muslims, I'm like, yo, they're going to end the world.
Let me interject here, because
I did a horrible job of setting that up.
As a person that considers myself Catholic, although I am a horrible Catholic, and I'm by the Catholic standards, I'm way more liberal than I actually am. Again, I'm very socially liberal and fiscally conservative. My sister came out to me when I was 9 years old, so being gay was always just normal to me, way before the Pope said that.
Right before it got cool.
Wait. I mean, honestly, yes. It was. I didn't even understand what it meant.
Right.
When I learned what it was.
Right.
So, I mean, I'm talking before Axl Rose was singing "One in a Million." I still don't understand why he didn't get canceled for that, because he is dropping a whole lot of slurs in that.
Yeah.
Way more than Paula Deen did.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
But
beat the shit out of his wife too.
Right.
Never got canceled for that.
Right.
I mean, he did face some shit for it, but
I mean, and don't get me wrong, Guns N' Roses is great, but
Axl Rose is a piece of shit.
May or may not be. I mean, that's not for me to judge, right? I don't know the guy personally.
I'll judge that motherfucker.
I'll accept your judgment, right?
You beat your wife, you're a piece of shit in my eyes, and there's almost no redeeming it. It's just there's only one thing you could do more than beating a woman. It's diddling kids. Like, to me, that's it. Like, those are the bottom two rungs of men.
I hit a girlfriend one time. I felt so fucking.
Was she
terrible.
bigger than you?
No, I was trying.
And did she hit you first?
I was.
Because there's a different story.
I was.
We forgot the live sign.
I was trying to open a cabinet that was stuck, and then it finally gave, and she was standing too close, and I elbowed her right in the chin. I felt so fucking bad.
I hit a chick once, dude. She was twice my size. She was like 6'3", 220 pounds. She was a big chick. She was built like a linebacker.
No, I am a believer in if you're going to hit like a man, you can get hit like a man.
Yeah, and that's the point.
But I've never done that.
Actually, I never even hit her. Now that I think about it, she hit me in the face twice, almost knocked me out the second time.
All right, I have punched my sisters,
and then I tackled.
They were my older sisters, so that doesn't count.
I've never punched a woman. Now that
older sisters don't count.
I don't even think I've slapped a woman.
Right.
I've shoved a couple of them. I've definitely shoved a couple of women.
The hardest I've hit a woman in my adult life was my girlfriend. I felt horrible about it, but there was a cabinet that was stuck, and when I finally got it open, it came open real fast, and she was standing right there, so I elbowed her in the chin.
Oh no, I'm not talking about any. I'm talking about women like being in your face, trying to start shit,
No,
trying
never.
to start fights. There's a couple times I've pushed a couple women back, like I shoved them, like get the fuck out of here.
I am really
but I've never struck a woman.
I'm really good at walking away.
Even the one chick I almost claimed credit for hitting, I just realized I never actually hit her. She hit me twice, and then I warned her she wouldn't get a third pop off. And she swung a third time, and I ducked and I tackled her. And I just brought her to the ground and kind of like
feel like I
restrained
saw
her.
that.
No. You might have saw something similar, but it definitely wasn't with me. Because this moment that I'm talking about only happened once in my life, and it was in the front yard of our house. And a neighbor caught it. And the neighbor thought I was beating her up, and I was like, "No, this bitch is trying to kick my ass, dude." And it took a while until he finally let us both go, and then she came back after me swinging again, and then he was like, "Dude, I'm super sorry. I thought you were attacking her," and I was like, "No, this bitch is crazy." But yeah, I've never actually hit a woman, but I will absolutely beat the shit out of a bitch if she starts swinging out of me, because we have equal rights now. You want to be treated like a man, then
Well, if you want to hit like a man, you're going to get hit like a man.
yeah,
But,
exactly. That's the point.
But
Like,
there is no excuse for domestic violence.
if it's a delicate woman who slaps me across the face, I'm not going to punch her.
Well, no,
but if it's a large woman who's swinging punches, bitch, we're fighting. And I will fuck you up. Like, I don't care if I'm 40 years old. Like, I'm still a grown ass man.
There's no excuse for domestic violence.
No, domestic violence, no.
I mean, but this is a different story, right? This is a
I
different
don't know. We've seen that.
conversation.
Remember the rookie when that big dude? It seemed like he was beating her, and then she stabbed him in the neck.
Hey, listen, domestic violence can go both ways. All right.
Yeah, that was based on a true story. I found out. That's the fucked up part about an algorithm, man. You'll be watching a TV show, and you'll just be into it, watching it, and you'll search something like, "Oh, who's this actor?"
Well, I
the
try
algorithm knows you're into it, and it'll be like, "Oh, by the way, this is based on a true story," and you're like, "Wait, what? I didn't even search that."
So
But it knows you're into that shit now.
I do my absolute best to confuse that algorithm, because I will actively look at both Fox News and CNN. And
That's still your algorithm, though. It's not. You're not confusing anything. You're just building
it
your
is,
algorithm.
But every time I do, I try to find sources on polar opposites.
yeah,
And even if I'm not reading it, I will spend time on that page.
Mm-hmm.
Just because it fucking matters.
my favorite is I have different profiles. One of them, 100% believes I'm black. Like, one of them does not know I'm a straight white dude.
That's a really good idea.
Like I have one profile that somehow, some way, and I'm pretty sure it's because I opened a new email and started it from this address. So it sees I'm from a predominantly black neighborhood. It fed me enough black content from black Twitter, from black YouTube.
And you're engaging with that.
Yeah, and I'm like,
So-
yeah, I'm down with this because I don't give a fuck. Like, I grew up around black people. I don't give a fuck. This is part of my life. You know, I believe black culture is American culture. I'm one of those dudes, you know, and I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. So yeah, like one of my profiles basically thinks I'm black. Every fucking video is a black person reacting to something. Every political commentator that comes across that profile is black. So when people go, "Oh, you're whitewashed," I'm like, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. I have another one, like one of my Instagrams. I have two Instagrams. One of my Instagrams, it's nothing but puppies and food. Like, the entire algorithm is Chiweenies, Chihuahuas, wiener dogs, and lasagna. Smoked brisket, chicken wings, fucking. That's where I send you all that shit.
All right, we need to have serious conversations about smoking meat, though, because I have strong opinions on that we're not going to get into tonight. But
Well, let's touch on it before we wrap this up. What are your strong opinions?
that smoking meat is the right thing to do.
Oh, it definitely is.
Yeah.
But you got a little snotty with somebody online. I remember. I even kind of I even called you a little. I even called you a little snotty, little bratty, little boy, because you said something about smoking terpenes, and I was like, John, you know exactly what the fuck we're talking about, dude. Those are hardwoods, and we don't call those softwoods. We call those fucking fruit woods. We call those fucking
All right.
the
No,
other
you
things.
want to
So-
smoke with fruit woods, not with hardwoods. Well,
No,
I mean,
we do smoke with hardwoods. We smoke with oak.
All right.
We smoke with hickory. We smoke with mesquite. Those are all hardwoods.
Don't smoke with oak.
We do smoke with oak.
Don't.
We do.
But don't.
We do.
I know that you do. I'm telling you, you should.
I don't.
There are better woods to smoke with.
I mean, it depends on what you're doing. What do you smoke chicken with?
Chicken, I like going with a fruit wood.
Like what?
I really like using pear.
Oh, you know what we like? Pecan. For chicken, we like pecan wood.
I'm not going to fault you on that.
Similar. It's a similar vibe.
So like anything I'm going to smoke chicken with, I might smoke pork with as well. I like using apple, pecan, cherry.
Oh, we have not figured out the right cherry vibe. Every time we smoke cherry, we don't like it.
That's surprising.
We have done oak successfully multiple times. Apple, fine, cute.
Dude,
Hickory is like the old reliable. That's like if you're unsure what to smoke with, just use hickory. You can do anything with hickory.
I like hickory for red meat.
You can do anything with hickory. You could do fucking
You
if
can.
you really want to, you could do fish with hickory. Like if you're unsure,
I don't eat fish, but I have smoked fish with hickory.
dude,
And I didn't eat it. I didn't taste it myself, but I got rave reviews.
oak is great for fish.
Oak is not great for anything.
Post oak is the most popular, but post oak has a little bit of a sweeter flavor
All right,
to it.
listen. When in my industry, when it comes to oak, you got red oak or you got white oak, and there's several different species in there.
Will,
but they
look this
are-
up.
they
When
are-
smoking food, what type of oak is used other than post oak? Because I know post oak is the thing, but
Well,
what?
it's post oak, white oak, or red oak.
I don't think anybody smokes with red oak.
I feel like they do.
Do
I mean,
we?
most charcoal is made out of red oak.
Is it really? I didn't know that, dude. Because I don't smoke with oak very often. The only thing I like using oak for is when I do blends. So that's where I started going into is we certain meats, most of the time, I'm not going to bullshit you. What does it say?
Yeah, it says red oak.
It is red oak. Okay,
White.
wow.
There's both.
So it's post oak, red oak, white. Okay, so
All right.
okay, fuck man, I'm learning something.
Listen, I like oak for charcoal, but for smoking, I want anything else. My favorite thing I've ever smoked with is it's hard to find in this part of the country, but it's called sassafras. Now, sassafras is where the sass and sarsaparilla comes from.
Yeah.
All right, I've had it in my shop a couple times. When you're cutting it, when you're sanding it, it smells like root beer. Like it makes my entire shop stink of root beer for like
Makes
3
sense.
days.
Makes sense.
The bark is a known carcinogen, so get rid of that right away. But the actual wood still smells like root beer. If I smoke with that, if it tastes like I soaked it in Dr. Pepper.
Yeah. So simply mesquite, red meat.
The
Hickory,
issue
We can
I
do
have
everything with hickory.
the issue I have with mesquite is it burns really hot. I work with a lot of mesquite. I get it in my shop. I buy out of Southern Arizona all the fucking time. I have a lot of so I tend to smoke with wood that is.
So what do you mean it burns hot?
It burns hot.
What does that mean?
485 degrees.
So you have to get it to a higher temperature in order
No,
to get it to
that-
smoke?
No, that's what temperature it burns at. So when you're smoking, you want to burn low and slow, right? So you want a low combustion point. Mesquite has a high combustion point. So when it's burning, it's fucking hot. It burns hot. So you're cooking your meat faster than you want to.
Unless your heat source is farther from the.
Or it's farther away. In my smoker,
Okay.
in the smoker that I own,
This actually
I
makes a
can't-
little bit of
I
sense.
can't use mesquite because it'll cook the meat too fast. I'll get the temps.
In order to get the mesquite to smoke, you have to raise it all to a certain temperature.
When I'm well, you got to get the mesquite to burn, right? When I'm trying to smoke, I want to keep the temp around 210 to 230 at the max. If I'm using mesquite in my smoker, I can't keep it under 300.
What do you use? What kind of smoker you use?
I have a Brinkman.
So you doing like actual
It's,
wood and charcoal?
Yeah.
Like an offset?
Yeah. Offset smoker. I can't, if I'm using mesquite, I can't keep it under 300.
So you have to build a bed of something else and then add mesquite for flavor later.
Yeah.
Because the idea of smoking, right?
So I have a cage that is impossible to describe over the radio. But
fine, but what I'm saying
I
is,
start with charcoal and then go into hardwood as it go. So I use
Mm-hmm.
charcoal as ignition, and then it goes to wood for all the smoke.
right. So what I'm asking or what I'm getting at is the idea that like you have a hot bed. Because you're not really trying to burn the wood you're smoking. You're trying to get the wood to smolder.
Absolutely.
And those are definitely two different temps. So I'm not trying to get the fucking.
But eventually the wood is going to burn, and the smoke point of mesquite is very high. If I'm using cherry, if I'm using apple, if I'm using pecan, I keep my smoker at about 200 degrees, which is where I want it to be. If I'm using mesquite, I have a really hard time keeping it under 300.
But wouldn't that? Here's where I'm getting confused. Because wouldn't that only be true if you're using wood to keep your temp?
I'm only using wood to keep my temp.
Right, but if you're using hickory or some other, maybe even something that doesn't have a lot of flavor to it,
So hickory,
where you can keep a strong coal bed at 250, and then you add a little bit of mesquite in there. You're not trying to ignite it and combust it. You're trying to get it to smolder and smoke.
I throw mesquite in there and I jump in temperature.
But is that just because it's mesquite, or is that because you're adding matter?
It's because it's mesquite.
Dude, I'm not trying to like argue with you or tell you you're wrong, but I've never heard about this before.
There's science behind this that I'm too drunk to explain right now.
I believe you, but I'm just saying I've never heard of this before, so I'm trying to wrap my head around it. So it's like, because I don't want it to combust. I want it to have a higher temperature in order to combust, because I want it to smolder. I want it to produce smoke.
You want it to combust at a higher temperature.
Okay, let's shift gears. Let's do this. Because this is the same argument, but it's irrelevant of what wood we're talking about. Can we both put this to rest, please? Because you're a very intellectual guy, and you understand chemistry and science. Can we please both put this to bed right fucking now? If you soak your wood chips, or you soak your wood in water, or you soak your wood chunks in water, it does not produce more smoke. You're producing steam.
Correct.
It is
basic
chemistry.
I would agree on you on that.
Anybody that thinks by soaking your wood, whether you're doing chips in a vertical propane smoker, or you're doing chunks or
Well, you are keeping the temperature lower because you're burning off the water before you're burning the wood. But ultimately, if you're getting the smoke,
You're burning water vapor.
no, if you're getting smoke, you're burning water. You're burning wood. If you're burning water, you're getting steam.
Right.
Right? So you have to burn the wood to get smoke.
You will slow down the rate of which the wood burns and smokes.
No, I do.
But you're not producing more smoke.
You're not producing more smoke. You're producing more steam.
Now, in a regular fire, when you put wet things on a fire, it does produce more smoke. That is true.
But that smoke is still mostly steam.
Well, the difference is that
It's not.
it's a true fire. It's not being produced by.
We're getting into organic chemistry here, and you're creating compounds that you don't necessarily want in your food.
That's what I'm getting at,
Yeah.
right? And you have
Right.
a different oxygen flow.
So if I'm smoking, I am soaking my wood chips before I throw them in the smoker because I want a certain amount of that steam, and more importantly, I want them to burn at a controlled rate.
Right.
It's not about the steam; it's about slowing down the rate of combustion.
What is your thing you're best at smoking or cooking?
Pork butt.
No shit.
Yeah.
Dude, you got to come over and show me how to do it.
I mean, that's the easiest.
Can you
thing.
convert it into anything? Like, can you smoke that in a vertical smoker? Or does it have to be in an offset?
I'd certainly be willing to try.
The principles are the same.
I mean, the key,
It's just the airflow is different.
the key is low and slow, right? The key is low and slow.
I did a pork butt one time and it was so fucking tough, and everything else I've done has been dope.
Then you burned it. Then you ran it too hot. You want to run about 200 degrees for as long as you can.
We got to do it in the cold of the winter.
And if I'm going to be honest, and
We have
I'm
one
sure-
in the freezer.
I'm sure there are listeners here that are going to disagree with me on this, but after about 3 or 4 hours, the meat has absorbed as much smoke as it's going to be able to. So transfer it to a crock pot. No, it's just to keep the heat on, to let it finish cooking. But after 3 or 4 hours, you're absorbing as much smoke as you can. So if you got the fuel and you want to pay attention to it, listen, if you have one of these modern grills modern smokers where it's Bluetooth and you can sit in the house and watch TV and monitor your phone, then go ahead. In my experience, and I'm sure I'll get roasted for this shit, I smoke shit for about 3 hours and then I transfer it to a crock pot and let it finish cooking there. Because
Oh, okay. Well, what are we talking about? If we're talking to pork butt, I can't give you any shit. If we're talking to brisket, I'll kill you. The day one zombie apocalypse, you put a brisket in the crock pot, I'm murdering you. I'm killing you.
I have not been brave enough to smoke a brisket yet.
What? What?
I've never done it.
What?
It scares me. It frightens me.
All right, you're coming over. All right, we're doing a mandate.
I love brisket. I'm of a firm opinion that the best barbecue in this country comes from Kansas City.
Well, that's a sauce thing.
No, it's a burnt ends thing.
Yeah, but again, it's a
Burnt ends originated.
My wife is from North Carolina. Listen to me very carefully. My wife is from North Carolina. Okay. I have friends from Kansas City.
Y'all like a lot of vinegar in your sauce, and I disagree with that.
Well, no, they're mustard based. This is what I'm getting
Oh,
at.
mustard based. Yes, I disagree with that on general principle as well.
So this is what I'm getting at. So Kansas City, North Carolina, and Texas are the three main places that argue about the best barbecue.
I've had barbecue
I've had
in each
all three.
places.
I've had all three.
I have had all three.
And I'm going to tell you right now, they're all making chili. So it's all arbitrary is what my point is. It's just like up here. Who makes the best fucking chili? Who makes the best hot dish? It's all completely arbitrary. However, what really is the thing is the sauces they use. So fucking North Carolina, they use a lot of mustard and mayo base.
Yep.
Kansas City.
Not my favorite.
Kansas City is vinegar based. That's the one I like. And then Texas is back
Dry
to
rub.
molasses. Molasses, brown sugar, and dry rub, right?
All right. So my folks lived in Texas for the last 12 years.
I think look that up.
And in my experience,
Because I think I'm wrong about Texas.
Texas doesn't like sauce.
I know I'm right about North Carolina and Kansas City. Yeah, but they're not like when it comes down to the three, it's always those three places.
When I go to when I've been in Texas and gone to barbecue places, and I've been to amazing barbecue places,
And
in
I think
Texas,
Tennessee just does KC barbecue.
if you want barbecue sauce, they look at you funny. They don't put sauce on their barbecue. They do very dry barbecue.
So I do
Their
a version
their
of
meat
that.
is
Yeah.
amazing. Their sides are horrible. Like one of their sides, I went to a world famous place in Dallas.
So it says vinegar based or tangy mustard based. So the famous North Carolina sauce is mustard based. That's like
Yeah.
like when you get into
And
like
I'm not a huge fan of mustard.
neither. Well, I love mustard, but I don't love. Well, there was that one you bought. There was that one like sort of white. For the listeners, I'm looking at my wife. She's standing in the background. So there was the one you bought. It was kind of like a white, tangy. I don't know. It came in the clear fucking bottle. We had like 6 or 8 of them. The Duke's ones, and they had one,
No, the white sauce is a big thing in the Carolinas.
and I
know that.
fucking loved it when it was at room temperature, and then we put it in the fridge because that's what you have to do.
Because that's what you have to do. You're not going to eat
And-
all in one sitting.
And once it was cold,
Not keeping your figure.
once it got cold though, I found it to taste like pure mayo. Like all I tasted was mayonnaise. I didn't taste any of the mustard, any of the fucking tangy, cute bullshit. Everything I loved about that sauce 3 days before, once she put it in the fridge, nope. It was it literally tasted like we were just putting mayonnaise on everything.
All right, so I really enjoy barbecue.
But I agree with you
And
that
I've been-
Kansas. My favorite is the Kansas City.
I've been all over this country, and the best barbecue joint that I've found in this country is a place called Jack Stacks. And they have 4 or 5 locations throughout Kansas City. And what I found out about a year ago is they will ship. They will freeze dry and ship that with very specific instructions on how to reheat on a grill. And you got to put in about $300 worth in order for them to ship. But I feel like 3 or 4 guys, that's worth it.
It depends, dude. It depends because honestly, here's the deal, dude.
Well, here's the deal: is when I decide to put in that order, I'm calling you, and I'm gonna ask you to put down $50 for some fucking barbecue to have shipped to us, and we're all gonna fucking have it.
I would probably do $50, but here's the issue: is
I mean, you're gonna have leftovers on that, right?
I'll buy
So-
a $100 brisket. I'll do it. I'll just buy a $100 brisket and I'll cook it for the boys. Okay, but in order to, I will invite you to do this, and it depends on what level you want to get into. Because I can bring you over for the full 12-hour cook, and we can start that at 5 a.m.
I don't get up at 5 a.m.
We can, but see, here's my point though.
I'll stay up till 5 a.m., but I don't get up at
If
5
you want to eat a brisket, at a reasonable time, it's a 12 to a 15-hour cook if you want to do it right.
I
Which means
understand all that.
you're probably putting it in at 5 a.m. And this is what happens. This is why I don't like doing briskets, because I have to fucking inflate an air mattress, sleep in a different room from my wife. My fucking dog goes nuts, right? So my dog cannot handle not sleeping in our bed and not sleeping with me. Like, she needs me in my bed with my wife, and that's the only way my dog will go to sleep. It's fucking annoying. So I have to soothe this fucking air mattress, and I have to wake up at 5 a.m., put that motherfucker in, which means I have to prep it the night before, and then every fucking 2 hours, I have to wake up and go out there and spritz this motherfucker with Coca-Cola.
Now you
I use
understand.
Coca-Cola. A lot of people use like apple cider vinegar, a bunch of bullshit. I just use straight up Coke or cherry Coke.
All right.
That's all I need.
Let me blow your mind. Dr. Pepper.
Yeah, same thing. It doesn't really matter. You don't taste any of it. You're just putting sugar. You're just putting sugar and water on the brisket so it doesn't dry out. But I'm not joking, dude. It's whole fucking... Dude, it's
I
a
make a
12 to a
request?
15-hour fucking ordeal.
Can I make a request?
It's not worth it.
Can I make a request?
It's not worth doing it.
I want to have me, you, and Sean Ware. You know Sean Ware.
Yeah, he doesn't want anything to do with me. He thinks I'm a white supremacist,
Oh, shit. That sucks.
even though I'm Jewish.
But he and I talk barbecue all the fucking time. So I'd love to have the three of us sit here.
I would love to do it. I would 100% do
sit
it.
down here. No, fuck this. We got to move this shit to your backyard.
Yeah, and do it
And
outside.
have a
Yeah.
fucking smoke going.
Yeah.
And talk about the shit we're smoking. But if y'all don't get along, then
I love Sean Ware still to this day. Like I will never say anything negative about Sean Ware. He just doesn't like me because I wasn't willing to condemn Elon Musk because I don't believe he made a white supremacist Hitler jester.
Funny story about Sean Ware and Daniil Knight was
Daniil Knight.
Daniil Knight. that's the name he prefers.
No, he doesn't. It's Dan. Does he go by Daniil?
I swear to God, he said
I thought
he
it was
prefers
just Dan
Daniil.
or Daniel.
He was Dan. Years ago, he put out a thing saying he
I'll
preferred
give you the
Daniil.
benefit of the doubt, bro. I'll give you the benefit
So
of the doubt.
I'm just respecting that because the dude is a.
What if he was just fucking with you one night?
Even if he was,
That's
I'm going
hilarious.
to respect that because that guy is a fucking amazing. I love that guy so much.
No, I do too.
Right?
Don't get me wrong. But how hilarious would that be if he was just like kind of drunk one night and just like on a flippant random, because he's never sarcastic. He's like the nicest, most genuine. But what if just one night he decided to be slightly sarcastic and be like, I prefer Daniil, and then just forgot about it?
I mean, that
And for 10, 15 years, you've been calling him
that
Daniil.
would check out, but I've been calling him Daniil ever since.
That would be so funny.
But go back,
I'm going to ask. I'm going to text him.
go back like 2002, 2003. Now I'm playing in a band called Cold Colors.
I should actually call him right now. Hold on.
Oh, do you have his number?
Yeah, I do.
I don't have his number.
I do have his number. Where's my phone? Yeah, this is my phone. Yeah. I'm going to call Dan. He probably won't answer, but let me just
But
call
if he
him
does,
anyways.
I'm going to tell this story while he's on the line because he will back me up.
No, he's in California, so we have a 2-hour benefit. Holy shit, it's fucking 12:30? Oh my
Yeah,
God, we got to wrap this up.
We ran late.
All right, let me see if I can call Dan and we'll wrap this up.
All right. If he doesn't answer, I'll tell this story real quick, and then I'm ready to get the hell out of here. I gotta work in the morning. What the fuck?
There it is, Dan Knight. I doubt he's going to answer, but let's see if he answers. Will, is this coming through the mic in OBS? Yeah, but is it registering in OBS? Is it capturing the gate? Okay, good.
You.
Dan.
Yeah, I'm not here. Leave a message.
Oh, you fucker. Yeah.
That was supposed to. So you go back like 2002, 2003.
He'll call me back. Like he's probably recording or playing a show or like doing something dope as fuck. He's probably on stage right now with Billy Ray Cyrus. Who knows?
because he fucking played with them, right?
No, he does all dope shit now. So
he does all dope shit.
He will call me back, but yeah, I'm not surprised he
I
did.
fucking love that guy. But like, you go back 2002, 2003. Again, I'm playing in a band called Cold Colors. And we didn't fit with anybody in the scene. But B also did not fit with anybody in the scene, right? So we love to play shows together because it's like, why the fuck not?
Well, and it was also that idea of cross-pollination, right? You draw two different crowds.
And also,
you can genuinely exchange fans.
We legitimately got along really fucking well. But one night, Sean and Daniil come up to me.
Daniil. I can't get over this.
And they say, hey, we want to do a promo shoot for you guys. Because it's February, and it's cold outside, and we're colored. And you guys are called cold colors, so just do a promo shot of us just being fucking cold. And I'm like, that's fucking hilarious. That is gonna bite me.
So
in the
like
ass.
cold coloreds, that's hilarious.
It was their idea. It was 100% their idea. I thought it was fucking hilarious. I wanted to do it, but I knew it would bite me in my.
That's
me in
super
the
funny.
ass, right?
I texted Sean, and it was for Black History Month. And I was like, we had a picture of us together when he came on the podcast. We like took a picture over here in front of the logo and shit, like. And I was like, I want to post this photo. And I took a screenshot of what I was going to post. And it was an Instagram post. And it just, in honor of Black History Month, here's a picture with me and a black. And Sean was like, absolutely do not tag me in that shit.
So
he's like, I am not a part of your fucking jokes. I thought it was funny.
The last time I saw,
thought he thought it was going to be funny.
The last time I saw Sean was at Joe Spanbauer's show at last time I ran into you at Route 47 or whatever the fuck it's called.
Oh yeah, fucking Pickle Park up there.
Yeah,
Dickle Park.
And I brought up the story, and I started the story, and Sean finished the story, and I'm like, I'm so glad we didn't do that. And he's like, yeah, you white boys would have been canceled.
Yeah, that would have been a bad move, dude. Well, actually, back then it would have been a great move, but in retrospect, it would have been a bad move.
For 2 years, it would have been fantastic, and then 2 years after that, we would have been.
You know what? Tropic Thunder survived. Tropic Thunder survived. Maybe you guys would have made it, dude. Because here's the thing: none of us are actually that famous, so fuck them. Fuck them, dude.
Listen, Robert Downey Jr. sold that shit. That is a testament to his skill as an actor. That he got away with that.
That character for sure. I think the reason the movie has escaped the zeitgeist, it's just Ben Stiller. Everybody loves Ben Stiller. Well, he grew up in the industry. He is the industry, but
it's also because they owned it from day one. They're like, yeah, we're appropriating. We're making fun of it.
Well, John, I got to give you some props, dude. This, without feeling like it, has been one of the longest podcasts we've ever done.
I really did. Listen, I was hoping to make it 2 hours without running out.
I told you it was going to be easy.
You did. I was really fucking nervous. Listen, I'm hugely socially anxious and generally a quiet person.
Great. I knew you were going to be
But you brought it out of me.
No, I knew you were going to be great. I knew you were going to be a great podcast guest.
Well,
let's do this again, dude.
I would love to do this again.
This is a blast.
It was fun, and it's kudos to you as a host.
Thank you, brother. I appreciate it, man.
If you weren't bringing the conversation out of me, I wouldn't have had it.
Well, you're an easy guy to talk to, you know.
I try to be.
It's a lot easier when the guest is willing to talk, and all I got to do is get them to talk about something, and then they can keep it going. It's a lot more difficult when I notice myself talking for 5-10 minutes at a time, you know, fill in the gaps. Those are a lot tougher, but I've always wanted to have you on the podcast, dude. Yeah. This is like literally 5 years in the making. So I appreciate you finally coming, dude. I really do. It means a lot. It means a lot for me to come full circle from Area 52 when I was a little 17-year-old
No,
young
but
buck.
I gotta bring up that the last time I saw you was at Spambauer's show.
Yeah, that was rough.
And I feel like the last time I saw you before that
Was
at
that the same
Station
venue?
No, was that Station 4?
No, it was at fucking...
No, it was. It was.
Yep.
Okay. The last time before that
Okay, yeah, sure.
was I was working security at Station 4, and you had a practice space above Station 4, and you wanted the key to load in. And that was not my decision to make. But it was my decision to enforce.
Oh, you told me this. Yeah.
I had to enforce. Right. It was Mandy's decision to make, and Mandy was like, no, we're not giving out the key. And so I had to tell you, I'm not giving you the key to the elevator. And you were fucking pissed at me.
Yeah, because weren't you guys worried about people stealing booze from the basement or something?
Because that was the thing that was happening at the time.
Yeah, and I was so unaware of anybody had problems or issues. I was like, I don't give a fuck about your problems. I ain't trying to steal shit. I just want to lift gear.
I understood your point of view.
I do remember
But
this.
but I had to toe the company line, right? Because they were paying me a whole $12 an hour.
And I'm like, John,
To-
you and
to
I
tell
go
you-
back. You and I fucking know
And you made it personal. You made it personal.
I
and
did.
I'm like, I'm working, dude.
I did. I always do that, and I apologize to everybody I do that to.
Hey,
I do.
listen, I apologize for making you carry your gear up the stairs. Cheers. Look, I've been where you are. It fucking sucks, and I felt bad about having to do it.
You shouldn't have felt bad, dude.
I did.
I lay it on a little thick.
You did, to be fair, you laid it on very fucking thick. But I still felt bad out of general principle because I understood what you were. I knew where you were coming
It's
from.
also very hard. It's very hard being a genuinely honest person, having to obey by the rules of crooks. It is incredibly infuriating. Because it's like, yeah, I get all the bullshit, which I didn't at the time. In retrospect, the only way I can justify my behavior is like I wasn't trying to steal anything. I just wanted to do my job.
To
And
be
it's
fair,
infuriating that other people had fucked things up so many times before I came into that building that
you got-
was a liability.
that you got put in the position
Yeah,
that you were
exactly.
in. Yeah.
And then I
was
took
no-
that out on you because I was young and fucking naive. And I still will every once in a while lose perspective, and I will still pull that same shit.
It's water under the bridge.
No, I get that now.
Well, fucking cheers me, asshole.
I get that now, but I'm just saying, like, it's very easy still to this day as a rational adult to lose your cool and not realize the reason you're dealing, and this is a great way to wrap this podcast up, the reason you're dealing with these bullshit fucking rules, these regulations, these fucking kindergarten level fucking guardrails. So many people before you have fucking manipulated and fucked this system that this is now what we're dealing with. Which the moral of this story is it becomes imperative that more people just do the right thing. Because every time you steal, manipulate, lie, cheat, a guardrail gets put up. And now everywhere I go in this fucking country, this free country, there's fucking rules. You can't smoke here. You can't do that. You can't do this. In order for me to feel free and have a good fucking time, my wife and I have to leave this goddamn country and go to Jamaica.
All right, if you have me on again, we're going to talk about the smoking ban.
Let's do it, dude. Yeah, of course I'll have you on again, dude.
All
This
right.
was a great time. And I love that idea. Talk to Sean. Dude, if Sean's willing to come hang out,
I'll
let's
talk to Sean.
let's do it, dude.
I'll talk to Sean.
I have zero. I think Sean made a mistake. I think Sean acted irrationally, but I will still, to this day, never say anything actual negative about Sean Ware. I love that man. I adore that man.
He is a prince among men.
I think he is a great human being. I think he got a little emotional after the election, and I will.
As
leave
a
it
lot
at
of
that.
people did. A lot of people
I
did.
think everybody did.
Yeah, right?
I love you guys. Check out John's work at The Natural Edge.
NaturalEdgeMN.com.
Yeah.
NaturalEdgeMN.com.
The link's in the description. Love you guys. I'm Jared Singer live everywhere. You can follow Will at Will the Shill because he's a dirty Jew. So Will doesn't know this, but he now has to have an Instagram because we just plugged it. So if you want to follow my drum tech / future prodigy, what are we gonna call you, Will? What are you to me? You're not my concubine. My wife said concubine. You fucking, what is wrong with you? He is not my concubine. I've never entered him.
This is not the kind of party I got invited to.
Follow Will at Will the Shill everywhere on all the socials. So Will, you as you hit end, you need to immediately go add all these and make them your socials now.
That's already my username, dude.
No problem. Will the Shill everywhere on social. Follow him. Let's make him famous because we're gonna send him to Nashville and he's gonna be dope. All right, let's get out of here. Hit the outro, buddy. Love you
Thanks.
guys.